Camera, sound, marker, and action. Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I'm your host, Miku, and today, from wuthering waves to wuthering heights, it is time for more emotional damage. What are we doing, chat? Welcome in, Gallon 384. Welcome to the table. We're just about to begin Canto 6, featuring Heathcliff. And for context, we just finished the Cyberpunk collab and Wuthering Waves, and it was god tier collab, absolute fiction, absolute cinema, peak fiction, incredible. Very emotionally closure, emotional catharsis. And now here we are, 24 hours later, jumping into another, what will most likely be another emotional roller coaster. Yeah, people come in saying, oh, this is the best Canto. This is the best Canto. And it's super cool because that means every Canto is the best Canto. That's incredible, right? It's like, oh wow, I love this character in this Canto. And then the next one releases, I love this character in this Canto. No, Limbus is on another level, not gonna lie. Anon, thank you for the gift to Gallon. Thank you for supporting the dream. I'm currently taking a break from WUA. Started yesterday because of the collab. Yo, I don't know where you are in WUA, but I really hope you enjoy the journey. Trust me, it gets better on all levels. It doesn't start off very strong, I will admit. It's always a caveat I have to give to people as a day one player. It gets better. I know 1.0 turns away a lot of new players, and a lot of people are trying to get into WUA now because of the Cyberpunk collab. For a good reason. It is quality. And the quest is going to be available, I believe it's going to be available indefinitely. Unlike other gacha collabs that come and go and you never see it again. Because people deserve to like experience this story, and they just announced as well, it's canon. For whatever that's worth to you, it is canon. 2.0, you're in for a good time. For me, WUA peaked at 2.0. First peaked at 2.0. I say first because I thought, oh, how are they going to top this now? This region, Renacita. And I don't want to overhype it, but enjoy the journey. Journey well, Gallon. And I assume you are a fan of Cyberpunk, or whether the game or the anime. They truly gave it the love, attention, and care it deserved. Really got guys overhyping it for me? Alright, I will not add to that. I don't want to be responsible for potential disappointment. No, you know what? No. You know what? It's a great story. I'm not gonna downplay it. I personally loved it. I hope you love it too. And welcome back. Welcome back to WUA. But we are not in WUA now. Different things are wuthering, and it ain't waves. It's heights. Isn't it the perfect coincidence? Perfect timing. The stars aligning. It's like, hey, you just played Wuthering Waves, but have you heard of Wuthering Heights? So it's a story so for you, it really resonated with you personally. And that is what is so beautiful that I find about Limbus Company. Each Canto really speaks about, it's the whole spectrum of human experience and emotion. And I don't really know how to put it into words, but it really is a common sentiment that we get, that each and every person will have a canto to resonate with. And it's intentional on the writer's part as they explore, the depths of the human psyche and what it means to live, what it means to be human, and what it means to struggle and hope and despair and desire and everything. So, yeah, for a lot of people, it becomes their favorite because they resonate with it. And that's really great to hear. And yeah, other people, you're not alone as well. You're not alone. You're not alone. And there are also a couple of Canto 6 enjoyers who also came in saying that it helped change their perspective, it changed their life, it inspired them. And our own personal experience, most recently we finished Ishmael and Isang. I could really relate to Isang. And then to Ishmael, the latter part of Ishmael's story as well. So it is like a 2-for-1. No, 2 times in a row. I was like, oh man, I can see myself. I could like reflect on myself, and it helped. It helped me process some things and make me rethink things and appreciate, and most importantly, appreciate, this life that we have. It's great. I heard that Wuwa collab was very good story-wise, but very sucky gacha-wise. Is this true? Yes. I will not hide it. It is an incredibly done collab story. Story, not collab story. It's an incredibly done story with beautiful love and intention, which further highlights the fact that the system they decided to go with for the collab gacha side of things is like splashing cold water on your face and waking people up to the reality that, right, if you want to engage with the gacha... Wait, no. Okay, here. Never mind. Forget what I said. Okay, forget what I said. Yes, it sucks that pretty much at the last minute they said that it's going to use its own currency. You can't use your regular currency. You can't use your regular saved up... you can use astrites. But you cannot use your other currencies like the orb currency and the coral currency. If you are okay with just collecting the characters, 1 copy of the character, 1 copy of the weapon, it is actually one of the most efficient ways to get a decent team as a new player or even as a veteran player. The barrier of entry at 1 copy, 1 weapon, with the rebates, with the freebies, it is actually not bad. Now, a lot of the controversy comes in because it gets exponentially worse the more copies you want of the character. So that is, I think, where it really gets sucky. And as someone who wanted copies because I love these characters and I love the story, so in a way they did a great job of selling these characters and this story. So I want copies of these characters because they are collaboration characters who may never return to the pool. So that fear of missing out, it is ever present, it is powerful, it is predatory, and it is up to your own self-control if you are okay with just 1 copy, 1 weapon, or if you want to go, if you really want to power them up because of all the considerations. That is where it gets sucky. So I think that's a more nuanced answer. Most of the noise you are hearing are knee-jerk reactions from the fact that yes, it is using its own collaboration currency, but you can still use your astrites as long as you didn't convert the astrites, which in practice you should never do. Never convert your astrites unless you need it on demand. All right, that's a general rule. Some people fell into that trap, and of course they made noise on social media. I can't say it's totally their fault, but it's also very irresponsible because there was no reason to convert your astrites. So yeah, you got to protect yourself. Even in Limbus, you know, gacha is a part of it. I understand it is super generous. You can shard everything. Eventually, you can collect all the identities. It is great, but it is also very expensive to pull. If you want everything, like this banner, it's like a trap banner. I realized the hard way. You know, gacha is there, but overall, in the grand scheme of things, you know, Limbus is an exception. So I hope that answered your question. There are many layers to this controversy. For Cyberpunk. The reason why it is so loud and controversial on social media right now is because, one, it's starting to get out that there is some discussion now of people who've never played the collab but who watched the anime, who are now debating whether this is a reunion or closure that the story deserved. Does it cheapen the anime? Does it weaken the ending? And these are valid discussions to have. They went out and said that it is already canon, but obviously for those people who did not play the collaboration story, I will say that there is so much more to it. It is not just let's negate what happened in the anime and it's a happy ending. Definitely not. We were ugly crying, snot coming out of our mouth, nose, and we loved it. It isn't by no way means a let's negate everything, all the loss, and just give everyone a happy ending. It's not that. So try to avoid that point. But it adds fuel to the fire, and they go, oh, it's a gacha game. Oh, it uses its own currency. Oh, it's predatory. It comes to the territory. So, yeah. Not gonna sugarcoat it. I absolutely love the story. But as someone who wants multiple copies of Lucy and Rebecca, I'm in pain. But here, you do not need multiple copies. That ends up becoming a me problem. That is a me problem because it is a totally serviceable and powerful team. If you are new to WUA and you're getting into it because of the Cyberpunk collab, it is absolutely one of the best ways to get a powerful team right off the bat because you get Rebecca for free. You get Shorekeeper as a beginner. You can get Shorekeeper or a support. The beginner banner, you can even get Verena. So you're solved for a support. You're solved with Rebecca for sub DPS. And you just have to pull Lucy. And then you can get their weapons, which are guaranteed. And you get rebates and freebies. So, you know, if you're fine with that, it is overall an incredible collab. Sorry, I kind of rambled on for there. Arknight's collab banner. I did not experience the Arknight's collab banner in Limbus Company, so I don't know how that was. WUA sucks performance-wise. We were struggling, man. I don't know what it is. We have a GeForce 5080. It ain't the graphics card. Star Torch Academy, the performance this patch was terrible. And it killed our VTuber model as well. We had to I think there's a memory leak this patch. But once we restarted WUA, restarted VTube Studio, we were able to smoothly stream again. But it's not a good time, performance-wise. Though it is a beautiful game with incredibly cinematic lighting and great world design. That we cannot deny. But there is a reason why people are memeing about the optimization of Wuthering Waves and also NTE because they are both Unreal Engine. They both suffer because of the shortcomings of the Unreal Engine. I'm probably trying to do E1 S1 on Lucy, E0 S1 Rebecca. You're totally fine. In fact, if you invest a bit more, you are guaranteed. Again, I mentioned the rebates, and you get free copies as well. If you pull like 100 times or 60 times, you get one free copy. So E1 S1 Lucy, E0 S1 Rebecca is totally fine. E0 S1, E0 S1 is also totally fine. Limbus doesn't have dupes or weapons. I disagree with the weapons part. Our egos are their weapons, aren't they? Egos are not that necessary. Look, I win rate until the boss fight. So I can't. So I'm not the best person to talk about it in terms of like, are egos necessary? And all that. What I appreciate, however, what I appreciate is that I don't have to worry about artifacts and re-rolling stats. I enjoy this because it is following the Arknight's route of just build the character and you're done. You don't have to do an endless grind for artifact stat sticks to get the perfect roll for 5 stats, which will never happen unless you have godly luck. So I appreciate that. I like, oh, I'll max out the level, I'll up tie it, I move on. Arknight's Enfield also does that, so it's great. There's one time thing which hopefully doesn't happen again. Well, as someone who just started Limbus Company recently and got to play all the way up to Canto 6 without any breaks or waiting time, you can already see that, oh wow, they made some mistakes in terms of like event currency and, you know, pacing wise, but you could already see that immediately they started to improve and learn from their mistakes. It happens. It's a live service game. I don't expect them to get things right first thing out of the bat. And since people are making so much noise, since people made so much noise about the first Intervalo, Project Moon changed their event grind, right? In the same way that if you guys made a lot of noise during the Arknights collab, they're going to reconsider things. And now with Wuthering Waves, there is so much noise about the system that they decided to go with. And, you know, mathematicians are coming out of the woodworks trying to calculate, is this fair or predatory or both, or how predatory is it, etc, etc, etc. So there's this whole discourse that is going on, which hopefully informs their next collab. It is Wuwa's first collab, but the thing is, it is not Kuro Games' first collab, which is also another point of contention and controversy, because Kuro Games has done collabs before, and while we don't know the legalese behind it, what constraints they might have had, whether they spent so much money that they were forced to like be even more predatory because they needed to recoup their expenses, I don't know. We don't know what went on beside the decision making, but the fact of the matter is that their previous collabs were definitely more generous, so to say. Again, the Cyberpunk collab only gets really nasty if you want multiple copies. Nice thing with egos is they get taken out of the pool when you get them, plus you can also shard them. Yeah, as we mentioned, that's great. And welcome back, PP Hermie. But then again, they are shardable, same as ID. Gonna be so annoyed when I pull the Verso ego. Goat Gone Days Ishmael. Sounds like a Reverse Fate collab, then sounds good. Arknight's collab banner was 4 ego, no sharding. Arknight's collab banner was weird since it was rich, gets richer. Whale is gonna whale. You can't beat the whales, man. If you had every other ego, your chances to get them were doubled. Wow. So they even rewarded whales. Well, I don't touch the whale territory. I got very lucky, 2 in the temples. Did you have every other ego already? Thankfully, it was announced with like 1 year in advance, so I had time to save. Got them all in 200 pulls. We're talking about... Sorry, I'm trying to catch up with chat. I've been rambling. I apologize. 200 pulls. Are we talking about Lucy and Rebecca? Only got Gregor Ego at the time. Then you're insanely lucky. Oh shit, full HOS. Wait, no Honglu. No Honglu. Glad you noticed. Because I was supposed to show off a bit. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna share a little pull story that happened off stream. I do wonder who they'll do for the next Walpurgish. Could be Index or Thumb. Project Mu listen to fans, something's a bit too much. Yeah, right? It's I can't imagine being in the shoes of these developers with huge fan bases who are bombarded every single minute by, you know, fan outcry, whether it be good or bad or nasty. You know, like, as a creator, how do you, like, maintain your creative integrity while, let's say, quote-unquote majority of the fans, let's say, for example, really detested what you did for the collab, for example? It's like, it's so tough. I wonder how. I can totally imagine, like, wanting to appease your fans. You don't want to disappoint your core audience, right? But, you know, what if you want to do a thing? Kind of like musicians, I guess. When musicians want to change their tune, their vibe, their style, when musicians want to experiment, they're going to alienate some of their fan base. You can't please everyone. At the end of the day, you cannot please everyone. Base Yan, Claire, Boris Liu, copyright law shenanigans. Also 3 failed attempts to nerf a character. Are they... what? You mentioned they were trying to nerf Ryoshu, right? House of Spiders Ryoshu? Or they were supposed to patch it or something? Thumb Gregor, because of Unbridled, but that's just a guess. It wasn't a direct reward, unintentional result. I get that, but you also have a Thumb Gregor. Night Owls, Arknights collab. Oh, okay, you got them in 200 pulls. Not necessarily whale, because it's kind of hard to whale in Limbus. More so long-term peeps who already have all egos. Ah, okay, Arknights one. I wish I remembered who told me to shard all the standard egos so I could give him a kiss. Yeah, again, thankfully they have the shard mechanic here. Simple answers, you play for profits or you sink. I personally think if you get a thumb member of Walpurgisnacht, it's Boris. You mean Faust? Alright, this is something I'm not familiar with because, you know, I'm only in Canto 6. I'm a new player. I just restarted the game this year. I'm not sure if you already noticed what's on the screen, but yeah, I decided, you know, I'm gonna do a cheeky 10 pull. And like, alright, I'll do another cheeky 10 pull. So I did 20 pulls on House of Spiders, Middle Otis. And, well... $20 pulls. Mic drop. As if any skill is involved. This is just absolute luck. No, okay, here. I just restarted the game this year, right? I just restarted the game this year. This is... Limbus quickly became one of my luckiest gachas. Next to Nikkei. Because this is... Like, I will admit... this... Plus this... I was absolutely lucky. And it's because of this absolutely lucky streak that I was able to basically steamroll our way to Canto 6. And we have all the House of Spiders except Hong Lu, which I hope to shard soon. Because I have 101 shards, and 80 boxes. So I need more boxes. And then I'll be complete. No, man, this is just incredible luck. Ryoshu in 20 pulls. 2 copies of... Well, dupes don't matter here, right? But then it's like, oh, if it is another gacha, we would have had like S1 middle Otis, right? Nah, but this is incredible luck. I sharded Faust. I sharded Sinclair. And that is all just from boxes and currency that we earned from restarting the game 2 months ago. We started streaming this 2 months ago, right? Yeah, so 2 months. So yeah. Can they kill MB Otis? MB Otis? Who's MB Otis? Not this, right? It's not MB Otis. Mao, Faust, Nurse are completely fine. This? This Faust? Yeah. I saw older articles which were saying this was, for its time, the power creeper. What happened? Huh? Jack Squarepeg! We meet again. From Wuthering Waves to Wuthering Heights, let us welcome back Jack Squarepeg. Raiders, welcome in. We were just having a little discussion, just yapping about this game we love called this little game called Limbus Company. You know, a little tiny little visual novel skill battler thing we got going on. But Raiders, welcome in. Again, if you are coming from the Raid sequel, my name is Miku, and this is Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. And today, as I mentioned, from Wuthering Waves, we are now going to into Wuthering Heights for the next chapter in our first playthrough journey of Limbus Company, developed by Project Moon of Lobotomy Corporation and Library of Rowena fame. Limbus Company is incredibly well written. I just restarted the game a couple of months ago, and I've committed to going all the way to the current content. And we've slowly been making our way, given the nature of live service games. We've been busy with other things, but great to have you. If you need to raid and run, please do not feel pressure to stay. Get the self-care you need. I know you guys were just in a tabletop RPG session, which can be very draining, but also very fun. And on that note, yes, enjoy the lurk. Thank you for the lurk, and enjoy the rest of your day, Jack. And on that note, I mentioned tabletop RPGs, Jack Squarepeg. If you are looking for tabletop RPG content, quality tabletop RPG content, you need to join Jack Squarepeg's community. Join his channel, follow him, join the Discord. He is he collaborates with many talented storytellers and individuals in the field, and fans and professionals alike. They create really compelling stories, and it's always a great time just keeping them just listening to their story making events. It's a good time. Follow Jack Squarepeg, join their community, and tell stories with us. Thank you for coming in on the raid, Pigalik, and everyone else who came on the raid. I appreciate each and every one of you. I hope you had great storytelling. I hope the dice told amazing stories. And yeah, thank you again for the raid sequel. Wuthering Raid Electric Boogaloo. Where were we, chat? Deviat. Yeah. Anyway, again, I can easily get lost in all the references because, again, I'm a newbie. I don't know anything. This was my first miraculous pull. Isang. And from there, I'm like, okay, I guess I'm gonna collect all the House of Spiders now. And here we are. That's the current state of our account. We are on Canto 6 at the beginning. So, spoiler alert, if you want to experience the story for yourself, we are in Canto 6 out of 9. Canto are like the major chapters. There are currently 9 chapters in the main story. Plus, stories in between. It's a whole journey. So, we are in Canto 6. Wuthering Heights. Or as, what's the guy's name? The one who hosts the Game Awards, the Summer Game Show. Shoot, what is his name? Keely? How we can never pronounce this word. For whatever reason, I think he's doing it on purpose, man. His name's what? Jeff Keely? Host of Summer Games Fest. Every time Wuthering Waves is brought up, he just cannot pronounce it. I think he's just rolling with it now. Wuthering Waves. Wuthering. It's an interesting word, no? It's like a word that doesn't... It seems like a made-up word, but it's not. It's like when... for people who are not familiar with the classic novel, Wuthering Heights. Nani! Jewel! How's the Imperial Palace, Jewel? Welcome in. We are going through gacha hell. Literal gacha hell. We're going to England, which I hear is hell. Like, no offense to people from England or the UK. It's just the stereotype that we get. You know, they make fun of it. Bloodborne, literally London. So, no Imperial Palace today, but we will eventually get to that. Reassuring you, Jewel, we're not done with Where Winds Meet. We are talking about Wuthering Waves, Where Winds the Wuthering Heights. For context, we also stream another free-to-play open-world action-adventure game, but this time in the wuxia genre, Where Winds Meet. Incredible story moments there. Localization issues aside, these stories have moved us to tears, and in a similar way as, again, we're able to resonate with the stories, and they were really incredible. So we've committed to continue streaming Where Winds Meet. If you want Chinese flavored drama, ancient Chinese flavored drama, and action and kung fu, martial arts, we also stream Where Winds Meet, which recently got a new expansion, a new update, which allows you to enter the Imperial Palace in Kaifeng, which is a real place. Kaifeng in the real world. It's historical fiction. So if that's if that sounds like it's up your alley, check it out. Where Winds Meet. There are a lot of winds, wuthering, and heights. Yeah, always great to have you, Jewel. Such a shame how that team has neutered the Heisho. It's actually better than Heisho. The only real rupture Heishos are Mo and C. Alright. Alright, before we begin, there are no events going on, right? So we don't have to worry about event units. So we're good. The heartbreaking. Let's go. Let's go. Again, great to see familiar faces. New faces and familiar faces alike. Welcome in, Sleeper Agents. Thank you again for supporting our channel, our community. Thank you for being a part of our community and the outpouring of love that you have for the game. I'm a fellow fan alongside with you. And it's like I'm less streaming this as a host and more just experiencing the story alongside you all. I hope you have a good time. We're going to start 6-1 Wuthering Heights. We are still emotionally wrecked by the Cyberpunk collab, and I am looking forward to wuthering even more. Oh, I forgot to turn down the lights.
돌아와, 히스.
Let's turn down the lights, chat. Oops, don't turn down me. Turn down the... Hold up. I wanna get out of your way. I wanna get out of your way and... There. Cinema mode on. Dude, the music's already like, ooh, what are we getting into? Let me boost the volume back to normal. Thank you for the lurk, Diamond. Your fave Canto. You're not alone. Galen also came in saying this is their favorite Canto. So we have two people now who find Canto 6 their favorite. Alright. I have my coffee in hand. Let's do this.
보랏빛 꽃만이 유일한 아름다움으로 남아있는 그 저택으로. 폭풍으로 뚫린 균열 사이로 모든 온기가 빠져나갔던 그 저택으로. 너에게 삶을 내어준 대신 모멸감과 무너짐을 안겨주었던 그 저택으로.
This is Kathy's letter, right?
차가운 모퉁이 어기만이 네 자리였던 그 저택으로. 황야에서 돌아와. 이제 집으로 올 시간이야.
Doesn't sound like a home. So this is what T-Corp's nest looks like. Don't know yet? Yeah, it's implied to be Catherine, but I'm pretty sure there's a twist. We had surprisingly little trouble making it past the nest borders. I guess my concerns were unfounded.
뭐 다행히도 이번 둥지 입국 심사는 별일 없이 넘어왔네요.
정도야 뭐. 에이, 칭찬은
아무도 하지
Sorry,
않았는데.
I wish I could just pause it. I just love how right off the bat, Don Quixote is just complimenting herself for not doing anything, which is already an accomplishment.
아이, 이 정도야 뭐. 에이, 칭찬은 굳이 안 해도 괜찮다고 하지 않았어.
I will pat myself on the back and put a medal on myself because I did not go off script and complicate matters this time. Congratulations, Don Quixote. Congratulations. But we didn't say anything.
다 컸어 이제.
She's grown so much. Everyone seems awfully relaxed for having just entered a different nest. I guess everyone's gotten used to this by now. Humdrum, routine. I guess they'd be the words to describe the general sentiment among the sinners. Except for one, that is. Yo, we're so desaturated already. We're headed to this place called Wuthering Heights next, right? I could tell from Heathcliff's glum expression that his mind was weighed down by all kinds of complicated concerns.
그렇지.
Though his eyes were staring at the moving scenery past the windows, his mind was affixed on something that his eyes couldn't see, something that lay beyond the building walls.
워더링 하이츠라.
Wuthering.
무지하게 강한 바람이 불었던 집이었나 보죠.
그 저택은 바람이 지랄맞게 불었어. 아늑한 구석은 하나도 찾을 수 없는 곳이었지.
Heathcliff's voice carried an unusual dark tone. The other sinners on the bus noticed this and began chatting him up. Oh man, everyone's trying to support each other.
마음이 참 복잡하겠어.
고향이라 뭐 태어난 곳이 아니라 자라온 곳이긴 한데.
Raised here, okay.
그것도 고향이라면 고향이겠지. 근데 보통 고향하면 떠올리는 감정은 아니야.
터면
머릿속에선 수천 번도 넘게 상상했어. 내가 그 빌어먹을 집안에 돌아가서 모든 걸 남김없이 부수고
모든 걸 부숴서 그 다음엔 뭘 하려고 했는데요? 저를 보고도 깨달은 게 없는 거예요?
있어. 일단 내가 획가닥해서 되져버리기 직전까지 가게 되더라도 너희 중 하나가 어떻게든 끄집어내줄 거라는 거.
Oh, this is such a important development in the team building. If I ever lose the plot and push myself to the brink of no return, I trust that one of you louts will pull me right out of it. That is such a huge difference from when we first started. That's so wholesome.
뭐 두들겨 패서라도 꺼내는 건가요?
Sure, let Rodia smack you in the head. I'm sure it'll be fine. Sorry, I just remembered that scene from the Intervalo. Was it an Intervalo? Yeah, Rodia just... just knocking Heathcliff out in one punch.
두들겨 패서라도 그럴 필요가 있으면
어디까지 허용이 되지? 신체 절단과 신경 조직 손상 중에
Oh god.
머리 같은 데를 세게 쥐어박는 정도는 괜찮지 않을까요?
아니 이 새끼들 나한테 쌓인 걸 풀라는 의미가 아니라고. 지금 진지하게.
그래도 지금의 히스클리프 씨라면 잘 해내실 것 같다는 생각이 들어요.
뭔 소리야 지금이라니.
Present self.
지금의 히스클리프 씨는 가난하고 남은 게
Right.
아무것도 없잖아요.
What?
뭐? 가난? 이제는 아예 대놓고 시비 걸기로 작정했냐? 내가?
아니 오해가 있으신 것 같아요.
Honglu is far from the most talkative sinner, but when he does speak, he usually has something insightful to say. Though since he never says it in a way that's immediately obvious, his words are very prone to misunderstandings.
저희는 모두 가난해요. 그러니 예전과는 많은 게 달라졌을 거예요. 어쩌면 가진 게 아무것도 없을 때가 되어서야 몰랐던 걸 깨달을 수도 있으니까요.
가난하여서 이렇게 구릿구릿한
I was like, oh no, the
계속
poors.
가지고 다녀야 하는 거요?
Man, I guess it's the sentiment behind, you know. Doth that poverty explain our current unsightly lack of colorfulness? Don Quixote looked mournfully at everything around her, then at herself. She sounded like she was about to cry. Everything had been drained of color since the moment we entered T-Corp through the back streets. Even our model's drained of color now, because we're copying the lighting of the game. Now we're desaturated. No! It feels like even more of our colors have been taken away since then.
그 얘기 언제 하나 했어? 대체 언제까지 이런 색깔로 다녀야 하는 거야? 라는 생각을 한 게 불과 10시간 전인데 가도 원상복귀가 되지 않잖아. 이대로 평생 칙칙하게만 살아야 하는 거야? 이러면 식욕도 떨어져. 살아갈 의지가 없어지게 된다고. 고기를 먹어도 고기가 상한 걸로밖에 안 보인다고.
Sickly brown hue. The video games in the 2000s called the only color palette brown and yellow, I guess.
갑자기 너무 건너뛴 것 같지 않아?
그리고 저 사람들은 옷의 색깔이 보이고 있잖아.
With an annoyed look, Rodia gestured toward the people outside the bus.
개개인분들께 해드린 답변을 합치면 23번째 답변이긴 합니다만 색깔을 돌려받으려면 그에 준하는 돈을 지불해야 합니다.
23 separate occasions. Well,
저
Faust,
정도로
I didn't
색깔을
remember.
돌려받은 거면 코트에 바지에 저 새낀 별로 잘 살지도 못하면서 허세만 있는 놈이야. 진짜 부자들은 안경테나 장신구까지 색깔을 되찾거든.
Oh.
히스클리프 씨도 이곳에 살고 있을 동안은 계속 색을 보지 못한 상태였나요?
Yeah.
아니, 저택은 어느 정도 예외였어. 그래도 여전히 색이 구린 곳이긴 했지만.
동의 구려 피의 색 정도는 되찾았으면 싶군.
Wow, Ryoshu.
그런데 저 자식 말이야. 저렇게 어설프게 색깔을 가진 채로 쏘다니면 괜히 뒤통수 얻어맞기 딱일 텐데.
Ooh. Heathless prediction came true soon enough. Several thieves surrounded the bloke who's only trying to come off as though he's loaded and bashed him on the back of his head.
저런 극악무도 파렴치한 자들을 보았나? 혼자 다니는 무고한 시민을 단체로 핍박하고 있지 않나?
갱단이라고 부르는 분들인가요?
물이 흐려졌군. 저런 걸 갱단이라고 부를 수도 없고 시간을 못 채운 하류 인생들인 거지. 내가 떠나올 때만 해도 저런 버러지 같은 것들은 저렇게 버젓이 돌아다니지도 않았어.
There are gangs that aren't scummy.
당연하지. 내가 있었던 갱단은 저런 식으로 만만한 놈한테 우르르 몰려가지 않았다고.
하론, 쌩쌩 달리고 싶어.
No.
길이 막혀서
Let her vroom vroom.
무릉무릉 못해.
뭐 여기서 시간을 지체하는 것도 의미가 없지.
Virgilius finally spoke up after quietly listening in on our discussion for the last few minutes.
돈키호테가 시끄럽게 굴기 전에 내려서 처리하고 오도록.
Wow. Already preempting it.
고맙네.
Yeah, give her a bone.
이제.
That Virgilius sigh is so... I don't know what it is about this sigh. It's memorable. There's no time! There never is enough time. Thank you for the support. 2, 3, 4, 5.
볼 것도 없이 처형이군.
뭐야? 이놈은 우리가 먼저 찜했어. 너희도 시간이 부족해서 온 놈들인가 본데. 우리는
Low on time.
안 남았다고.
30 minutes.
혹시 레드래비치 같은 갱단 쪽인 거 아닐까?
30분?
Dead bunnies.
무슨 소리 하는 거야?
그럴 리가. 옛날에 자경단 활동 같은 걸 했던 데드래비치는 이지 없어. 회사가 마스크 쓰고 쾌한 눈으로 그냥 노려보기만 할 뿐이니까.
뭐? 마스크? 지금 뭐라고?
에이, 가뜩이나 시간 없어 죽겠는데 젠장. 후딱후딱 해치워주마.
They began rushing at us with bloodshot eyes, not giving Heathcliff time to even finish his sentence. Oh, they're gonna so regret this.
여러분들
그래,
기분이 좋아 보이시네요.
내가 왔다.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
아닌가? 그려낸다. 원망도 옅어지나.
의식불명. 좋아, 한줄 지워주지.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한
More of them?
잡으니
내가 왔다.
Easy peasy.
감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
이제 친해졌네요.
거창을 새겨주지.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
낮도 밤도 지나 숨이 타도록 태어냈군.
방금의 일격은 매우 좋았습니다. 제가 만약 도시에서 야구 선수가 되어 홈런을 날렸더라면
이
이런
순간이
기분이지 않았을까 싶군요.
태어내리라.
Really killed him in... No, she did kill him in one. Oh, from maximum HP to 0.
강해진 운명 결정. 해도 좋아해.
Wow. We're just zooming now. You know, I actually noticed that they tweaked the sound effect. I'm not going crazy, right? Because I was doing my dailies, and then this Ryoshu victory would come up. And if you remember in our last stream, I had to keep muting whenever she came up because the slashing sound effects were like nails on a chalkboard. And then I was doing my dailies and I realized, wait, the sound effect is kind of different. I think they padded it. They cushioned it. So thank you. I don't know if they actually changed anything, but see, we didn't have to mute it. It didn't hurt my ears. Oh! Combat subtitles! Yo! More games should do that. Like, sometimes you don't have an English dub, and then they say a lot of things in combat, but you don't know what they're saying. So, hell yeah, where is that? Yo, combat subtitles. Yeah. Thanks. Now I can understand what they're saying in combat. This is huge. Wait. Someone said I should use Wild Hunt. Because this is the ID for this Canto? Welcome back, Satanael Raquel. Can I level him up? Well, yeah, it has unique stuff. But nothing like narrative, right? Because I get support middle Heathcliff because we have middle Otis.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미지.
야, 너.
That's just a you thing. Okay. Well, yeah, because like last time, they just basically buff the character regardless of the ID that they're using. Special stuff during the Canto, but it'll also change it from the normal convo. Oh, wait, they changed... If there's like lore changes, then I want to use it. Easter egg? Okay. Yeah, okay. We'll consider it. Oi! You won't know the OG lore? I wouldn't. I would not.
모자 멋진데? 어디서 샀냐?
잘못했습니다. 다 가져가세요. 제 시계에서 원하시는 만큼 시간을 빼가셔도 됩니다.
클리프군?
He's not doing any... Heathcliff was looming over the man and growling threateningly. He certainly fit the look of a villain from this particular angle.
야, 방금 건 그냥 칭찬한 거잖아. 이놈이 유독 오버해서 반응하는 거라고.
Drake's character development, interesting.
납치 같은 걸 해봤자 돈 나올 건덕지가 없다고요. 납치는 안 됩니다. 집에 기다리는 가족들이 있어요.
Okay. The man we inadvertently saved from the hands of thieves was shuddering and screaming incoherently, almost to an unnatural degree. And we were still not out of the dark alleyways where other thieves might be waiting to get a jump on us.
아이씨, 무슨 시끄러운 소리가? 어? 이것들 뭐야? 아, 이렇게 시간이 굴러 들어온다고?
My God, I'm just thinking of what is that classic film? A Clockwork Orange. well. I think I don't know if that they were trying to reference that. uh
10분 아니 5분이라도 좋으니까 얼른.
They're stealing time.
이놈이고 저놈이고 왜 다들 시간 타령인 거야?
아니면 모조리 해치운 뒤에 저 시계를 뺏어가는 방법밖에 없겠지.
Clock. We us? Oh, right. Right. I'd probably suggest sticking to middle Heathcliff. Okay. Yeah, because
기분이 좋아 보이시네요.
it'll help us through the fights as well. Get faster. Because we also have middle Otis.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
I was about to say, just like that Justin Timberlake movie. Did anyone watch that? Time?
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
거스터를 이겨주지.
It was Justin Timberlake, right?
그럼 제가 말한 저기 치명적인 수요를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요.
좋아, 지령에게
감사의
불확실한
인사는
것은 없네.
괜찮습니다.
Justin Timberlake. Okay. I don't remember who he co-starred with though, but that was a surprise. Like, huh? Justin Timberlake is making a break in the movies?
그려낸 대로.
I remember actually enjoying the film for what it was. But yeah, in the movie they had timers on their flesh
낯도 방도치.
to denote how much time they had to live.
칼날이 잘 드네요.
Justin Timberlake and Amanda Seyfried. Wow.
아까 했던 공격 덕에
그대는
한결
어디까지
수월해진 것
가고
같아요.
있을지.
좋네요.
I love that.
의식 불명. 좋아, 한 줄 지워주지.
일단은 이제 힘이셨나요?
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을.
You know what? It just really shows how desperate the people are in this world. Because if I saw 12 uniformed individuals, even if they are not yet in their IDs, you know, even if they're there if they're in their Limbus uniforms, they're still armed and dangerous and intimidating looking. It's like, man, I would just run the hell away if I were these guys. But it just really shows they are so desperate for time and life and survival. You know, they're so desperate to live that they'll just try to murk a fully armed dozen. That's how messed up this place is.
너 쳐라. 쓸데없이 네가 비명 지르는 바람에 일이 자꾸 꼬이잖아. 당장 안 닥치면 사람 먹는 버스로 끌고 간 다음에 저 고철 덩어리한테 먹이는 수가 있다.
Cannibal bus. Is it considered cannibalism for Mephi? I don't.
그러면 저를 납치하러 온 사람들이 아닌가요?
Welcome back from the ad break. Sorry about that. Thank you for your patience.
그럴 리가 없지 않소. 우리 앤 우연히 지나가는 정의로운
Limbo fix justice. She is trying so hard not to say it.
아니 나그네들이었어. 여기 있는 히스클리프 군이 말투가 조금 괴팍하여 그렇지.
그렇군요. 나그네.
Passersby of justice. Are we not allowed to? Is it supposed to be a secret that we're in Limbus, or is it just general rule? You don't have to announce it for Limbus Corporation, Limbus Company. I mean.
그런데 왜 돈이 아니라 시간을 달라고 하는 거죠?
General rule. Okay, I just don't announce. There's no need to announce ourselves. Yeah. Play it safe. So why are they asking us for time, not money?
시간도 사고 팔 수 있는 걸까?
T Corp, Time
회사
Corp.
가이드북 여전히 아직도?
I'm sorry, Ishmael. It's been 2 weeks. I don't remember the brochure. Ishmael's eyes start to glaze over. Once again, she may have been the only sinner who bothered to read up on our destination.
T사, 즉
Time Track
트랙
Corp.
4에서는 시계를 신분증의 역할로 쓰고 있어. 이들이 지니고 있는 시계를 통하여 화폐 대신에 시간을 거래하기도 하오. 대부분의 근로자는 노동에 대한 보상을 시간으로
Wait,
지급받지.
isn't this like the movie Time?
이상 씨를 봐서 이번엔 넘어가죠.
So, is this going to be a problem? Otis is the only one of us who carries a watch. Really?
아, 그 시간이 멈춰 있는 손목시계 말씀이죠?
Broken wristwatch.
패션용으로 착용하고 있는
Neat fashion statement.
패션용인 적은 없어.
It means something.
무례한 말을.
그리고 아까 말한 납치라는 건 무슨 뜻이었어?
T사 길거리엔 사람들이 마구잡이로 납치당한다는 흉흉한 소문이 돌고 있어서요. 이젠 아무도 다니지 않는 거리인데 이렇게 때로 다니시니 소문의 납치 조직인가 해서.
구체적으로 말해보도록. 육하 원칙을 활용하면 더 좋고.
실종자들 때문이에요. 최근 들어 이곳에서 사람들이 이유 없이 행방불명된다고 해요. 이젠 다들 안개가 자욱해지기만 해도 무서워서 집에만 박혀 있죠.
So why is he walking around here?
티타임즈 신문지 일면에도 쓰여 있네요. 오리무중인 납치 사건, 충격, 경악, 공포.
What are you doing out and about, friend?
한 군도 발견되지 않아. 더 읽어드릴까요?
Merceau, Rodia, and Don Quixote began enthusiastically reading the sensationalized titles and the attached articles in the newspaper he showed us.
이 근처에 상을 받은 맛집이. 시간회수 해결사들이 이런 인터뷰를.
Time retrieval fixers. Are you guys even reading the same article?
확실히 평소보다 지나다니는 인간들이 훨씬 줄어들었어. 여기는 원래 공장으로 일하러 가는 노동자나 조잡한 장비를 팔러 나온 발명가들이 붐비던 거리야. 이렇게 거리가 텅텅 비었던 적은 없었는데.
This empty street of T Corp was thick with fog, the bustling crowd from Heathcliff's memories nowhere to be seen. Maybe the lack of color made the fog appear even thicker.
일전 검계와의 소동에서 들었던 괴담과 흡사한 이야기인 것 같군.
행방불명이라 역시 사람을 납치해서 팔아넘기는 악질적인 조직이 있는 걸까요?
그런 놈들이 대놓고 활보한다는 이야기는 못 들었는데 적어도 내가 있었을 때
인신매매 따위가 목적인 조직이 있다면 흔적 하나들은 남을 수밖에 없다. 거리를 이렇게 만들 정도로 거대한 움직임이라면 더더욱 시체 한 돌 정도는 찾기 마련이다.
That's optimistic.
시체도 남지 않는다는 건 단지 죽거나 죽이는 정도의 내용이 아닌 깊이 파고들수록 위험한 일일 수 있다는 건가요?
As always, if it's not just another violent tragedy, then maybe there's more to this than we think. Maybe there's some powerful organization pulling the strings.
아니, 시체만으로는 그렇게 보기 힘들지 않나?
네?
뒷골목에 밤이 있잖아.
The night in the back streets.
그 청소부들이 지나가면
Sweepers,
시체를 포함한
right, right.
쓰레기들은 전부 청소되어 있으니까.
그렇군. 시체까지 말끔하게 치워버릴 수도 있겠네.
당연히 쓰레기만 청소하는 게 아니라는 건 무서운 일이지만
Yeah, the idea of sweepers really freaked Sinclair out for a while.
그건 밤마다 로저 씨가 이상한 흉내를 내면서 저한테만.
Oh, Sinclair.
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가?
The letter.
아직 기약은 없구려.
안개 낀 거리에서 일어나는 미스터리 실종 사건이라.
Sounds like a horror film, doesn't it, Sinclair?
무슨 괴담 같네요. 무서운 건 아니고요.
Hahaha.
억지로 웃지 않아도 돼, 싱클레어.
불길하네. 첫 판부터 주눅드는 기세로 가면 좋지 않은데.
Everyone seems to be on edge thanks to the unsettling story we heard earlier. I know what to do. Hey, Heathcliff, the invitation. Can you read it out loud for us again? It'll be a good idea to remind ourselves of our current mission. Besides, I could use a refresher myself.
그까지 초대장 읽어서 뭐 하려고?
The neatly folded invitation Heathcliff produced from his pockets completely betrayed his attempt at appearing aloof. It was folded with such tender care that it almost resembled a neat paper craft. He cleared his throat. Sometime later.
부디 참석하시어 이 자리를 빛내주시면 감사하겠습니다. 경의를 담아, 넬리.
Nelly.
그리고
아이씨. 꼭 와야 해, 히스. 기다리고
Kathy.
있을게. 캐시가.
These guys. This wasn't exactly what I had in mind when I asked him to read that letter. This happened last time, Dante.
여기가 무슨 동네 술집이에요?
아, 이런 분위기 아니었어?
내가 이럴 줄 알았지. 화낼 기분도 안 나네. 애초에
Thank you for the hydrate,
기다린다고
Riku.
했을 뿐이지.
And welcome in.
만나고 싶다고 한 것도 아니고.
아니, 그래도 말이야. 이 문구를 보면은
어디?
Some sinners gather in a circle like they're doing a literary analysis of the invitation letter. Maybe I was worrying too much.
꼭 연애 편지 처음 받아보는 학생들 같네요.
Oh, Sinclair.
뭐야? 싱클레어는 저런 거에 관심 없었어?
Maybe he got a lot of letters.
저는 열심히 공부만 했어요.
Uh-huh.
과 칠판만 보면서
Uh-huh.
열심히 살았다고요.
Uh-huh. Sinclair saying it's like they're opening their first love letter. So it kind of To me, I think Sinclair. It's not Sinclair's first time.
시클레어 군 또다시 얼굴이 붉어지고 있어.
체질이라고 지난번에 말했잖아요.
Genetics.
그럼 단테는? 아니다.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't remember. Hey, what's with that oddly sorry look on your face?
안타까울 필요는 없다. 세상엔 많은 취향이 존재하고 있으니.
Thank you, Verso.
그런데 이상하지 않소?
히스클리프 씨가 연애 편지를 받는 게요?
아, 이상 씨, 그런 말은 좀 너무하네요.
아니, 그런 무례한 말을 한 것이 아니라 나는
농담이에요, 농담. 저도 이상 씨랑 같은 걸 느꼈으니까요.
Okay, what's weird?
티사 어딘가에 있을 로보토미 지부가 아니라 다 같이 워더링 하이츠라는 저택으로 향한다는 건 그곳으로 도달해야 황금 가지를 얻을 수 있다는 소리일 테니까.
Okay.
정확하게 짚어주었구려, 이스마일 양.
They're really in sync, Isang and Ishmael.
슬슬 지겨워져서 입을 닫고 있었는데 때마침
Really?
지적을 하는
You're getting tired of it, Virgilius?
우리가 워더링 하이츠로 향하는
Not
이유가
surprised.
설마 저 편지 한 장 때문이라고 생각한다면 큰 실망을 느꼈을 거다.
그래서 이 문맥을
Hey,
보면
Arctic.
결국 하려는 말이
아니 그보다는 이 어투를 봐야지.
What's broken? The new identity? You gotta look at the tone she used there.
뭐 일단 넘어가죠.
LCCB로부터 황금가지의 관측 보고가 있었습니다. 위치는 워더링 하이츠 저택 어딘가. 하지만 특유의 보안 시스템으로 인해 LCCB 틈이 잠입하는 것은 위험 부담이 크므로 황금가지의 정확한 위치는 파악이 되지 못했습니다.
Ooh, no before team
특유의
assistance.
보안 시스템? 그런 게 있었나?
그렇다면 더더욱 네 이상하다고밖에 말할 수 없겠네요.
Did she say Isang?
비록 황금가지의 값어치와 그 위상에 대해 정확히 알고 있는 것은 아니지만
그렇다면 더더욱 네 이상하다고밖에 말할 수 없겠네요.
Was she saying like this situation is not ideal? I don't know. Ryoshu, House of Spiders plus Death Prevention Ego Gifts. Huh. I do not have the ego for that. Odd or strange is also Isang. Oh, okay. Thank you for that. I did not know that. So it's even more Isang. Interesting. Oh, I guess, yeah, kind of like Chinese, like the same words pronounced differently can mean totally different things. If you go like Isang or Isang, those are two different words, for example. One of the many words that fall into Isang's wordplay. That's fun. Isang, Isang, Isang. 3 different things. Yes, we have House of Spiders Ryoshu.
평범한 저택 안에 그런 것이 놓여 있을 리가 만무할 것 같소.
황금가지가 처음부터 그곳에 위치해 있었던 것은 아니었다 정도만 말씀드리죠.
티사 로보토미지부 어딘가에 있었던 황금가지가 모종의 이유로 저택으로 옮겨졌다는 것이구려.
캐서린이라는 인물이 이번 작전의 핵심이겠군요. 황금 가지를
And what are they
자기
doing
저축안에
with the
소유하고
golden
있는
bow?
자에게. 그리고 황금 가지가 아니더라도 히스클리프 씨가 자신을 보러 저택에 와줄 거라고 믿어 의심치 않는 아주 자신만만한 사람일 거고요.
I guess the golden bow is gonna change everything. And she wants Heathcliff to be there. Her damage deflects into the House of Spiders IDs, but Immortality Ego Gifts also prevent those IDs from dying. So technically, Ryoshu in MD Mirror Dungeon rivals Lord Honglu in how many health bars he has. Ah, okay. It's kind of like having a regenerative spell and harvesting that meat and regenerating it. Fun. None of this conversation seems to even register to Heathcliff, however.
혹시 주위에 이발소나 양품점이 보이면 말해줘.
Priorities! You got them hair coupons, Heathcliff?
무슨 명소마다 멈춰서는 관광버스로 생각하고 있는.
It's not unnecessary. Virgilius.
나를 내려주고 먼저 가도 되잖아. 뒤따라갈 수 있어.
제가 두 눈 커다랗게 뜨고 계속 보고 있는데 말이죠, 히스클리프 씨. 아까의 그 소문 때문인지는 몰라도 이 시간에 길거리에 열려 있는 가게가 보이지 않아요. 안개가 자욱해서 더 그런가 싶기도 하네요.
I thought Honglu was gonna help Heathcliff with his hair. Yeah.
아이씨, 야 잠깐.
Rodya and Honglu will take care of him. Colors. The bus emerged from the back streets into a rather quiet-looking village. The fog was still thick, and everything was still in that faded hue. Even the occasional sightings of pedestrians had ceased. The very idea of color variation seemed like an alien concept here. All I see are orange-hued lights coming through the windows of misty gray buildings. It is as though everyone decided to stay indoors for the day. I can't even tell where we are or how close we are from our destination anymore. Have you been here by any chance, Isang? He was the only other sinner who had spent a while in T-Corp, so I decided to ask if he recognized anything. But it was evident that this scenery was unfamiliar to him.
나는 최대한 사람들의 눈을 끌지 않으며 연구와 생업에 몰두하고자 하였지. 하여 T사를 그리 자유로이 오가진 못했소.
I can't imagine doing any research at a place like this. Can't have been easy.
익숙해지면 괜찮소. 오히려 이곳에서 나고 자란 이들에겐 색이 있다는 것이 신기한 것이니.
Yeah, they wouldn't know, right? They wouldn't know about colors.
잠시나마 기댈 수 있는 자들이 있었네. 이는 낯선 곳에 적응하는데 꽤 많은 도움이 되지.
Isang looks away to a place far beyond from here. Memories of his past, most likely.
T사의 특이점이 어떤 것인지에 대해선 아는 게 있나요?
Was it in the brochure?
그것에 대해선 특이점이 의뢰 그렇듯 나도 무어라 정확히 추론할 수는 없는 작동력이라는 맞겠소.
Welcome in, Bushu. Bushu. The Cyberpunk collab is incredible. Play it, stream it. I wanna watch you play it now. All the others second distance function are all something of an enigma yet. Isang paused and carefully began to speak. You'll have time tomorrow, I think? Hell yeah. You're that chat. The incredible neon pink energy radiating Bushu. Loves to sing, loves to dance, loves to party. Always a great time over there with her and her friends. Give Bushu a follow. Variety streamer. Going through Wuthering Waves. Also sings beautifully in karaoke streams. Bottom line, it's a fun time over there. join the brave over at Bushu. This message has been sponsored by Monster. No, we are not affiliated in any way with Monster. But there are rumors that Bushu is addicted to Monster. Rumors.
시간과 관련이 되어 있다는 것만은 알고 있었어.
What is this slander?
정확히 어떠한 시간을 어떻게 다루는지는 모르겠지만.
No, but hope you're doing well, Bushu. Yeah, Cyberpunk collab. I really hope you enjoy it, especially if you watch the anime. Wow. Especially if you watch the anime. Hope you get to do it. Hope you get to do it soon. Good luck with the uni work. And welcome in. We are experiencing more emotional damage, or we are going to be experiencing emotional damage right now in the story. Everything's quite lighthearted, but I'm already bracing myself. Oh, nothing to do with time, huh? Ought to do with time. Oh, wait, does that mean it has something to do with time? Ought not. Not to do with time is nothing to do with time. Ought to do with time, something to do with time. Duh. Okay. Yes, not ought. I got confused for a second.
이 또한 부질없는 추측이며 답은 파우스트 양만이 알겠소만.
T사가 거주자들로부터 끊임없이 색을 빼앗아가는 이유 중 하나죠.
그게 색이랑 무슨 상관인데?
It's funny how Faust was kind of caught off guard. Maybe she didn't expect the sinners to, everyone's starting to understand each other a bit more. And the time we spent together, just like with groups of friends, groups of people in a corporation as well, you kind of find your niches and you end up becoming known to do certain things. Like Faust is the one who always explains this thing. So for it to be so organized, it's kind of like, it kind of caught Faust off guard. What's time got to do with color?
시간을 필연적으로 제어해야 하는 곳이라면 빛과 연관이 있는 영역일 것이며
Light.
빛은
Yeah.
또한 색과도 밀접한 관련이 있으니 종국엔 색과 얽히게 되는 것입니다. 제가 알고 있는 시간에 대해서까진 추론이 가능했습니다만 파우스트가 가진 T사의 특이점과 관련된 지식에 접근하기까지는 저에게 아직은 시간이 걸린다는 말도
Reach
덧붙여야
Faust
하겠군요.
specific knowledge. Faust, known among us for her maybe, perhaps, rarely gave us answers this detailed. Then now's the time to ask her all my questions!
파우스트 양, 시간이라면
Isang also thought about it.
T사에 관한 이야기는 여기까지 하는 편이 안전하겠군요.
Okay, fine. Oh.
또 말해줄 것처럼 하다가 입을 닫아버렸네.
Well, I guess I should be glad that she decided to tell us this much. I doubt she'll tell us more no matter how much we pry.
그런데 좀 씁쓸하네요.
What's new?
특이점으로 인해서 평생 색을 모른 채로 살아가는 사람들도 있단 거잖아요.
뭐 다 그런 거지. 우리도 어쩌면 지금 다른 사람이 볼 때 뭣도 모르고 사는 불쌍한 사람일 수도 있으니까. 뭐가 되었든 고기 맛을 한번 본 적이 있다는 게 무서운 거야. 평생 모르고 살면 좋을 텐데. 기어코 고기 맛을 보면
Yeah.
알기 전으로 돌아가기는 불가능하니까.
Ignorance is
색깔까지
bliss.
보이지 않는 건 아쉽네요.
하늘의 색이 그리워질 때는 많았어. 특히 얕게 비가 올 때는.
Oh.
그래, 그런 것들도. 각자 알던 하늘의 색이 있었으니까 쉽고 그리워지게 되는 거지. 처음부터 이곳의 하늘만 보고 살다 죽는다면 그건 불행도 아닐 거야. 그것까지 불행하다고 말한다면 오히려 오만한 게 되는 거지.
Sheltered arrogance.
그렇게 생각할 수도 있겠네요.
The atmosphere in the bus suddenly became incredibly frosty.
아, 그거 해보자. 가장 좋아하는 색깔이 뭔지에 따라서 각자 성격을 알 수 있다던데.
Color. Oh. Rodia, who was the one that chilled the bus in the first place, was also the first to break the ice.
이상이 하늘색을 좋아하는 거라면 어디 보자. 고요하고
Thinker and a
조용한
philosopher.
당신, 생각에
Wow.
빠져 잠기는 걸 좋아하는군요.
오, 어떻게 하는 것이오? 그거 참 기묘한 재주로군.
I think she just spent time with you.
나는 말이지 붉은색이 좋소. 아니 노란색. 아니
Red, nay yellow, nay red.
자 차례를 기다려. 그 다음에는 파우스트.
저는
잠깐 무슨 말 할지 다 알아. 파우스트는 대체로 그런 걸 믿지 않는답니다. 라고 하겠지? 그런 사람은 대체로 흰색을 좋아하더라고. 그렇지?
Really?
머리색이랑도 똑같네.
White.
그저 말을 아끼겠습니다.
Okay.
나?
Not interested.
제일 좋아하는 색깔? 참, 뭘 그딴 걸 물어봐, 남사스럽게.
That's naff.
나는
Uh-oh. The color of her eyes, the color of her hair. A great manor begins to emerge into our view from a distance. I could immediately tell that this was the Wuthering Heights Manor Heathcliff had mentioned. We made it, chat.
검은색.
It's about to wither. Black.
모든 물감을 다 섞어버리면 나오는 색 아닌가? 그거.
Oh.
그래서 제일 볼만한 색깔이지. 덧칠만 계속 해버리면 되는 거니까.
I can clearly hear that Heathcliff is muttering through gritted teeth. I have a feeling that black wasn't always his favorite color. Huh. Here we go. Uh-oh. Oh, I thought our game froze. The makeover. Damn. Oh, this is how the Limbus looks like? Right. Two things changed the moment Wuthering Heights Manor appeared over the horizon. Yeah, it's been a while, right? Bus boat, and then now back to this. But we also don't really get many shots of its exterior. Cute. It's more, it's like, yeah, it really is like a train cabin.
거울 있는 사람 없냐? 야, 뭐 아무거나 내놔봐.
왜 이러시는가, 히스클리프군. 이 거울은...
One was Heathcliff, who was suddenly overcome with intense anxiety. And the other was the weather that grew dark and tempestuous all of a sudden. What a terrifying noise.
원래 이렇게 날씨가 궂은 곳이었나요?
바람은 항상 거세게 몰아치긴 했어. 거의 폭풍 수준이었지.
Who could live here?
하지만 이런 천둥이랑 번개는 뭐 워더링 하이츠의 날씨는 어느 쪽이든 구릿구릿했지만
멀리서만 봐도 저택이 정말 크네요.
침침한 눈의 카론, 침침하게 도착. 번개가 번쩍번쩍.
Boom, boom.
눈 아파.
High school. Ow. Oh no. This manor looked as though it came straight out of a dark, gothic tale full of mysteries. It's very meta. I was half expecting to hear a haunting cry echoing from its windows. So, are we just waiting for Virgilius to go off the bus again?
난 그런 적이 없지 않았나?
그래도 지금까지는 지부거나 회사였잖아요. 이번에는 그냥 저택일 뿐인데.
You know, as gamers, our experience with old-timey manners is never good.
자, 내리.
Off the bus.
나와 카루는
이번에도
We'll wait
밖에서
outside
기다리고
until we're done with our
있겠다고.
mission. Roddy is so good now. None of the sinners were hiding their dissatisfaction with Virgilius. Some of them were even standing with their arms crossed.
다들 표정을 보아하니 단체로 할 말이라도 있는 듯한 모양새군.
본인은 아닌데. 감히. 아무튼 아무 생각도 하지 않았는데.
Well, maybe not every sinner. We've gone through a lot of things, survived various trials and tribulations, tribulations that could have been easily handled had Virgilius been there with us. I'm sure he has their reasons. So,
베르길리우스.
looks like Ishmael decided to step up as our representative. The council has decided.
길잡이라고 우리에게 소개하지 않았나요? 그런데 길잡이는커녕 매번 작전마다 우리를 출발선에 내려두고 카론 씨랑 무엇을 하러 다니는 건데요?
What do you guys even do going? Again, I really love how this game continuously lampshades things at the perfect times, you know? But it's also, you know, we understand the meta of it in that this whole thing was written by Virgil. So in a way, it's like the author sending his creations to develop. You know, writers are cruel. Writers can be very cruel to their own creations. If Alan Wake's anything to go by, right? But yeah. You know, when does the narrator intervene?
쓸데없이 짜증 부리는 게 아니라고요. 이 점은 확실히 하죠. 저는 당신을 신뢰하고 싶으니까 물어보는 거예요. 같은 부서의 동료라면 적어도 업무 간 행선지 정도는 공유하자고요.
Virgilius held his silence for a moment. His brows were not as furrowed as they usually are, which was the only indicator to me that he wasn't as offended to hear this as I thought he'd be.
너희가 특정 계약을 통해 이곳에 입사한
Yeah,
것처럼
contracts.
나 역시도
Alright.
어떤
It's the simplest
조건이 잡혀
explanation.
있는
Contract.
계약서를 통해 이곳에
Yeah.
입사했지.
왜? 특색나리께서도 계약서를 썼다는 말인 겐가?
It is what we also predicted. Like, there has to be a good reason. The first 3 times it kind of eludes you, but now that he's done that 5 times, it's much more relevant question. Yeah. And I appreciate that. You know, building up from what came before. It sounds so simple to do, but you know, it's easy to forget this when you're writing a really long story. But it's also fun as well, you know, the metaphors and the narrative implications of their naming, like Virgilius, narrator of this journey. And that feeds back into the story where everyone is inspired by these literary inspirations and held back by certain standards for whatever purpose the higher-ups decide. The higher-ups being Project Moon, handing down patch notes to Virgilius in the intervalos. Project Moon writing, oh, the update will have to wait. Change of plan. Tell them, Virgilius. Okay.
당연하지 않나. 내가 아무 손익 계산 없이 이 버스에서 철부지들을 통솔하고 있겠나. 자세한 계약의 내용까지 너희에게 말해줄 생각도 없고 언급해서도 안 되겠지만 이스마엘, 네가 말한 신뢰라는 단어는 제법 마음에 들었다. 그러니
Okay.
간단하게만 언급해두지.
What are we gonna get?
황금 가지를 직접 회수해서도
Sure.
직접적인 도움을 제공해서도 안 된다. 오로지 여기 있는 관리자.
Interesting.
그리고 너희
Okay, straight up.
수감자들에게 맡겨야만 하지.
왜?
Yeah, why the hell would you sign a
그건
contract like that? What are the higher ups thinking?
언제나
Is more like,
왜냐고 묻는 것은 의미가
yeah,
없다.
why, right?
계약이란 건 당사자가 아닌 자들이 완전하게 이해할 수 없는 형태로 이루어지니. 다만 목적지에 도착해서 너희들을 버스에서 내리라고 말을 할 때 그래도 마음을 어느 정도 놓고 보낼 수는 있게 되었다고는
Lighter heart than I used
말할 수
to.
있겠군.
Oh.
모든 것을 얻어내겠다는 욕심으로 무리하게 계약을 지키려다 관리자가 돌이킬 수 없는 지경으로 가게 되어 다 잃지는 않을까 하는 고민은 덜었지.
Did he just admit to trusting us more than he used to? Yeah, it also makes me think, right? Because I haven't read the Virgilius novel. So I'm gonna go out of a limb and say here that it might be one of those tropes where the more one intervenes, the worse things get. And some people just can't help themselves but involve themselves. No matter your intent to help or how good your intentions are, sometimes you just make things worse. And sometimes the best thing you can do is to just step away and step back. Maybe that's something that's why the higher ups are like, yeah, no, leave it to Dante, leave it to the sinners. But I'm pretty sure, of course, there are other conditions and stipulations that we're not privy to. Because Project Moon is literally our board of directors.
단테, 그런 말은 굳이 한 번 더 물어보지 않는 편이 좋아. 특히 누군가 속마음을 어렵게 겨우 표현했을 때는. 그리고
잠깐만. 이대로 내릴 수는 없어.
Okay, Heathcliff.
안 되겠어. 다시 돌아가자. 유턴하면 되잖아.
Damn.
내 피에는 유턴.
Nephi doesn't do U-turns.
이런 꼴로 어떻게 다시 저택에 돌아가라는 거야?
Oh yeah, right. Every single one of our elaborate plans to dress him up in fancy clothes fell through. Hey, you don't look that bad. No, you don't look bad at all.
꼬라지로 가면 또다시 그 새끼들이.
Yeah, but you know,
그 새끼들이 누군데요?
if they can't accept you for who you are, Heathcliff, they don't deserve you.
나만 보면 하나라도 흠잡을 구석 없는지 누나를 굴려대는.
눈깔 파내버려.
Yeah, they don't deserve you, Heathcliff.
오, 재치 있는 발상이.
원.
Looks like Heathcliff is the only one who's taking this seriously.
뭔데?
These two.
니들은 왜 그렇게 음흉하게 웃어?
그럴 줄 알고 우리가 준비를 미리 해왔죠. 아무리 생각해도 우리 히스가 혼자서 멀끔하게 꾸미긴 힘들 것 같아서.
꽤 전에 로자님과 함께 둥지로 돌아오기 전 뒷골목에서
Yo!
잠깐 쇼핑을 하다 왔답니다.
Heroes!
둥지 안에는
They already did the
뒷골목보다
shopping.
간단한 게 있을지도 모르니 기다려봤는데 뭐 살만한 곳이 없으니까 아쉬운 대로 사야지.
Nice. Nice. Oh, these guys.
뭐 설마 전에 둘이 어디 갔다 온다 했을 때 아니
Cookies.
근데 그때
I
과자가
don't.
한
I don't
바구니
remember.
사왔길래
I don't remember that.
과자들은 눈속임이었어, 히스.
Yeah, decoy
물론
cookies.
그중 몇
Love
개는 내
it.
일용할 양식으로 잘 써먹었지만
Nice.
비록 제가 집에서 썼던 브랜드들까지 찾지는 못했지만 이만 해도 어느 정도의 멋부림은 낼 수 있을 거예요.
Even visually, it's like, huh?
베르, 훈훈한
Impressive.
분위기 이어가게 이번만 눈 좀 감아줘, 응? 유니폼 말이야.
I mean, might need a makeover. That's what we're. That we're all under the impression that he's gonna meet some former flame or something, right? But I'm sure it's gonna be a very different story. But I like this. I like that everyone's supporting each other. Now we're gonna give him a makeover. I remember someone on stream pointed out last time that Hong Lu is gonna turn him into a jade beauty, straight out of Imperial China.
회사 유니폼을 입고 오랜만에 애인을 제외하고 싶은 사람이
Yeah,
어디
see,
있겠어.
old flame.
그치?
그래도
Nah, I'm all for
저
this.
길잡이가 용케도 허락을 해주게.
그러지.
Fine.
뭐?
What?
또 멋대로 작당해서 뒷문을 들락거리는
Rogue
건
incident.
피하고 싶으니
정말이야? 길잡이!
Oh, I'm so happy. Heathcliff trembled like he was about to give Virgilius a big hug.
자, 히스클리프 씨, 이제 눈을 감고 무릉도원이라 생각하면서 편안하게 몸과 마음을 맡기세요.
Peach Blossom Spring.
잠깐, 머리 함부로 그렇게.
Ooh. It does kind of feel good to be pampered.
솜씨가 보통이 아닌데.
히스클리프
Aw,
씨는
cuties.
지금 단장 중이랍니다.
Sometime later. Huh. Are we in the right era, friends? I mean, I love this look, but are we in I mean, I like it.
그 머리에 너무 바른 거 아니야?
Oh, you look straight out of a period drama. Pride and Prejudice or something. You what a Regency era love interest. No, not Regency, Victorian era. Whatever. You get what I mean, right? Jane Austen, Pride and Prejudice, Mr. Darcy, that kind of thing. I like it. I like it. Hong Lu got that touch and makeup skills. Yo, it's your favorite Canto? That's 3 people now who have exclaimed that this is their favorite Canto. Near the end of the Canto? Okay, we'll try to get there, Sogi. But again, these Cantos are very long, so we just started part 1. We'll get there eventually. Yeah, exactly. Wuthering Heights. And that was written when? 19th century? So, perfect. I mean, I hope people in the manor will also look like they're from the 19th century, but here we are. You look great, Heathcliff. Good job, Rodia. Good job, Honglu.
안 돼. 홍루가 얼마나 공들여서 손질해줬는데 그렇게 만지면
The theme hits hard for you? Oh, you're not alone, Swogi. The other 2 who mentioned it's it being their favorite is also said the same thing. So now I'm wondering, like, what about this Canto exactly like resonated with you all? Where does Bat go?
몇 년 만에 재회인데 몽둥이를 들고 만날 순 없잖아. 히스클리프 군이 왠지 친절해 보이는 것 같소. 이를테면 아이스크림을 사려고 하면 바로 사줄 것 같은 느낌이랄까?
They just keep going with ever since the actor said beach volleyball. This became one of her running gags now. Just funny English pronunciations out of left field. Oh, it was so impactful that you even almost burnt out. Wow. Yeah, I get it. When, you know, a chapter resonates with you and you're like, I gotta go all in. I gotta get the character. That just happened to us yesterday with Wuthering Waves. Wuthering. What is it all? The Wuthering.
그리고 시끄럽게도 때리지
I just
않으실
want some
것
ice
같아요.
creamer. He no longer looks like he's on the verge of punching me when I make the smallest noises. Oh no, these two.
야, 부탁하건대 캐서린 앞에서 그런 말을 꺼내기라도 하면.
옷이 날
Albi, clothes really do make the man.
기대하고 있겠어.
Thanks, Dad.
그래.
So, Heathcliff, I've been meaning to ask this question for a while. I wanted to know the answer, but I couldn't bring myself to ask him. Why do you leave Wuthering Heights? Good question. It's where the love of your life lives, isn't it? Heathcliff, oh here we go, who'd been busily moving about and preparing to leave the bus, suddenly comes to a halt.
뭐든 괜찮았어. 때리는 것도 굽는 것도 하찮은 취급을 받으며 부려먹어지는 것도 들러리 불순물 취급을 받으면서 사는 것도 참을 수 있었지. 하지만 캐서린 입에서 그 말이 나온 순간 내가 저택에 있어야 할 이유는 그 순간 사라졌어.
Oh no. Heathcliff did not elaborate further. Perhaps it wasn't that he didn't, but that he couldn't bring himself to. I didn't dare ask him what he was about to say, so I simply nodded in response. I see. Oh.
오, 카론이 히스 바뀐 모습을 보고 할 말이 있나 본데?
있어.
Something? What?
좋아 좋아.
Something big?
한마디 소감 부탁드립니다.
Alright. I'm ready. What do you want? What are you gonna say, Karen?
카로는 버터 싫어. 느끼하단 말이야.
Damn it! Karen, it's the hair product. It's the thing. It's the pomade or whatever on the hair.
아, 이게 아닌데.
Karen's words must have hit him hard. It took quite a bit of convincing for Heathcliff, who was severely discouraged by Karen's remark, to exit the bus. It's part of the style of the era, Heathcliff. You got this. Oh, color. There was color in that picture. Oh, front gate. We're at the front gate. We made it to the Wuthering Heights, where the winds are wuthering.
이거 불편하네.
Wuthering Waves a Heathcliff? Where are the husbandos when you need them? The last one we got was Luke, right? I wonder when we'll get a Heathcliff.
걸을 때마다 옷이 꽉 죄어오는 느낌이야.
Yes, that was the style.
기품이라는 건 원래 그런 것이랍니다. 익숙해진다면 오히려 다른 옷을 입을 때 허전해지곤 하죠.
Oh.
히스클리프군. 이게 자네가 살던 곳의 대문인가?
The massive gate alone feels downright intimidating. That's one big front door.
몇 지역에서는 대문의 크기로 신분을 드러내곤 한다. 이 정도 크기라면
Yep.
상당한 재력가라고 볼 수 있다.
I'm rich. I have a big gate.
이런 곳에 살았으면서 홍루 씨를 부자라고 그렇게 못 살게 굴었던 건가요? 히스클리프?
저는 아무렇지도 않답니다.
나는 갑자기 배신감까지 느껴지는데.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
히스클리프군요. 그대가 굉장히 낯설어.
It's like, you were a rich kid?
오늘따라
How dare?
헛소리는 집어치워.
Some were teasing him, and some were genuinely surprised, but it didn't matter to Heathcliff. Every word he spat out was dripping with venomous spite.
부자는 내가 아니야. 난 이 저택에 있었던 단 한순간도 풍요로웠던 적이
Wow.
없었어.
What the hell is wrong with
그리고 이
this place?
저택도 단 한순간조차 날 받아들이지. 뭐야 이건?
낙뢰다. 후방에 있는 숲 근방에 떨어진 것으로 보인다.
That was so loud.
괜찮아요. 사람이 번개를 맞을 확률은 굉장히 희박하다고 했어요.
I heard that too, but I would still be afraid. It's still a non-zero chance of being hit by lightning. So don't stay out in a thunderstorm. I like how instead of having monochrome for lack of color, they have sepia instead. Yeah, because I guess monochrome would just be you're dead. Monochrome, you're dead. So we're at death's door. We're at death's threshold with the sepia tone. It's like we may as well be dead with this lack of color and this tone and this color grading. And it also of course conjures feelings of nostalgia, the sepia tone. But that's precisely why it feels that this place feels even more twisted. Is because the sepia tone is supposed to be something that is warm and nostalgic and fond memories to reminisce upon. But this sepia tone is overlaid over this tempestuous, withering, terrifying mansion. It's been a while since I've experienced Canto 6, but that conversation kind of reminded me of how this window property tax in England, the rich having more windows being sort of a symbol of their wealth since they could pay the tax. Window tax? I believe it. There were some weird laws. Window tax was a thing? How did the government rationalize that? Do you want windows in your house? Pay the window tax. Wow. So only the rich are allowed natural sunlight into their homes. Natural sunlight and fresh air are denied to you if you don't pay the window tax. Go out and touch grass.
가만 보면 번개는 불꽃놀이와도 닮아 있는 것 같소.
Wow.
텅 비어 있던 밤하늘을 순간의 섬광으로 가득 채워주고 사라지지 않는가.
Very poetic.
그 대신 자기가 가진 모든 걸 내보내서 모든 걸 불태워버리지. 놀이가 아니야.
Heathcliff getting all metaphorical. I could hear some forest critters fleeing, spooked by the thunderstrike.
저것 보시게. 조그마한 다람쥐가 있네.
Oh, bless our golden retriever. You know, it's been a while since I've experienced Canto 6. Window tax. Theoretically, you're supposed to pay more tax depending on the number of windows you have. While this is just Wikipedia, it seems to be kind of a compromise in place of having an income tax. Oh, interesting. So, it's like windows as a manifestation of your wealth. Because, I don't know, they don't trust them to file their income tax returns or something.
우와, 집 근처에 숲이라니. 자연 친화적인 곳에 살고 계셨군요.
Eco-friendly.
동물원을 따로 만들 필요가 없겠어요.
Wow. Private zoo.
도시에서 정원이나 숲을 가진다는 것은 이러니 저러니 해도 엄청난 재력가라는 것은 틀림없지.
Yeah. How many
그런데
hectares do they own?
싱클레어네 집도 그러긴 했지.
Oh yeah, Sinclair's also a rich kid.
다람쥐도 있고 뭐 몇몇 짐승들도 심심찮게 볼 수 있었지. 아주 가끔 가다가 기분이 걷잡을 수 없이 안 좋아져서 숲에 계속 처박혀 있을 때도 있었는데.
Damn.
그럴 때마다 이 다람쥐군이 적잖은
Sir
친구가
Squirrel.
되어주었겠어.
Why? That's so cruel! No! Sir Squirrel! I barely knew you! This is the wake up to reality, chat. This is, oh, you're in Wuthering Heights. Welcome to Wuthering Heights. My heart. I was just about to be invested in Sir Squirrel. I was like 2 seconds away from emotional connection. And this shit happens. No, but I love it. I love hate it. Writing wise, it's like they built this up in 3 parts, right? Sinclair downplaying the there's a thunderstorm. Oh my gosh, that is scary, but people are rarely hit by lightning. So that immediately disarms us and makes us vulnerable. Who's gonna get hit by lightning? That's super rare. And then they put on the next block by saying Heathcliff lives near the forest. There are cute critters there. And when he was down and depressed, he would find solace in the forest with these squirrels. Then, of course, the third block was Don Quixote going, oh, wow, his friends with the forests. This Sir Squirrel must have been a great companion. Bam! And there's the punchline. Very well set up. Thanks for checking in, Sogi. Yeah, and then it shows you again. It reminds you, haha, we dressed up Heathcliff. We're gonna see an old flame, but now it's like, all right, you guys better be ready. Thank you for the check-in. Sorry about the ads. We do 3-minute ads every hour so that people will enjoy no pre-roll ads. Thank you for your patience. Let us use this time. Let's offer a moment of silence for our good friend, Sir Squirrel. Let us dedicate this ad break to mourn a hero that was taken too soon. Sir Squirrel, you will forever be remembered. Thank you for providing Heathcliff the warmth and companionship that he could not find in the manor. I salute you, Sir Squirrel. Oh god. It's really beginning. It's really starting, huh? We're really getting into it, huh? The populace did not want an income tax because it is viewed as a governmental intrusion to their liberty. Right, so they had to come up with other reasons. Like, hey, if you can afford windows, that means you're rich. Window tax. Incredible. Welcome back from the ad break. Rest in peace, Sir Squirrel. The little squirrel that may once have been Heathcliff's tiny forest friend was immediately scorched down to a pile of ash the moment it crossed over into the manor's front gate.
번개가 보통 저런 식으로 치나?
Oh, it
휘어지기도 하고?
curved midair.
일반적인 상황에서 벌어지기에는 지극히 낮은 확률이군요.
It's targeted.
내 과민 반응일 수도 있겠지만 아무리 봐도 번개가 정확히
Yeah, I mean, this is like beyond
이런 위험천만한 곳에서 용케 살아남으셨네요.
any probability. Anyway.
아니야, 미친. 나도 이런 벼락은 처음 봐.
Right, Heathcliff. Ready to knock on the front gate?
문을
That's your dawn moment for this Canto. I love the dawn moments. Dude, but again, it's not just... It's just great humor with perfect timing, which also reframes and refocuses our attention. Limbus writers are doing so well in terms of like moving our attention and emotional levels. The writing, I don't know what it is. It's just they do so well in terms of managing these levels and striking at the right moments. It is art. Number of windows is also easy to check, and you need bigger buildings. Yeah. The localization team had a lot of fun translating this. Yeah, props to the localization team. Honestly, I don't feel any qualms. I don't understand Korean, obviously, but I'm already getting a lot out of the localization. I don't feel like it's half-assed localization at all. Zeus had to smite them personally. Yeah, like, my god. It's so personal. What did that squirrel ever do to you? Man. Because they were a friend. Yeah, there. Precisely because... They set it up, right? Precisely because that squirrel could have been a friend of Heathcliff. The gods had to smite the shit out of that critter to remind Heathcliff that he is not welcome. He stared blankly at the front gate of the manor.
문을 두들기는 거 오랜만이네. 한 번은 아무도 열어주지 않길래 몰래 저택에서 빠져나온 캐서린이 문을 열어줬어. 피를 맞아가면서.
그럼 지금도 마찬가지겠죠.
이 문을 두들기면 캐서린이 올 거라고?
Well, we'll never know until we try. Heathcliff takes a deep breath before knocking on the front door.
정말로 이렇게 될 줄은 몰랐는데요. 담을 넘어갈까요? 높이를 보아하니까 발목 접질러질 각오만 되어 있다면.
아니.
My god. Just because Dante's there, it's like, yeah, we can break all our ankles and legs as long, but we'll be alive and Dante can just rewind us. Insane tactics. Heathcliff was a whole bundle of anxiety before he knocked on the front gate, but... Okay, dramatic moment, agreed, but I was like, there's probably a doorbell. How can anyone hear you bash on the gate in this wuthering heights? When, with these wuthering winds, how do you How will they hear it? Anyway. Perhaps this perceived slight reverted Heathcliff into his usual angry self.
여기는 내가 초대받은 저택이야. 담을 넘어간다면 아무 의미가 없어지는 거라고.
개설이! 내가 왔어!
Oh, let's go.
한 번 무시당했는데 다시 소리친다고.
개설이!
Despite his efforts, not even a soul stirred beyond the gate. None of us really believed that anyone would come out to greet him. But
개설.
did it open on its own? The front gate began to creak open as though someone was answering his pleas.
꾸민 보람이 있었죠?
Well, when we're drenched in the rain, unless we had umbrellas. Nelly! I was spoiled because I saw Nelly on the announcers. She's like the maid or something. Splashes of color. Would you guys say this is purple, violet, or what? The heavy rain and the tempest only grew harsher the closer we got to the manor.
대문을 넘었는데도 사람은 코빼기도 보이지 않는군.
The bubbling excitement of the sinners when they disembarked the bus had all but disappeared. Silent air of apprehension surrounded them as they gingerly took their hesitant steps toward the manor.
캐시, 잘 지냈어? 아니야. 개설이, 오랜만이야. 아니야 이거.
Violet? Yeah, you're right. Violet. Purple would kind of be a darker shade. More like the middle ID. I think that the middle ID is more purple, yeah. Don't worry, they put enough hair gel on Heathcliff so the rain won't destroy his makeover. Fair. That's true. I'd like to think though that even though they forgot to mention it, I could see the one umbrella in the bus having been bought by Rodia or Honglu and just for Heathcliff. Like, I can imagine that. But even then, it wouldn't be enough because the wind would just blow it away. It's impossible to keep an umbrella in this weather. Which reminds me of some umbrella designs, random trivia. There are some umbrella designs which try to counteract that feeling we all know when your umbrella gets blown away by the wind. So aerodynamic umbrellas. But I tried some of them. It still wasn't, I don't know, didn't really work. In the midst of this aura of uneasiness, only Heathcliff seemed to be preoccupied by something else. The rest of the sinners were...
새였다. 정확히는 참새의 일종이었다.
Sparrows.
창문을 지났는데도 이 공격적인 낭류는 계속되는군.
조금만 가까이 있었으면 저희도 같은 신세였을 거예요.
Lightning continued to blast the earth as though it wouldn't be satisfied until it's reduced every living thing in the manor grounds to a pile of ashes. If you're not invited, I guess you're gonna get struck.
천천히 걷자니 또 벼락을 맞을 것 같고.
이동 속도와는 관련이 없는 것 같다. 마치 벼락 자체가 의지를 가지고 목표를 맞추려는 것처럼 보이니.
Unpleasant memories. Did Odysseus go through a storm like this?
아, 어쩌면 이 집의 방어 시스템은 아닐까요?
방어, 보안 장치를 말하는 것이요.
허가받지 않고 이 저택 안에 들어오는 것한테만 번개가 내리치는 것이고요.
Yeah, same thought, Songlu.
이것보다 더 정교하고 확실한 장치도 많았거든요. 크기가 커다란 저택일수록 더 효과적인 보안 장치들을 설치하곤 하니까요.
아, 저희 집에서도 보안 장치에 대한 이야기가 저녁 식사 이야기거리로 올라오곤 했던 것 같아요.
말이 안 되는 건 아니네요. 그렇다고 이런 사고방식이 이해된다는 건 아니지만
It's to keep out the
LCC
poors.
팀이 접근하지 못했다던 보안 체계란 것이 혹여
네. 하지만 저희는 초대장이 있잖아요. 안심하고 걸어도 될 것 같다는 소리예요.
Is that really all this is? It never is. Is this just one of those normal security measures that every rich family supposedly has?
하지만 조금 신기하긴 하네요. 날씨를 조정하는 시스템은 비효율적일 정도로 어마어마한
Oh,
금액이
expensive,
들어간다고 해서
but not
직접 본 적은 없었거든요.
expensive, but it exists. I remained silent because I didn't want to concern the sinners with something I wasn't sure about. But the closer we got to the manor, the more confident I became that something was off. That this extremely abnormal weather isn't the work of some security system. This absolutely has nothing to do with the Golden Bough. But this Golden Bough feels different from the ones we've encountered before. It's a bit more chaotic.
이 꽃은 색깔이 있네요.
Yeah. Sinclair was right. The manor's garden was lightly littered with flowers. They were the only things of color in this dreary sight.
이 꽃 이름이 뭘까요?
혹시 말이야, 돈을 지불한다면 꽃에도 색을 되찾게 할 수 있는 건가?
그렇습니다.
그렇다는 것은 이 집안의 인물은 꽃을 무척이나
Yeah.
사랑했던 것이겠구려. 곧 시들어버릴 꽃에도 색을 넣을 정도라니.
Right? To return the colors to such transient things as flowers, which will just wilt in a week or get drowned by a storm. It may seem so meaningless to do so, but that even really informs whoever did it. Must have really been attached to these flowers.
혹은 어마어마한 갑부이거나.
Or that. They could just be filthy rich. And they want to show it. Heathcliff quietly gazed at the patches of violet flowers as Isang mused out loud.
틀렸어.
Oh.
꽃을 무척이나 사랑했던 것은 아니었어.
Oh. Okay.
그 마음이 꽃까지 들어갈 정도로 넓고 따뜻하진 않았어.
That harp. Heathcliff appeared so doleful that I felt as though he had built a tall, opaque wall between himself and the world. I could not bring myself to ask further. He did not tell us the name of those flowers.
아이고, 어서 오세요.
Nelly? Someone hurriedly runs this way from the manor's front door, holding a lantern.
날씨가 참 말썽이죠. 하긴 티사는 워더링 하이츠는 화창한 적이 드물지만요.
Yeah, that's what they say about London, right? Always raining. Rarely sunny.
오랜만이야, 넬리.
세상에, 히스클리프? 정말 너구나.
응.
네가 그렇게 떠난 후에 어떻게 살았는지 정말. 아휴, 밥은 제대로 먹고 다니는지, 어디서 맞고 다니진 않는지.
Bullied by a what?
우리가 그동안 소식을 얼마나 궁금해했는데.
Really?
자, 들어와.
This Nelly regarded us with a curious look, as though she didn't quite understand what we were supposed to be.
설마 여러분은 우리 히스클리프의 친구분들인가요?
Yes. Friends.
네, 뭐
Actually, it's kind of weird that we're all here. Friends.
해도 되는
Are we?
친구의 범위를 어디까지로 인식하고 있을지에 따라 답변이 다르다.
Delineation that separates friends from acquaintances.
그럼 죽을 뻔한 모험을 몇 번이나 겪은 소중한
Multiple
친구들이지.
fires.
히스클리프의 소중한 친구들이 곧 있으면 비에 쫄딱 맞아서 얼어 죽을지도 모르겠군.
Thank you for the care package, Bushu. We're gonna need it. Because we are gonna be emotionally torturing ourselves again today.
귀한 분들이 오셨네요. 아이고 내 정신 좀 봐. 얼른 들어오세요. 얼른. 저택은 따뜻할 거예요.
The interiors of Wuthering Heights was rather dark, yet
정말 저택 안에는
oh, nice.
색이 있어.
Its hue appeared a tad faded from its original vibrancy, but there was color in this manor.
말했잖아. 저택에서는 색이 보였다고. 이것도 뭐 돈을 내서 가져온 거지만 저택에 걸린 이 랜턴들이 있으면 색을 돌려받을 수 있다던가.
Lanterns. Yeah. Light.
본래의 색을 밝혀주는 랜턴이구려. 꽤 값진 기구일 텐데.
그래도 완전한 색을 돌려받지 못해. 어딘가 칙칙하지. 그런데 캐시는 어디?
히스클리프, 지금까지 어떻게 지낸 거야? 응? 잠은 어디서 자고? 밥은 잘 먹고 다닌 거 맞아? 좀 야윈 것 같은데.
나는
그래도 너무 늦지 않아서 다행이야. 다들 널 기다리고 있었거든.
How long have they been waiting?
다들?
그러고 보니 옷차림이 못 본 사이에 달라지고 아주 멀끔한 신사가 되었네. 친구들도 많이 생겼고.
Right, Papa Gentleman.
뭐 그래?
그럼 멀리서 보면 하나도 못 알아보겠다.
Huh. Nellie was talking so fast that Heathcliff wasn't spared even a second to get in a single word.
넬리라고 했나? 정확히 어떤 사이지? 우린 그의 소중한 친구이자 동료이며 전우들이라 어떤 사이인지가 무척이나 궁금하군.
Otis, who was conspicuously scanning the interiors of the manor, suddenly asked Nellie the most transparently suspicious question that I've ever heard.
아, 나는 말이지. 히스클리프의 이를테면 보모라고 해야 했나?
Nanny.
보모요? 코 흘리고 있으면 닦아주고 옷 갈아입혀주고 하는 보모요? 히스클리프 씨?
Yeah, how old? How long
밥을 먹기
ago?
거부할 때는 밥을 떠먹여주기도 하고요.
Aw.
아이 넬리, 그런 식으로 소개하지 마. 보모라고 하기에는 조금 달랐잖아. 우린 어렸을 때부터 서로를 알고 지냈어.
Okay, childhood friends.
그리고 난 넬리를 하인처럼 부리거나 보모처럼 따르진 않았거든.
그리고 지금은 엄연히 치프
Chief
버틀러라고.
Butler, hey.
내 말 한마디에 군기가 바짝 드는 버틀러들이 얼마나 많은데.
뭐 네가 제일 일을 빠릿하게 잘했으니까. 그런데 나 슬슬 인내심이 금방이라도 끊어질 것 같아서 말이야. 넬리.
Heathcliff must have wanted so badly to ask her what Kathy was.
연애는 언제 시작이야?
Instead, he hid his true question behind a mask of aloofness. He doesn't want, it's like you don't wanna seem too desperate, right? But Nellie's expression became somewhat odd upon hearing Heathcliff's query.
연회는
어이, 그 막내네 새끼 오긴 하는 거야 뭐야?
Oh no.
사람을 불러 모아놓고 사라지면 어쩌자는 거지? 언제까지 이 꼴보기 싫은 얼굴들을 마주보고 있어야 하냐고?
Can't just leave after gathering us all down here. There was a furious voice echoing from down the halls.
넬리, 잠깐. 방금 그 목소린.
아이 참, 안 그래도 막 왔어요. 히스클리프 들어가자. 모두가 널 기다리고 있다고 했잖아.
Heathcliff bit his lips anxiously and followed Nellie.
파티를 하는 듯한 분위기는 확실히 아닌 것 같은데.
네. 그때 크루즈 파티나
Cruise ship
아무리
party.
감추려고 해도 말이죠. 공간에서부터 나오는 음침한 분위기는 숨길 수가 없더라고요.
평소에도 활기찼던 저택은 아닌 듯하다. 청소를 급하게 했지만 오로지 손님
Rushed
맞이를 위한
cleaning.
용도일 뿐. 곳곳에 균열이 있고 보수가 필요한 부분이 보인다.
Huh. Well observed.
즐거운 파티를 기대했던 건 아니지만
Speaking of party,
마음이 제법 슬프네.
I followed Don Quixote to the halls. She appeared terribly disappointed. Lovely place. At least there aren't any zombies or vampires. I'm gonna eat my own words, aren't I? A warm reception. You'll adjust my roster for you? Huh? You don't have to. Oh, what happened to middle? Huh? What happened to all the middle Merceaus? Ah, sorry. Wrong character. Middle Heathcliffs. Ah, wrong character.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미집.
Two people sat by a dying hearth, surrounded by their respective posse. It was quite apparent from the way they sat opposite of one another that their relationship was far from amicable. On one end was a group of people dressed in mysterious masks surrounding a jumpy-looking man who looked like he was one little nudge away from hollering foul insults at everyone. Thank you for checking in, shopkeeper. Middle Merceau, but it's a double O. Ah. Right, we have that. The double O Merceau. On the other end was a group of people dressed in identical uniforms. Sinclair told me that they were wearing the outfit that most manor employees wear to each other. One of them stood out, as he was the only one among them in a black suit. He appeared somewhat uncomfortable. It seemed as though he was in a great deal of pain, merely by being here. And between the two groups were...
해결사들이요! 저 복장은 분명
Oofy.
외우피 협회에서 온 자들!
Oofy.
외우피 협회는 보통 중요한 일이 아니면 뺏기도 힘든 분들인데 어찌 이런 곳에!
I see we've forgotten about Sir Squirrel. Okay. Shh. We'll have time to ask for autographs later. Later, all right? I had to coax Don Quixote, who was practically quivering, from immediately running to them for signatures. Because we had unintentionally become the center of attention from the entire room. Why am I British now? The center of a very negative attention.
맙소사, 기어코 그가 돌아오고 말았어요.
Shame of Wuthering Heights.
그 망할 자식이.
Be quiet, Josephine.
여전하네, 조세핀.
뻔뻔하게 들어오는 꼬락서니 좀 보라지. 우리 마님이 보신다면 얼마나 기겁하실까. 어우, 조세핀 그만 좀 해. 신경 쓰지 마, 히스클리프.
That is quite enough.
이 광경을
Sorry,
보시면
everyone's so
뒤집어지실
British now.
거야. 이 신성한 워더링 하이츠를 불황자들이 점령하고 있다니 기가 찰 노릇이지. 아무렴.
It's Golden Bow bot influence, definitely. Yeah. Something big's about to go down. There was an old woman in the room who was muttering some choice words at us while staring with eyes full of hatred. Oh, and the Britification is what you meant. Sure, let's just say it's Golden Bow stuff. We are now in a British period piece.
역시 망나니 자식답게 제일 늦게 기어 들어오시는구만. 무슨 자신감으로 이곳을?
Unshaw family, Hindley.
조용히 하십시오.
Edgar family, Linton.
히스클리프, 정말 돌아올 줄은 몰랐는데 캐서린을 잊지 못한 건가? 아직도?
It was clear that the two had both been acquainted with Heathcliff for a while. But the nature of that acquaintance was more of a long-standing hatred stemming from the deep history of contention they shared. One of the two was hardly hiding his hatred, allowing it to fully seize control of his words and actions. But the other, one's hatred, had sunk deep into his heart, boiling and writhing underneath. Interesting.
내가 뭐 성대한 환영 같은 걸 기대하고 이 저택에 돌아온 건 아니지만 적어도 너희들 면상이나 보려고 온 건 아니야. 그 말대로 난 알맹이는 변하지 않았거든.
Base nature. Heathcliff shoots back with just as much vitriol, as though he was always used to this kind of scorn and humiliation. Yeah, shut up, Linton. The man in the black suit turns away as though it would degrade him to even entertain him with an answer. But this man they called Hindley, he took the bait. You unscrupulous shite! Gosh. Jumped up from his seat, his face turning bright red from anger.
또 어디서 이놈이랑 똑같은 것들을 데리고 왔어? 뭐라도 쑤셔볼 심산인가 본데.
Wow. Laying it on thick, huh?
이 자식 정신 좀 차리게 두들겨 패라. 어디 한쪽을 부러뜨리기라도 하면 더 좋고.
No orders from boss. Eh? Oh, the bunnies. The dead bunnies.
잔말 말고 해.
I'm your boss's boss.
놈과 너희들을 고용한 건 나야. 그래봤자 어디서 굴러 들어온 개 뼈다구보다 못한 놈들일 거다.
개 뼈? 저자가 무엇 하는 것이오?
그냥 신나게 두들겨 맞고 싶다는 소리죠. 뭐 그렇게 원하신다면요.
Okay. I don't want to hurt my fellow bunnies though.
여러분들 기분이
I mean,
좋아
look at them.
보이시네요.
Bunnies are supposed to be friends. Well, they're dead. They're dead bunnies. Rest in peace.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요.
Where are the subtitles?
괜찮습니다.
갖고 놀기.
We turn on combat subtitles, right?
칼날이 잘 드네요.
Levitain!
아마 그 공격이
Look
약점이겠죠?
above them. Oh, above! Oh my god, everything's moving so fast though. It's so hard to follow.
어떻게 하신 거예요? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
I guess you just gotta focus on one. Yeah. You have to focus on one character. You know that I was expecting like subtitles to appear below, but then you have 6 people on the field, right? How do you subtitle all of them clashing at once? So this is a interesting solution that they found.
그려낸
방금의 일격은 매우 좋았습니다. 제가 만약 도시에서 야구 선수가 되어 홈런을 날릴 거라면 이런 기분이지 않았을까 싶군요.
낮도 밤도 치.
Noontide and eventide layer raised. I sunder all until my last breath is spent.
좋아. 한줄 주워주시.
결정. 해동.
Decide, unlock, transcend. Cool.
지령에는 불확실한 것은 없네. 예측할
I'm
수 없게.
so glad they added this.
이 순간부터 배운 일이.
I always appreciate it when they subtitle miscellaneous dialogue and combat dialogue.
낮도 밤도 치.
Because I like listening to these things and I want to understand them. Like NPCs, for example, in an open world, that are having a conversation. A lot of games without English dubs, they don't bother to dub. Or if you switch to Japanese dub, everything's subtitled, for example, except for like the conversations NPCs have in the world, like in Ghost of Tsushima. So it's like, oh, but I wanna know what the NPCs are saying. Hinley's lackey.
좋아. 이제 살을 발라 뼈다구 로 만들어주지.
Lovely way to greet people, Ryoshu. Oi! A casual yet powerful voice booms across the hall, immediately breaking the tension in the room.
잠깐 물 좀 마시라고 갔다 온 동안 무슨 난장판이 벌어진 거야? 저택은 또 빌어먹게도 넓어서
Feckin' manner.
우물에서 물을 길어오는 게 나을 뻔했네.
보스, 손님이 옵니다.
So that's their boss.
예. 걸음걸이나 한눈에 느껴지는 기색으로 보아 전투에 꽤나 능숙한 경험이 있는 자 같습니다.
마침 잘 왔다. 네 잡졸들은
Lackey's lacking.
이런 시정잡배 같은 놈들한테나 얻어맞아서 주저앉고 있었다니까. 자, 본때를 보여줘.
내가 아무래도 부하들 교육을 잘못 시켰나 보네.
The boss confidently strode toward Heathcliff. Then gave him a playful smack on the back of his head.
마! 오랜만에 고향에 왔으면 말이야. 제일 먼저 형님한테 째깍째깍 인사를 박았어야지.
Eh? Boss. Huh?
너희 뭐냐? 얼른 예의 갖춰서 인사 박아라.
뭐야? 설마
The man waded past both the aftermath of the brawl and the heavy tension that filled the manor like he was out on a stroll. He just walked into the middle of it all, then put his arm around Heathcliff's shoulder. It was the kind of friendly gesture that only someone who knows Heathcliff for a long, long time could do. So they were formerly, I guess, Heathcliff's people, and then they became dead bunnies. Huh. Yo, Project Moon did edit the sound effect. Thank you, Project Moon. We don't have to mute anymore. Catherine. I'm so curious.
형님?
그래 임마.
You
네가
moped.
도시에 얼마나 오랫동안 떠나 있었으면 그 악명 높은 미친
Mad Coney.
새끼를 알아보는 놈들이 하나도 없냐?
미친 토끼 새끼?
Mad Rabbit?
저놈이랑 옛날부터 아는 사이였냐? 왜 미리 얘기를 안 했지?
그거야 뭐. 옛날에 끈끈하고 땀내 나는 이야기까지 듣고 싶어 하실 줄은 몰랐어서.
Another gang, right?
형님은 왜 이놈이랑 아니 그것보다 그럼 이 가면 모양 토끼기? 데드래비츠?
Oh, still with the dead rabbits.
올해가 좀 많이 변했지?
한쪽 어깨에 대충 두른 스카프와 외상으로 마신 맥주 한
Adam's
병만
family
있었지.
heads.
그 망할 아담스 패밀리들 따윈 아무것도 아니었지. 네 별명으로 이름이 붙은 맥주도 있었잖아. 그지만 몇 주 전에 문 닫았어. 요새 흉흉한 소문 때문에 길거리에 나다니는 사람이 있어야 말이지. 나 참 말이 돼?
뭐? 늑대 몰락 펍이 망했다고?
Where the wolves fall.
나만 아는 이야기를 해버렸네.
네.
뭐 소개를 해주자면
The gaffer.
이쪽은 옛날에 내가 몸담았던 조직의 보스.
야, 동료들인가? 호련히 사라지더니만 멀끔한 회사에 취직이라도 했냐?
뭐 어쩌다 보니.
부하들도 많이 생겼네. 걸어다니는 시계도 생기고. 아하하, 자식 출세했는데.
Well, part of Heathcliff is like, heh, they recognize me. Wild Hunt gets buffs because they're the season ID for Canto. Yes, I heard about that, but I also heard something about some minor lore changes that might be nice to replay with the ID. So we'll kind of notice it or something. But for now, we've just been borrowing Middle Heathcliff to get through the content.
우와?
Ishmael glared at Heathcliff with a look that could kill. But she decided to hold her silence and merely shook her head in disbelief. She probably decided that it was not worth the trouble.
그런데 왜 이런 가면을 쓰고 다니게 된 거야, 형님?
왜? 이상하냐? 유행이라는 거는 매일 바뀌는 거야.
Scarves with rabbit embroidery. Oh, it was that before.
시기는 지났단 거지.
그런 거야? 내가 보기엔 좀...
당연히 아니지. 우리 데드래비츠가 어디 샌님들처럼 유행 따라갔던 허접한 조직은 아니잖아.
Unique dialogue lines with some boss fights. But since they're unique, we will miss out on the original. So yeah, I just want original first. And we can just look into the changes after we're done with the Canto. Sir Canshade, welcome to the table. The waves are indeed withering. We just came from withering waves, nearly drowned in emotional damage. And now we're back for more in Wuthering Heights. From waves to heights, we're having a grand old time. Glad to have you with us. Uptai story also changes after Canto 6. Oh! Can you still watch the original Uptai story? Before and after? Trust me, that goes up with every Canto. Yeah. Even though we're starting to get used to it, I'm expecting some really great drama. Course not! Who do you think we are? We the Dead Rabbits ain't a bookish rabble that follows the coattails of some naff trend.
정말 한 번도 돌아온 적이 없구나.
이 저택을 그리고 데드래비츠까지 떠나고 나서 적어도 성공해서 내 발로 돌아오기 전까진 다시는 어설픈 발걸음조차 하지 않겠다고 결심했거든.
Successful man.
너는 우리랑 어울리고 있었을 때에도 이것을 혐오스러워했지. 있잖냐, 히스클리프. 우린 이제 뒷골목에서나 쏘다니던 갱단들이랑은 급이 달라졌어. 드디어 우리도 출세라는 걸 한 것이랄까? 약지 출신이었던 자가 우릴 눈여겨봤거든. 덕분에 이젠 몸집도 더 불어났고 꽤 잘 나가는 조직이
Someone from the
되었지.
ring.
약지?
The ring. One of the fingers.
약지 중에서도 야수파 출신.
Falvis of the ring.
이런 시시껄렁한 동물 가면을 씌우는 건
Okay, the Falvists.
그럼 형님이
그래 임마. 새들의 빛 최고 보스가 되셨다.
형님, 우리가 마시던 맥주가 3병이 넘어갈 때마다 중얼거리던 말이 있었어. 기억나?
썩어가는 밀로 만든 싸구려 맥주였어, 이스클리프. 기억나는 건 다음 날에 깨질 것 같은 두통과 텅 빈 주머니였지.
형님 밑에 있는 놈들은 그 누가 됐던 간에 아무리 갓들어온 신참내기였다 하더라도 어디서 얻어맞고 오면 자신이 맞은 것처럼 아프고 화가 난다고 했었지.
We'll continue as we are. Thanks, Raquel. Changes are more to avoid spoilers pre-car Canto. Adding changes depending on if you brought their specific IDs. Have you used Ishmael's Snag Harpoon Eagle lately? No, I have not. If you bring what basically is the Sinner's bad end Canto, it might have a special reaction in combat.
난 형님이 언젠간 정말 잘 될 거라고 생각했어.
So again, I'm getting people are saying use the Wild Hunt ID. People are saying don't use Wild Hunt ID. So I'm just gonna keep going.
뭐? 내가 출만 들어가면 홈 있는 말을 곧잘 짓거리곤 했지.
역시 매초 형님이 맞구나. 가면을 쓰고 있어서 그런지 다른 사람이 된 줄 알았어.
Matthew, hi.
보고 있으니까 기가 차 죽겠군.
Yo, Gaffer.
감동적인 재회에 찬물을 끼얹게 되어서 무척이나 송구스럽습니다만 결국 니놈이 길거리를 돌아다니면서 거렁뱅이 짓거리나 하면서 몇 년을 보내는 동안 매트 이자는 출세했다는 거지. 동시에 지금은 내 경호인이기도 하고 말이야. 알아들어?
Did I ask Hindley?
이놈같이 이름도 알려지지 않은 싸구려 양아치들이 모인 집단이 아니라.
Okay, Hindley. I know you're trying to overcompensate for whatever reason. This guy, man. I could think of more than a few sinners who would have gotten angry enough to brandish their weapons at such an insult. But they all seem to remember that responding to such insults with violence only begot pointless turmoil. So, instead, they all began sighing heavily in an attempt to vent some of their pent-up anger. Don't let this guy rile you. This guy's a right twat.
힌들리, 아직도 나를 마구 짓밟고 조롱하고 개처럼 부려먹어도 되는 그 시절 겨울인 줄로 아는 것 같은데. 물론 옛날엔 힌들리, 네 놈의 그 더러운 말을 내뱉는 혓바닥을 잘라버리는 상상을 수도 없이 했었지. 하지만
Heathcliff glanced briefly in our direction.
나 같은 놈도 어딘가에 속해서
Oh man, that's so meaningful.
놈들 보면서 배워가는 게 있어서 말이야.
Even a poor sod like myself found a place to belong. Went on adventures to places you couldn't even imagine. Learned a thing or two from him. Oh, Heathcliff. With only 5 sinners? Less than 10 rounds? Yeah, people are talking about this Ryoshu ID being super busted. Congratulations on increased artistic murder.
지금은 그냥 불쌍하네.
Yeah, this guy.
뭐?
Hindley.
놈은 하나도 안 변한 것 같아서. 그리고 너 꼬라지가 그게 뭐냐? 길거리를 떠돌다가 기어들어온 건
Actually.
내가 아니라 너 같은데?
뭐? 이 건방진 놈이!
아까부터 욕지거리만 퍼붓고 있긴 하지만 저자 뭐라고 하고 싶은 마음조차도 들지 않는 건
It's not worth it.
야, 너 일주일 동안 거울 한 번이라도 보긴 한 거냐? 차마 눈 뜨고는 못 봐줄 정도인데, 힌들리.
Of course, we had no way of knowing what Hindley looked like in the past, but we could pretty easily tell that he was far from the most stable person in the room.
이 새끼가!
핸들리 씨, 진정하고 소파에 앉지 그래? 우리 애들은 자리가 모자라는 바람에 그 푹신해 보이는 가죽 소파에도 못 앉고 있는데 말이야.
Hindley grumbled for a moment before slumping down on the sofa. And even that simple action was stumbling and pathetic.
뻔하네. 술에 먹힌 거야. 그것도 어마어마하게 크고 독한 술통에.
Yeah, Gregor would understand.
몇번 본 적 있어요. 그러다가 헤어나오지 못하면 그냥 후수에 빠지는 거죠. 흔적도 없이.
뭐 일단은 내 고용주니까. 사정이 있어서 핸들리 씨와 같이 일하는 중이야. 저자의 부탁으로 저택까지 오게
What
됐지.
job?
부탁? 애초에 이 자리는 캐서린이 주최한 연애잖아. 그런데 무슨 부탁을 할 게 있다는 건데?
Sake of story relevance, I shy away from suggesting running those IDs. Okay, that's really important note. Thanks, Raquel. They will only really make sense and we'll only be able to really appreciate them after the fact. Got it.
연회?
It is busted if you sacrifice also her Canto IDs. Still not at max power. She's not even in her final form. And she's cutting up everything.
시간이 지나도 변하지 않는 게 여기 하나 있네. 그 아둔하고 쓸모없는 이놈의 대가리 말이야.
Okay, buddy. Oh.
제발 그만하게 부탁이니.
Yeah, it's embarrassing, Hindley.
내 저택에서 그런 지저분한 말이나 듣고 싶지 않아.
Oh.
이 저택이야.
His manor.
내 저택이 달린 튼 내 저택.
Oh no, it's his manor.
네가
Okay.
같이 사는 농락으로 훔쳐간 내 저택. 우리 아버지가 내게 물려주신 고귀하고 명망 높은 이 워더링 하이츠를. 니놈의 그 에드가라는 잘난 가문에서 내어주신 저택만으로는 모자랐던 거냐?
에드가 가문?
Edgar family.
소리 지르고 때를 써서 물건을 뺏어갈 나이는 이제 지났네.
금방이라도 숨이 넘어갈 것 같은 새끼 주제에 어딨어?
힌들리 씨, 물러나십시오.
Oh, discreet butler.
개만도 못한 충성심을 가진 놈들. 몇 년 전까지 너희들이 받들던 주인은 나였다. 기억은 나냐?
그만하세요, 힌들리님. 힌들리 언쇼 쪽에 남아있는 버틀러들은 이제 없다는 거 아시잖아요. 자, 너희들도 이 자리에서 더 이상 소란을 일으키고 싶은 건 아니겠지?
Hey, what? The butlers have all left Hindley Earnshaw behind. Okay.
알겠습니다, 넬리님.
It's a good thing we have the Ryoshu ID then. She'll help us get to the latest content. I'm just glad my dailies are more efficient with a stronger team. The House of Spiders team. After a brief silence, Heathcliff finally brought up the question he'd been stewing for so long.
캐서린은 어디 있는 거야, 넬리?
Where is she?
알잖아, 캐서린은 시끄러운 걸 못 견뎌 있어. 이렇게 많은 손님이 자기 집 한복판에서 소리라도 지른다면.
그랬지.
나 아까부터 캐서린의 기분을 상하게 하고 싶지 않아서 계속 목소리를 낮추고 있단 말이야. 슬슬 참기 어렵다고.
Uh-oh. Is she dead? There was a look of unfathomable, immeasurable grief on both Linton and Nellie. Hindley was absent-mindedly mumbling some foul language at the ceiling. And Heathcliff probably sensed from his ineffably dark and ominous silence that something was terribly wrong. It was setting in for us as well. Oh no. After all we've been through in this journey, this kind of silence was all too familiar.
개소리는 대체 왜 안 나오고 있는 건데? 표정은 왜들 다 그따위고?
미안 히스클리프. 나는
미안하다는 말을 왜 하냐고?
She's sick? Is she dead? What's wrong?
히스클리프. 나는 이 분위기의 배경이 되는 사실을 유추할 수 있다. 그러므로 통상적인 표현으로서 너에게 지금 매우 유감이라는 말을 전할 수밖에 없다.
아니, 알아듣게 얘기해봐 좀.
이걸 너에게 어떻게 전해야 할지. 캐서린 아가씨는 여기 없어.
Isn't here anymore. Yeah, what do you mean she's not?
캐서린은
Okay.
죽었다.
There we go. Interesting. So, whether she sent the message or not, or maybe someone else used Catherine's name to bring him here. Now, the questions will be answered, I'm sure. When did she die? How? Why? We're in a little, it's like we're Knives Out. We're in a whodunit situation. Ooh, it's coming together. Someone hire Daniel Craig to solve this mystery. Who did it? The butler did it! Alright. Getting your first theme completed feels good. Yeah, all we're missing is Honglu. House of Spiders Honglu. And we're gonna shard for that. Mersault getting it so easily, yeah. And Mersault in his own way also trying to comfort Heathcliff. And I'm just so proud of how far you know, our little bus has come together. Right? We're halfway through the journey and I really am so proud of these little goobers. Like as Dante as their manager, role-playing as that. I'm so proud of these goobers and I'm so invested in them and I'm always rooting for them. Alright. So Catherine is dead. Linton looked up at Heathcliff. His eyes were bloodshot.
자네 말대로 얼굴 보는 것도 불쾌하기만 했던 우리가 이곳에 왜 다 모여 있다고 생각하는 건가?
For a funeral.
무슨 미친 소리를.
자,
Ufi. Fixers of the Ufi Association, who have remained silent throughout the entire commotion, suddenly spoke up.
약속한 시간이 다 되었습니다.
Promised hour.
고인 캐서린님의
Interesting outfits.
힌들리 언쇼 씨. 고인 캐서린의 남편이었던
Spouse of the
링튼
deceased.
에드가
Okay.
씨. 마지막으로 유언에서 언급되었던 히스클리프 씨.
Mentioned in the will.
이렇게 모두가 한 자리에 모였으니 집행을 시작할 조건이
Oh, they're the
충족되었습니다.
executors. Okay. Okay. Okay.
이제 의뢰자 캐서린님의 유언 집행을 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Okay. It's a whodunit. Best why Mersault is really the goat. Enjoy the waves then. It only now hit me that Mersault was the first to understand it was a moment of silence for a funeral given his source material. Oh. Yeah, I'm not familiar with his source material, but I love how perceptive Mersault is. And how, despite, you know, how logical he comes off as, there's still that emotional core that, you know, in a way, it kind of circles back to an emotional core. All right. This is going to be complicated. The will. Let's do this.
우리는 캐서린님의 엄숙한 장례식에서 고인의 바람대로 캐서린님이 소유한 저택에서 유언장을 낭독 후
잠깐만.
Still in denial.
나불거리지 말고 잠깐 멈춰봐. 누구의 장례식이라고? 그리고
Who killed her? How?
누구의 남편이라는
Spouse? Oh, yeah, right. The man they called Linton rose from his seat for the first time since we arrived here.
네가 말도 없이 이곳에서 사라진 뒤 캐서린은 곧바로 내게 왔다.
Immediately turned to me. Oh no.
우리는 부부였어.
Married.
매일매일 행복하고
Happiness. Okay.
보냈지. 그녀가 숨을 거둔.
How did she die?
개소리 하지 마. 난 이 저택에 발걸음을 한 순간부터 캐서린이 날 부르는 소리를 들었어.
Felt her presence.
그녀가 이 저택에 있다는 걸 느낄 수 있었단 말이야. 그런데 무슨 말도 안 되는 소리 하는 거야? 이 개자식들이 작정하고 꾸민 일이 분명해. 그렇지 않고서 이렇게.
Shit, why don't I have snoozes? Sorry, we have an ad break coming. Brace yourselves, please. Thank you for your patience. Things are heating up. Oh, wait, no, I have snoozes here on website. Alright, snoozed it for a bit. Heathcliff paused for a moment, struggling to find the words. Yeah, what are the stages of grief again? Denial, anger, bargaining, acceptance? Anyway.
끝날 리가 없어. 내 눈앞에 그녀의 시체라도 갖다 놔. 그래야 좀 믿어볼 신용이라도 할 테니까.
Yeah. What the hell happened?
못 봐주겠군. 장례식에서 고인에 대한 최소한의 예의를 갖추고 애도는 못할 망정.
히스클리프, 네 기분은 알겠으니까 진정하고 자리에.
너 누구 마음대로 죽었다는 거야? 캐시를 보기 전까지는.
경고합니다. 지속적인 유언 집행 방해가 이어질 시 무력을 사용해서라도 유언 집행을 진행할 수밖에 없습니다.
닥쳐! 아무것도 모르는 새끼가 멋대로 짓거리지 말라고!
Heathcliff was gasping. The sheer momentousness of the emotion overwhelmed him. It looked as though he was about to lunge at anyone who even dared to get close. I could hardly tell whether it was sorrow or wrath that came over him.
히스클리프.
Oh, shut up, Henley.
거울을 좀 보지 그래. 꼴이 말이 아니고.
Stop projecting.
역시 태생부터 글러먹은 새끼는 아무리 그럴듯한 옷을 주워 입어도 결국 티가 나긴 마련이거든. 그리고 장례식 절차상 좋든 싫든
Oh, all part of the process.
캐서린의
Okay.
시체를 볼 수 있을 테니 너무 재촉하지 말라고. 날 이런 꼴로 만들어 놓고
Yikes.
얼마나 편안하게 눈을 감고 있는지 나도 직접 봐야 하겠으니까.
힌들리님, 히스클리프님, 두 분 다 지금 당장 자리에 앉아주실 것을 명령합니다. 이것은 최종 경고입니다.
관리자 나리, 우리가 어쩌면 좋겠는가? 웨어피 협회 나리들은 계약 불이행에 관해선 필요에 따라 처형까지 할 수 있는 사람들이란 말이오.
Oh, they have the right to execute. Okay.
처형당하는 것도 싫고 웨어피 협회 나리들이랑 싸우는 것도 싫소.
Okay. We'll get answers. I agree with Don Quixote. There is no need for us to get involved in an unnecessary conflict, but I don't think Heathcliff's going to listen to us. I don't even know if there's anyone who can talk Heathcliff down when he's that agitated.
경고는 여기까지입니다.
We had no choice but to watch as fixers of the Ufi Association struck Heathcliff with their weapons. He fell to his knees with a painful cry. What's YS?
말씀하시오.
Do speak.
그
Isang,
아니다.
not you.
그럼에도
Speak.
말씀하시오.
Still, your intentions notwithstanding. Okay.
이상하군.
You stop.
너희 그대로
Okay.
멈춰.
Okay.
이자를 대신에 할 말이 있으십니까?
라고 말할 뻔했지만 그냥 가만히 있는 게 좋을 거라고 마음을 바꿨습니다. 그렇지?
뭘 하는 거지?
Bug guy.
요슈, 같은 수감자가 눈앞에서 그렇게 얻어맞은 것에 대해서 충분히 분노할 만하다고 생각해. 하지만
Okay, wait. She's just saying something is off about this whole thing.
당신까지 나서버리면 걷잡을 수 없이 커져버릴 거라고 일이.
Didn't know you cared so much about Heathcliff, Ryoshu. What does she notice that's off? Not... Ryoshu flicked her cigarette indifferently as though she was no longer interested. No comment. Hey, wait. Did we revive him in front of everyone? Heathcliff stumbled to his feet. Oh, yeah, he's still alive. With a club in his hand, glaring at everyone that stood before him.
최초 대응만으로 협조하지 않으시는 겁니까? 1분 내로 무기를 내려놓지 않을 경우 그 다음 절차를 이행하겠습니다.
설차고 나버리고 그녀를 보여주지 않으면 여기서 너희도 나랑 같이 뒤지는 거야.
Heathcliff. I know what. Yep.
다물어 시계 대가리. 지금 회사가 규칙이고 알 바냐? 빨리 생각하지 마.
Burn it all. Burn down the manor.
전 아무것도
Yes.
못하겠어요. 눈앞에서 소중한 사람이 죽었다는 걸 알게 되면
히스. 지금 엄청 화나고 답답한 건 알겠어. 하지만 이대로 가면 우리는
닥쳐! 다 입 다물고 건들지 마. 같이 박살나고 싶은 게 아니라면.
히스클리프, 한숨 자고 일어나자.
Oh shit. What you gonna do? Oh, she did a rod, yeah.
방금 맨손으로 히스클리프를 눕힌 거야? 게다가 꿀밤
Okay.
한 방으로?
Oh, a light tap. Oh, fascinating.
호흡은 정상적이다.
These butlers.
뒤통수에 위치한 맥에 정확한 충격을 줘서 의식을
Ooh,
잠시
the Vulcan pinch. Welcome back from the
전혀
outbreak.
군더더기 없는 동작이었어요. 익숙한 움직임이라고 해야겠죠? 마치 저희
Families, martial arts, or something.
히스클리프 군이 한 번에 불썩 하였네만. 이 정도의 기술은 가지고 있어야 진정한 버틀러라고 할 수 있죠. 아이가 안 잔다고 20시간 동안 고집 부리면 누군가는 재워야 하지 않겠어요?
20 hours.
난 바로 눕자마자 꿈나라로 갈 수 있네. 정말로.
아니더라도 무기를 놓았고 진정된 것을 확인하였으니 잠시 진정 시간을 10분 정도 가진 뒤 이후 계속 진행하겠습니다. 저 넬리님?
넬리님이라니 편하게
Lady
넬리라고
Nelly.
불러주세요.
린튼이라는 분이 데려오신 저 고용인 분들은 한때 이 저택에서 일하셨던 분들인 거죠?
맞아요. 캐서린 아가씨를 따라서 저랑 같이 따라온 언쇼가 버틀러들이 몇몇 있죠. 물론 린턴님이 부리는 버틀러들은 원래 있던 에드가 가문 버틀러들이 대다수긴 하지만요.
Wait. Some butlers from the Earnshaws, like myself, followed Miss Catherine to Master Linton's. Yeah, she was maiden name Earnshaw, sister of the Henley. They followed Miss Catherine when she married Linton. Most of Linton's butlers are from his own Edgar family. Okay.
그럼 린튼 씨가 명령만 내린다면 넬리님도 저희를...
그게 무슨 말도 안 되는...
Pish posh.
저는 캐서린님의 직속 버틀러였어요.
Yeah.
린튼 도련님이 아무리 제 바지가랑이를 붙잡고 애걸복걸해도 제가 린튼 도련님의 편만 들 수는
Okay.
없다는
Glad
거죠.
that they're independent.
저희 근데 버틀러가 정확히 어떤 집단이야?
버틀러? 말하자면 말이요. 그들은
집 구석에나 처박혀 주인에게 목줄 잡힌 개들.
I mean,
누구보다 믿음직스럽고 충직한 분들이랄까요?
가문의 해결사들이요.
Fixtures bound to families. Fixtures bound to families.
아, 정말 잘 알아들었어. 다들 훌륭한 정리 고맙다.
All of the above. Well, I'm glad that I'm not the only one out of the loop for once.
그래도 버틀러에 대해 곧바로 아시는 분도 있네요. 조금은 생소한 개념이라 버틀러 조직 자체를 모르는 분들도 많거든요.
Ooh, there are those kinds of butlers.
돈 좀 있는 집에서 났을 테니 보통은 알기 힘들겠지. 아니면 돈 좀 있는 집에 고용되어야만 하는 입장이거나.
뭐 우리 중에 해결사를 좀 많이 좋아하는 자가 있어서.
그렇군요. 우리 히스클리프가 참 총명한 친구들을 두었네요. 넬리군.
Intelligent. Me.
내 버스로 다시 돌아간다면 꼭 구하려다 포기해버렸었던
Butler figurine.
책장 제일 앞에 세워두리다.
Why did she give up on it though? Don Quixote's eyes were practically exploding with joy at having her fixer obsession positively acknowledged and accepted for once.
버틀러들은 말이요, 일반 해결사들과는 조금 다른 해결사들이요.
Okay, how are they different?
보통 해결사라 하면 협회나 사무소에 소속되어 그때마다 다른 의뢰를 받고 있다만 이들은 다르지.
Okay.
바로 가문이나 저택에 소속이 되어 일관되고 장기적인 해결사 활동을 한다는 점. 물론 다른 해결사들처럼 한 사람만을 위해 고용되기도 한다오. 가사와 전투, 돌봄까지 다양한 분야를 도맡는 점도요.
The Victoria housekeeping. Okay.
갖가지 소양을 필요로 하는 아주 힘들고 드문 해결사 직종이랍니다. 그런데 버틀러를 고용하는 건 대단히 어마어마하게 비싸다는 걸로 알고 있네만. 맞아요. 고생은 많이 하지만 고용기간 갱신 때마다 어마어마한 보수와 함께 연금과 같은 안정적인 보수까지 보장받으니까요.
Nice.
명망 높은 해결사분 중엔 협회에서 은퇴를 하고 버틀러로 전향하시는 분들도 종종 있죠. 저는 캐서린 아가씨 가문의 버틀러였고 린튼 도련님과 결혼하시면서 에드가 가문의 버틀러들과 섞이게 되었지만 아주 평화로운 협의를 통해 제가 버틀러들의 대장격인 치프 버틀러가 되었답니다.
그렇구만. 말만 들어도 정말 평화로워 보여.
Peaceful. Totally.
그러고 보니 이 히스클리프 군도 조그마할 때가 있었다니 상상이 가지 않는군. 어렸을 때는 어떤 아이였는가?
Now that he's asleep, she can ask this.
제가 치프 버틀러까지 될 수 있었던데 큰 이유를 차지하던
Really?
적 같은
So it's a
아이일까요?
Heathcliff.
참 사랑스러운 아이였어요. 사랑스러운 그렇구려.
Yeah, it's funny. Like Don Quixote would never ask that. Would not have asked that if Heathcliff was like knocked out. I love these dynamics. The ghost. Oh no, we're gonna even get a ghost moment here. The seance in the manor, right? The ghost of the manor is coming into play. You okay, Heathcliff?
넬리가 옛날에
Classic Nelly technique.
꿈나라로 보내버리는 비장의 방법.
Huh.
오랜만이네.
정말 미안해, 히스클리프. 오랜만에 만난 너에게 꿈밤만큼은 쓰고 싶지
Sleepy
않았는데.
smack.
정말 인거냐? 넬리, 캐서린이 정말 죽었어?
그리고 캐서린 아가씨의 유언장엔 네 이름이 적혀 있었어, 히스클리프. 유언 들어봐야 하지 않을까요? 뭐라고 적혀 있었는지 정도는.
Yeah, I'm dying to know. Heathcliff sat down wordlessly.
그런데 이 저택이 캐서린님의 소유였나요?
원래는 힌들리 도련님 것이었죠. 그런데
캐서린.
Oh, he's here.
통수를 쳐버렸어.
Okay.
린턴, 네 놈이 더 자세한 이야기를 들려주지 그래. 네 놈 부부가 어떻게 작등을 해서 날 구렁텅이로 빠뜨렸는지.
정당한 방식이었네. 법적으로 아무 문제도 없지. 당장 T사 법원으로 뛰어들어가도 변하는 건 없을 텐데.
That's the worst. An Ophie Association fixer, carrying a piece of paper, stepped in between Hindley and Linton as two men continued to growl at each other. Mr. M21, hello. Welcome in. We're in Canto 6. How was the boss raid? Of course, I wanted to avoid spoilers, but fellow sleeper agent, fellow manager, Mr. 21 we used to be in the same Canto, but they've gotten ahead. I'm not sure where you are right now in the story, but we were on this journey together, and please give a follow and support our fellow managers and sleeper agents. Oh, okay, you just finished Canto 6. I thought your stream was about like a boss rush or something. But yeah, welcome in. Thank you, Raiders. My name is Miku, and this is Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. We love playing story-rich games here across a wide variety of genres, and today, as you can see, we are a bit drained of color today, and the mood, as you can see, is not exactly cheery. We are going through Canto 6 of the Limbus Company story, featuring Heathcliff as the spotlight character for this chapter. So if you need to avoid spoilers, please do so. And if you need to raid and run, please do not feel pressure to stay. We hope you have a lovely rest of your day, getting the self-care that you need. And the raid is appreciated and your presence is appreciated either way. Thank you, M21, for joining us again on this journey. Hopefully one of these days you can repay the favor as we hurtle on towards Canto 9 and recent content so that we can all be updated and talk freely about this wonderful game and its wonderful characters. But congratulations on finishing Canto 6. I hope it was a good one. So we are currently dealing with the immediate aftermath of the revelation that Catherine, the lady of the house, is gone.
진정 시간이 끝남에 따라 재산 상속 유언장 집행을 계속하겠습니다. 이것은 고인 캐서린 씨의 유언장입니다. 위조가 없다는 것은 여러 번의 절차를 통해 검증이 되었습니다.
Many painful fights. I hope we can win rate our way through it all. No, M21, fights manually. I really admire that about them. It is a satisfying challenge, I can imagine. So no counterfeiting, no tampering. This is all true. Or so they say.
저 사람들이 위조를 검증한다면 저 사람들은 누가 검증하는
Okay,
거야?
who verifies if they're not just straight up lying? Who watches the Watchmen?
동의.
GQ.
반응이라는 것일까요?
그리고 캐서린 씨께서는 재산 분배에 대해 선포되기 전 이 편지를 모두의 앞에서 낭독하라 하셨습니다. 지금부터 그 유언장의 낭독을 시작하겠습니다.
Same. We win rate all the way until the boss. Then we put our gloves on and, you know, get in the ring. Before the bequeathment, the personal property commences. Okay, a letter first before the bequeathment of personal property. All right. Words of deceased. Let's go.
드디어 모두가 한 자리에 모였구나. 부디 이번만큼은 다툼 없이 나의 말을 존중해주길. 화를 내는 사람은 없었으면 좋겠어. 이건 한 번뿐인 내 장례식이잖아. 그리고 지금의 나는 전혀 고통스럽거나 괴롭지도 않아. 그러니 내 죽음을 안타깝게 생각하는 일도 없었으면 해. 나는 나만의 천국에 이르렀을 거니까. 하지만 그렇다고 해서 슬퍼하지 말라는 건 아니야. 눈물은 마음껏 흘려. 그래야 날 진심으로 사랑한다는 마음이 느껴질 테니까. 워더링 하이츠, 낡고 황량한 저택. 난 이곳을 많이 무서워했지. 매일같이 악몽을 꾸고 겁에 질려 했지만 이제야 죽음에 이르러서야 이 저택을 있는 그대로 받아들이기로 했어. 이제 이 저택을 나의 남편 린튼 에드가에게 남길게.
Okay, manor goes to Linton.
나를 계속 기억하며 이 저택을 소유해줘.
이런 먹을.
그리고 하나뿐인 내 오빠 힌들리.
그래. 나도 언급할 거라고 생각했다고.
Simmer down, man. Hindley's legs began to shake nervously. So did his voice. Thank you for the hydrate,
이제 매우 많은
M21.
상황이라고 들었어.
If your will starts with people telling people to grieve for you, I mean, I didn't really get that. It was more for me that I've passed away. I hope you're not fighting. I'm in a happier place. Not outright telling them, grieve for me. Grieve for me. I didn't really feel that.
매일같이 술과 도박을 일삼고 있다는 것도. 그래서 나는
제발 뭐라도 내놔라 캐서린.
M사에 있는 어비스 트라우마 교정실에 오빠를 등록해 놓았어.
Rehab. Tough love.
이 말을 듣고 일주일 내에 방문을 해서 서류를 접수하지 않으면 그쪽에서 오빠를 찾으러 직접 방문할 거야.
Yeah.
뭐?
오빠의 마음이 건강해질 수 있기를 진심으로 빌게.
말도 안 돼! 희망을! 애초에 지금 상황에서 일주일 안에 M사를 어떻게 가라는!
물론 오빠를 위해 M사로 가는 워프 열차 이용권도 준비해두었으니 걱정은 마.
A warp train? Again, I haven't been able to confirm. We know that it's fast. From an outsider's perspective, we know that the warp train is like instantaneous, but we also heard about the inner workings of it and how you can like live an entire lifetime in one warp. Like the relativity of time is messed up and you're basically tortured in the warp train. But I don't know if you're made to suffer for what feels like eternity in a warp jump, and I don't know if they like, okay, erase your memories and you're fine. I don't know the inner workings of it. And you don't have to confirm it. It's unless it's already been confirmed in the writing, but oh boy. Well, he's gonna get there regardless. It's only a problem. That's only if a problem happens in it. Oh, okay. So if it's like the plane crashes. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, because you don't expect portal technology to be 100% foolproof, right? There's still that 1% chance where the portal will go disastrously wrong. Yeah, we're gonna leave it at that for now. That makes sense. Thanks for that. Well, we know that shit can go wrong in that warp train. Yeah, because it's a library for Rowena thing, but we didn't play Rowena. So at least their intervallo will. I trust the writers will. It'll come into play eventually. But it's like if you already played Library for Rowena, it's gonna be one of those things where if you know, you know. Yeah, and people still take the trains, and from the outside, not knowing Library for Rowena or any other information, yo, instantaneous travel. GG, you're there at M Corp.
만일 또다시 소란이 일어나서 집행을 멈추겠다. 이번에는 경고 없이 무력을 행사하겠습니다.
Shit will always go wrong in the city. That's also a good point. That's also a good point. Just because it has a chance of messing people up inside the warp train doesn't mean that they're gonna stop it. I hope you get to heal, Hindley. Okay, here we go.
집으로 온 걸 환영해.
캐시, 너는
이 저택에 7번의 벼락이 치고 난 후, 그 후엔 황금고기가 네 것이 될 거야.
Easy. My golden bow. The mere mention of the golden bow suddenly intensified the sensation I felt earlier. I definitely sensed that the golden bow was located somewhere within this manor. Welcome in, Rosie. Thank you for checking in. It is pretty funny that his inheritance is therapy. It's something I can personally relate to in terms of family dynamics. There comes a point where you really gotta intervene. You really gotta send them to rehab. You really have to help them help themselves. There's only so much you can do for people who are under the, who are addicted to who are alcoholic or who are drug addicts, who are addicts. And that's why we pity this man. Like, as disgusting as he was coming in, I already could tell that he needs help. So kudos to Catherine for making that happen. In the long run, if Henley follows through with it, I genuinely hope he does heal. People can change. I don't know that detail yet, M21. I don't know how he lost the manor. So, spoilers. We're not at that point yet. I already figured that the Golden Bough was somewhere in here. I've known that ever since we stepped foot into this manor. Yet, I couldn't quite pinpoint its exact location because...
내가 소유한 그 황금가지를 너에게 줄게, 히스클리프.
Or I may have missed that point. I just know that he was going on about an injustice.
개인이 소유하고 있었다고요?
And I was thinking that there really was an injustice with Linton and everything. And Linton just said that it is all legal. Talk to my lawyers. Then that's where we kind of left it. So I thought that there was some major injustice that really went on. Like Linton used underhanded tactics or whatnot. But I guess they just gambled it away. I'm sure he was already deep in his cups and his gambling addiction. The Golden Bough was her personal property? Not even her estates or her family's, just her?
벼락? 7번?
Yeah, what do you think that means? I mean, we literally know the lightning is there, but why 7th strike? It's not a Golden Bough.
뭐라는 거야? 대체 무슨?
There's more than one here.
단테, 괜찮으신 건가요?
Huh? There is a second Golden Bough in this manor.
그딴 말 말고 돌아와 캐시. 제발.
내 말에 한 번만 들어줘, 캐시!
정말이야, 네일이. 정말 유령을 봤다니까?
Uh-oh. The main expansion.
또 그런다. 유령이 나오면 제가 두들겨 패서 빨래대에 널어놓을 거라고 했잖아요, 캐시 아가씨.
Wait, Nelly is old, huh? No offense to Nelly, but it looks like she hasn't aged a bit. Wait, she was already... Little Kathy. Little Heathcliff? Anyway, again with Kathy. What did I say? I told you I would thrash that evil ghost and hang them to dry on the rack.
유령 같은 건 없어.
Hindley.
맨날 거짓말만 한다니까 쟤는.
She's such a big liar. Oh, age difference. I guess, you know, if Heathcliff was as old as Nelly, the age gap. Anyway, ghosts aren't real. She's such a big liar.
거짓말 아니라고.
미안하다 얘들아. 많이 기다렸지?
Mr. Earnshaw.
아빠, 내 바이올린은요?
내 엑스사 맞는 렌치도.
X-Corp all-purpose wrench?
바이올린도 렌치도 못 사왔어. 남은 손이 없었거든. 남은 손? 아우, 뭐야?
안고 있는 그 더러운 자루 같은 건 뭐야? 더러워.
이 날씨에서 길거리에서 죽어가고 있었단다. 부모도 집도 없던 모양이야.
Oh, okay. A second Golden Bough has hit the Wuthering Heights Manor. Alert. A second Golden Bough has been found. Is the city you can live long enough if you have money, cyberpunk tech and all? It's the makeup. It's not. It's you're right. It's the South Korean beauty industry. What are we talking about? Of course you will look forever young. Oh, wait, no. What is London? We're in England. The CG makes me laugh. It's like he plopped him right there on the mat. It's kind of cute. Like, behold, child. I found this child dying alone in the streets. He was without parents or home. The boy would surely have died in a weather like this. Yeah, here we go.
그래서 나는 우리 집에 이런 거지 같은 애랑 같이 있기 싫어.
It's like that. Was it a Tales game? The first Tales game? Where the dad just comes back from war or something to his daughter. And it's like, behold, I brought you a brother for your birthday. And then she's also like, I don't want it. What kind of birthday present is this?
맞아. 바이올린 사오란 말이야. 이런 거 내다 버리고.
Ouch.
뭘 봐? 바이올린 내놔. 바이올린 가지고 싶단 말이야.
근데 아빠, 이 애는 왜 길거리에 있었어요?
이 아이에게는 아무도 없기 때문이거든. 불쌍하게도. 뒷골목에는 그런 아이들이 간혹 보이지. 부모도 없고 친척도 없고 집도 없는 아이들 말이야.
그럼 얘한테는 이제 뭐가 있는 거예요?
He has a family now.
이제부턴
Hopefully.
우리와 그리고 이 집이 있는 거지, 캐시. 싫어. 난 저런 거 안 가져.
Okay, you know what? Even young Hindley was terrible.
그럼 오빠는 버리는 거구나.
So I can have him.
바람이 불고 있나 봐.
Oh,
저택에
one thunderstrike.
또
One, two.
울음소리가 들려.
Winds howling. Wait, we had one thunderstrike killed Mr. Squirrel. Sir Squirrel. I don't know if that counts. Let's start counting from Heathcliff's. 1, 2. Winds howling. I can hear someone wailing. Its cries echoing through the manor halls. Thanks for the care package, shopkeeper. Did Nelly look the same to me? But I believe it.
그렇네요. 창문은 닫으세요, 아가씨. 춥겠어요.
Nip in the air outside. Still on 1? If we're not counting what sent us into this backstory, there was one strike when Heathcliff screamed and sent us here. So if we count that, that's 1. And then this is 2. But if we're just going within the flashback itself, alright, 1. Let me just posture check. Is the volume of her hair? Her ponytail was a bit smaller. Ah, okay. She still has the thing. A maid's essentials, a butler's essentials.
기억나세요? 아가씨가 어렸을 때 이 바람 소리만 들으면 계속 무섭다고 칭얼거리셨는데. 유령이 보인다 그러지 않나?
Flashback strikes don't count. We'll see what counts. We're gonna play the story. Again, we don't know whether this is also happening in, you know, whether we are actually sent into the past or not or whatnot. Okay, we're gonna pet the cats. BRB. Thank you for that. I was muted. Thank you for being the cat tax shopkeeper. And no worries, M21. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for the raid. And we'll see you on the other side of Canto 6.
바람이 불고 있나 봐. 저택에 또 울음소리가 들려.
그렇네요. 창문은 닫으세요, 아가씨. 춥겠어요. 기억나세요? 아가씨가 어렸을 때 이 바람 소리만 들으면 계속 무섭다고 칭얼거리셨는데 유령이 보인다 그러지 않나?
넬리, 지금도 난 보이는걸?
아가씨, 히스클리프가 저택을 떠난 후로 아가씨는 너무 허약해지셨어요. 그러니까 어른이 되어서도 헛것이나 보는 거라고요.
괜찮아, 넬리. 이젠 유령이 무섭지 않아. 모든 두려움은 무지에서부터 나오는 것이니까.
Ignorance of its origin.
히스클리프는 어디에 있는 걸까?
아가씨,
이제 그에게 남은 것이라곤 내가 전부일 텐데.
Riddles.
어떻게 된 거야?
Ghosts and
3년 동안
riddles.
엄청 새까맸다가
Okay, right out of the first thunder strike.
벼락의 영향으로 잠깐 정전이 된 것 같아요. 이제 돌아왔네요.
그리고 방금 보였던 그 장면 역시 캐서린 씨의 기억이죠?
Yes, we all saw those memories.
그런 것 같아.
We were
이전과
brought
같은
into that
황금가지의
moment.
영향으로 볼 수 있습니다.
Influence of the golden bow.
그리고 잠깐만, 여긴 아까 걸어왔던 복도죠? 저희가 방금까지 있던 장소가 아니라.
I don't see Hindley or Linton anywhere either.
이럴 수가. 이게 어떻게 된 거죠?
Oh, her hair is longer here.
하지만
I think.
우리는 한 발짝도 움직이지 않았잖아. 그치?
발걸음을 뗀 자는 없었소.
아, 그렇다면 움직인 건 우리가 아니라 이 집이라는 이야기군요?
뭐 아는 거 없어, 넬리 씨?
If we were all standing still, then I suppose this means that the house moved. Makes sense?
저도 어떻게 된 영문인지 전혀 모르겠어요.
The golden bow, warp reality.
정말 오랜만이거든요. 캐서린 아가씨가 린트님과 결혼해서 여길 떠난 후부터는 저도 올 일이 거의 없었으니까요.
그 고인이 된 캐서린이라는 분이 워더링 하이츠 저택을 샀다고 하지 않았나?
네. 하지만 사기만 하고 워더링 하이츠로 바로 이사를 하진 않으셨어요. 지금 보니 이곳을 떠나올 때와 다르게 저택 곳곳에 뭔가 달라진 점이
Oops. Since it is also brought up, so apparently there's no dungeon here. I was not expecting that. So I'm just wondering, when does chapter 1 end? When does part 1 end? Interesting though that someone said, M21 said that there aren't any dungeons in this Canto. A while? Okay. We're just trying to pace ourselves. Nelia was probably referring to the numerous exposed cables, holes, and cracks that seemed to have been painted over.
제가 치프 버틀러였을
We'll know when
때
we see it.
이벤트를
Got it.
봤다면 분명 길길이 날뛰면서 집 관리를 어떻게 하냐고 외쳤을 거예요. 하지만
저택을 개조하려고 한 걸까요?
보통 부자들은 저택을 사서 입맛에 맞게 개조하는 경우가 흔해?
It seems so, Rodia. You know, turn it into a little horror mansion.
정도의 느낌일까요? 계속 같은 머리로만 있으면 지겨워지니까요.
True.
아하, 돈 많은 사람들에게는 그 정도의 느낌이구나 이게. 히스클리프,
Part 3 can be considered the dungeon in terms of length and pace. I see. Alright. Thanks.
너한테 뭐라고 위로해야 할지도 모르겠지만 캐서린 아가씨의 죽음을 믿지 않는다고 했던 네 말 말이야. 그 말을 듣고 나도 다시 생각을 해봤는데 어느 정도는 동의해.
Huh. Okay.
뭐?
Yeah, she said something about, you know, it could mean I have reached heaven, but what kind of heaven? Heathcliff's pupils suddenly dilated.
나도 아직 캐서린 아가씨의 시신을 본 적 없어.
Ooh, the plot thickens.
아가씨가
No
돌아가셨다는
body.
린튼 주인님의 말을 듣고 너무 경황이 없는 나머지 제대로 확인해 볼 생각도 못했으니까.
네가 하려는 말은 그러니까 그러니까 그런 거야? 캐시가 죽은 게 아닐 수도 있다는.
혹시나 하는 거야. 그리고 캐서린 아가씨 성격 알잖아. 고집이라면 누구에게도 지지 않고 가끔은 섬뜩할 정도로 예측 불가한 일을 벌이시기도 하니 난 사실 이 장례식도 어쩌면 아가씨의 끔찍한 장난일 수도 있겠다는 생각까지 했다니까.
Just a prank, Nelly.
그래도 확실한 건 유언장은 틀림없이 아가씨의 필체였다는 거야. 그리고 린튼 주인님은 캐서린 아가씨가 돌아가신 이후에도
Never once stopped making modifications, even after she passed.
린튼, 그 새끼가 이 짓거리들을 했다고?
And there's blood in the art.
가까이에서 본
We're in
적도
Resident Evil now.
의도를 물어본 적도 없지만 적어도 이곳에서 무슨 일이 일어나거나 혹은 일어났다는 건 분명하지 않을까?
진짜 뭐가 어떻게 돌아가는 거야?
유언장에 적힌 벼락이 의미하는 건 무엇이었을까요?
말 그대로 벼락이 여러 번 치는 걸 의미하는 건 아닐까요?
So specific.
언제 어떤 날씨에 우리가 찾아올 줄 알고 저명한 예언가라도
Yeah.
되지 않는 한 그런 걸 조건으로 적을 순 없을 거다.
아무도 모르지. 해서린 씨가 대체 뭘 하고 싶었던 건지조차 모르겠군.
맞아. 어떻게 죽은 사람의 의도를 알 수 있겠어?
On paper, though, it seems, you know, setting emotions aside, it seems neat enough. You keep the manor, I'll send you to rehab, and after 7 strikes, you get the golden bow. But of course, it's everything that is implied and in between the lines. We can't ever know the will of the dead.
아니면 캐서린 아가씨의 방을 찾는 게 어떨까요? 아가씨는 결혼하신 후에도 종종 워더링 하이츠를 방문했으니까요. 방에 뭔가를 두셨을지도 모르잖아요. 너도 기억나지, 히스클리프? 캐서린 아가씨는
응. 수수께끼 내는 걸 좋아했지.
Riddles.
반면에 너는
No
머리
wonder
쓰는
she's
걸
doing this.
싫어해서 일단은 다 부숴보려고 했고.
나중엔 무지 혼났어. 의도도 생각 안 하고 몸으로 해결하려고 한다면서.
A faint smile appeared on Heathcliff's face as he seemed to recall a fond memory.
그렇다고 지금은 잘 풀 수 있을까?
But the heavy, somber expression soon returned. I guess our next order of things is to find where that room is. Yeah, the art has like, oh, is that like blood or paint or both? The hell happened here? The corridor with a capital C. Heathcliff doesn't have a great history with corridors.
바닥 곳곳에 피가 낭자.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Don Quixote, for noticing. Blood everywhere.
좋은 일이 벌어졌던 건 아니겠네. 분명히.
좋은 사람만 있는 것도 아닐 테지. 저 상황을 보면.
물러나라고 이 개 같은 놈들아! 너희가 누구 앞을 가로막고 있는 건 줄 알아?
순순히 털어놓으시죠. 이 저택에 무슨 짓을 한 것입니까, 힌들리?
I forgot about her.
진짜 나도 뭐가 어떻게 된 건지 모르겠단 말이다. 넬리, 어서 이놈들을 떼어내!
너희들 이곳에서 뭘 하고 있는 거야? 이거 넬리 아닌가? 그리고 저택의 망나니 자식과 우리한테 하는 얘기야?
Welcome in, Demon. Huh. Intriguing. Thank you for redacting that. No spoilers. Thank you for the redaction. Is she talking about us? Gang of uninvited guests.
조세핀, 저택이 이상해지고 있는 것 같아. 뭐 아는 거 없어? 워더링 하이츠는 언제나 그래왔지. 그리고 감히 저런 몹쓸 것들을 이곳에 데려오다니. 마님이 아신다면 분명 호되게 채찍질을 했을 거다. 우린 아무것도 몰라. 불이 나갔다가 들어오니까 이미 사람들이 눈앞에서 사라졌단 말이야. 그리고 근처에서 들리는 이 소리는 대체 뭐야?
Oh, like the letter. Yeah, there was a bunch of stuff redacted in the letter, right? Anyway. Let's also be aware about... Sadly, Heathcliff is British. Sadly? But yeah, let's also be wary about vague allusions and even confirmations and denials can kind of affect when things become a spoiler or not. We are in the dark as much as you are. Everyone was displaced when the lights flickered. Besides, what is this noise? Redacted person is... who knows?
모르나? 지금 저택 곳곳에서 버틀러들과 데드레비치 놈들이 교전 중이지. 물고
Ripping, tearing, and biting. Oh shit.
핥히고. 그러다가 서로가 서로를 전부 죽인다면 정말이지 좋으련만. 교전? 하지만 왜? 벼락이 치고 잠깐 어두워졌다가 다시 빛이 돌아왔는데.
Yeah, when things start to feel... Yeah, so when things start to feel vague or spoilery, don't worry, I tend to gloss over that. I understand that people can't help themselves. Not outright spoil. I appreciate that no one says, "Oh, this person dies." That is like, I would ban that. But I of course understand how people really love the story. They wanna comment and share their thoughts about it and really get into it, right? But in our case, even going like, "Ooh, get ready for peak," or "Oh, it's about to happen," those are also considered spoilers. So just be careful, because sometimes the dots might connect. Like, someone may have said this thing, and these allusions can add up, is all I'm saying. So Yeah, I mean, I have to leave it at your discretion. Just don't outright spoil things and be wary about it, because one person, it's happened so many times before. People who think that they weren't spoiling anything would go like, oh, it's about to happen. And then that connects to something someone said earlier that, oh, man, when you reach this point in the manor, oh, shit's gonna go down. And then which connected to something else someone said, which eventually led to this big spoiler where it's like, oh, I understand now. So, yeah, it's... just be careful, please. Just be careful. We already had a major spoiler earlier by accident. Because even if you have experienced the story yourself, it may have been a while, and you may think we have passed the point where a certain bit of information may have been shared. But we can't always assume that. I've also made that mistake. You know, I'm at someone's stream, I'm sharing my love for the game, we're saying, oh, how did you like that? And my memory messed up. The reveal was going to happen later on. So, you know, damage control. Anyway. At that point, I just shut up. Because they're like, what? They were confused. And anything else I would have said when I realized my blunder was like, oh, it would have made things worse. So I just didn't say anything. And thankfully, they weren't spoiled, and it was preserved, and they were still able to enjoy the surprise because I didn't elaborate further whether I was correct or not. So, you know, it's a very sensitive thing. And I really appreciate that you guys are willing to, like, preserve the atmosphere and share this journey with us. I don't want to shut down anyone from not talking, you know, because that's not fun either. Not saying anything is like, I don't want everyone to like be totally silent. Just be more cognizant of what your illusions may lead to. So it's like, okay, you don't have to elaborate further because then I'll start getting ideas and it can get messy from there. So you don't have to explain yourself. You don't have to like further elaborate. You redacted some things. Some people said, you might be saying too much. And it's like, I don't want, then I just don't pay attention to that. It's like, you don't have to like rationalize about how, oh, it's not actually a spoiler because I didn't actually say anything, which eventually leads to more speculation. You see what I mean? So it's fine. Let's just not, I don't know what's going on. I don't need to know what to prepare for the next beat. I'm here to enjoy the ride, and I hope you guys are also here enjoying alongside with us. This Canto speak. Yep. Fourth one to say that. Dumbledore tells Luke they're taking the Hobbit's Isengard. God damn it, Sorky, what did I say about spoilers? How dare. I don't need to know about a toy hammer and Canto 9 at this point, but I'm sure it's a moment you enjoy. I'll forget about it, but there's also like, okay. After the lightning struck, after the lights flickered.
벼락이 치고 잠깐 어두워졌다가 다시 빛이 돌아왔는데.
Okay, butlers versus rabbits. Butlers versus bunnies. BVB. As a bunny myself, I don't know who to side with. I think the butlers are cool, but the bunnies are kind of scary. So I think I'm gonna join Nellie's side. After the lightning struck, after the lights flickered.
데드레비츠 놈들이 갑자기 달려들었지. 힌들리, 저놈이 우리 저택을 노리는 게 틀림없는 거야. 그게 무슨... 이 워더링 하이츠가 마님이 말씀하시는 게 틀리지 않냔 말이야.
데들레비츠 놈들이 그러는 거랑 나랑 무슨 상관이야? 나는 아무 명령도 안 했어.
넬리, 당신이 말릴 수는 없는 거야?
이러다가 우리한테까지 불똥이 튀겠어.
조세핀이랑 저 버틀러들은 한때 힌들리를 따랐던 자들 아니야? 저들은 워더링 하이츠 직속 버틀러예요.
So Josephine's a butler. Those butlers, then they serve Hindley ones. The service is to Wuthering Heights and Wuthering Heights only.
이들은 엄연히 말하면 저와는 다른 계약으로 이루어진 버틀러들이죠.
Okay.
가문의 특정 사람과 계약한 저와는 다르게
Specific
이들은
person.
저택과 토지 자체에 귀속된 버틀러여서. 아니 뭐 부잣집 해결사로 일해서 돈 벌겠다는 건 알겠는데 그렇게 복잡하게 묶여 있으면 집이나 땅에 묶인 해결사들은 무슨 득이 있는 건데?
그것은 계약 조건에 따라 다릅니다. 특정 기간이나 조건이 만족될 때까지 버틀러로서의 근무를 마치면 해결사의 급수를 올릴 수 있거나 토지와 관련된 가치 있는 것을 양도받을 권리를 얻기도 하기 때문이죠.
그게 참 아이러니한 게 저들처럼 저택과 땅에 묶인 버틀러는 집안 대대로 버틀러 일을 물려받기도 해요. 그건 마치 관성적이기도 해서
Generational.
최초엔 어떤 계약으로 시작했는지조차 모를 정도죠. 아? 그쯤이면 계약은 다 까먹었겠다. 그래도 계약은 계속 유효하니까요. 이걸 어기면 영문도 모를 둥지에서 금기 사냥꾼을 보내거나 아까 본 외우피 협회에서 찾아올지도 모르는 거고요.
Taboo hunters, huh?
그리고 조세핀 저자는 옛날부터 돌아가신 마님 말고는 누구도 따르지 않으려고 하죠.
잘 아는군. 그러니 이렇게 웃으면서 말할 때 이만 떠나지, 넬리. 우리 워더링 하이츠를 가로채려는 가짜는 수작질을 하는 쥐새끼분께 본때를 보여줘야겠으니까.
그래, 우린 그냥 아무 일 없던 것처럼 지나가자.
Yeah, let's just wait for the 7th lightning strike. Let's just...
문을 잠가버릴 거다, 히스클리프. 너는 이 안으로 들어올 자격이 없으니까. 너 같은 게 우리 가족들이랑 같은 식탁에 앉을 자격이 있다고 생각하니? 헛건이 얌전히 있어. 만약 거실에 허락 없이 내려왔다가 나한테 걸리면
I hear Hindley's voice echoing from Heathcliff's memories. This revenge may not be so difficult after all. We just had to pretend we didn't see anything, leave Hindley behind, and have Josephine and her butlers take care of him for us. Even if he does put up a fight, there is no telling how long he could hold out against all of them without backup. I can feel Heathcliff turning slightly to look in my direction. I'm sure he's thinking the same thing as I am.
시계대가리, 네 생각처럼 하진 않을 거야.
Yeah, you won't?
그래. 캐시는 내가 힌들리 저 자식을 버리고 가는 걸 원하진 않았을 테니까.
Yeah. Only because of Dawn, I know how to say manager in Korean.
여러분들 기분이 좋아 보이시네요.
What is manager in Korean?
그래, 네가 왔다.
이제 갖고 놀기 틀렸다.
방금의 일격은 매우 좋았습니다. 제가 만약 도시에서 야구 선수가 되어 홈런을 날렸다면 이런 느낌이지 않았을까 싶군요.
이 순간이 다 들어.
그쯤 해줬으니 포장지 한번 벗겨야겠군.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
저기 불리한 상황에 놓인 것
예측할
같군요.
수 없게.
네? 바로 이때 저기 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네. 아, 감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
무아몽정.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
Got an ad break coming. Brace yourself.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
Yeah, these characters are inspired by nationalities we know, but one's nationality is very nebulous in this work of fiction. Rhodia is from a district which may have been inspired by Eastern European, but I wouldn't say she's like...
그래, 내가 왔다.
I wouldn't say Ryoshu's Japanese or Rhodia's Russian.
절대죠. 그래. 흔들렸군.
Or Heathcliff's British, right?
좋아.
We like to meme on that, but yeah, but these people are not they are inspired by literary inspirations, but they are not those inspirations. They are their own characters. But again, it's your interpretation. Rhodion's even supposed to be male. The corridor! These damned corridors, man.
교류해. 설레네요.
여러분들 기분이 좋아
예측할 수
보이시네요.
없게.
거창을 이겨주지.
This is the first Rhodian I know.
칼날이 잘 드네요.
But I like calling her Rhodia.
공격이 약점이었겠죠?
I feel like Rhodia really suits her.
준비한 기믹은 이게 다인가?
저기 불리한 상황에 놓인 것 같군요.
거긴
바로 이때
킬존이다.
뒤통수를 치는 겁니다. 방금의 일격은 매우 좋았습니다. 제가 만약 도시에서 야구 선수가 되어 홈런을 날렸더라면 이런 기분이지 않았을까 싶습니다.
다 배어내리라.
그쯤 해줬으니 포장지 한번 벗겨야겠군.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
좋아해. 지령에게 불확실한
그려내.
것은 없네.
I don't think Ishmael is also a common name in my country. Do I know any Ishmael? No, I don't.
저기 치명적인 피해를 입었군요.
Guan Lija, Manager Squires, Guan Lija Nari. Thank you. Yeah, now that you mention it, like,
괜찮습니다.
I never really paid attention to how they were calling us.
한결 수월해진 것 같아요.
예측할 수 없게.
좋네요.
Guan Lija, Guan Lija. Guan Lija.
그대는 친절하지 않아.
I'll try to pay more attention to the voice lines.
이제 힘이 됐네요.
Welcome back from the ad break. Thank you for your patience. We are extending the stream until we reach a chapter break.
보여드려야겠군요. 외면의 예술을.
그려낸 대로
준비한 기밀이겠지.
I like Rodia and how she really is like the big sister of the bus. Rodia and Gregor, they really make such a great older sibling dynamic.
숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했습니다.
And understandably, because they just started the game and we got Gregor and Rodia first. So they kind of suffered from, you know, 1.0 first banner syndrome in these gacha games, live service games. I mean, I love their Cantos, but obviously they may not have had the same amount of quality and attention to this, you know, given their capabilities. I still love it. I still love Rodia, I still love Gregor, but that's why I love that they are still ever present in the dynamic. Rodia, Gregor, you still feel their influence, and I really love that about them.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
Yeah, that's what I assumed. It was brought up before. Rodion is the male character, Rodion. Rodia is cutesy, more feminine. That's why I like Rodia. I think it suits her more. Her attitude and demeanor feels more Rodia to me. Yeah, that's super cool, Raquel. Being able to understand a dub is such a... It makes it such a different experience, for sure. Especially if you become fluent in it, then you might run into a, you know, not really a problem, but, you know, you get to appreciate, or I guess you get to notice and appreciate more how good or bad, or how a localization, the compromise is done to localize what the sentence is supposed to mean, and gain a deeper appreciation of that. This corridor is so damn long, chat. How many corridors are we going through? It's crazy in here. There's blood everywhere. There's butlers and bunnies fighting.
그러죠, 마님. 분부대로 하겠습니다.
Okay, settle down.
우린 여기서 시간을 더 끌지 않고 데드레비츠 그놈들을 청소한다.
Ooh, yeah, Sonia. Sonia is a pretty good name. The Sonia in my head is Sonia Blade.
다음에 다시 만나게 되면 너희도 같이 청소해주지.
Hindley didn't show even a hint of gratitude.
뭐 사실 나 혼자여도 무리 없이 상대할 수 있었어. 제정신이 아닌 조세핀과 그 똘마니들 따위.
Alright, Hindley. Maybe we should have just left him behind.
그리고 네가 형님이라고 꼴사납게 따르는 놈. 이름도 잘못 기억하고 있는 주제에 우애
Matthew.
좋은 척은 다 하더군.
I remember, right? Rage slowly returns to Heathless face and draws a deep crease between his brows.
무슨 개만도 못한 헛소리야.
그놈 이름은 매트야.
Oh.
매튜가 아니라.
Eh? Okay, sure. Ideally need to polish my English more first. Do you want to know how bad Heathcliff feels, Kathy, at the moment? He has a buff called Bereavement. Oh. Understandable. I wouldn't be surprised if it also affected his sanity points. I'm definitely not an expert, but I was kind of taken aback how intuitive it was. Really? Korean? Huh. I would have assumed it would be one of the more difficult languages to learn. Like Chinese, Japanese, Korean, where it's character-based and pronunciation-based. It just feels very different. what I heard was that if you are fluent in English, you might have a relatively easier time learning German for some reason. I heard French is difficult to learn regardless of your background. I don't know why, but they say French is difficult to learn. But yeah, they say German, if you're fluent in English, they say, oh, German is like another step because it's the same grammatical structure, just replace the words and all that, which is pretty cool. I'm always intimidated by learning new languages. I haven't tried like learning a new language in a while, but I love the idea of it. I don't know if I'm smart enough to like really pick up languages, but here we are. Kind of a mess. German in 5th grade. Ah. What language would you like to learn on your schedule?
뭐? 무슨 정신 나갔냐? 내가 몇 년 동안 알고 지낸 형님 이름을 헷갈렸을 것 같아?
Interesting though. Okay, Matthew. He goes by Matt now? Did you remember correctly? I've known the gaffer for years. You think I get his name wrong? What's up? What is up?
그리고 정신 나간 조세핀, 눈치 하나는 빠르더군. 내가 무슨 수를 써서라도 이 저택을 뺏어갈 생각이란 걸 알고 있어.
Okay.
거의 다 따라온 판이었는데.
Now it's revealed here.
그 카드만 나오지 않았어도.
This is how he lost the manor.
아니지. 분명 조작된 판이었어. 그렇고 말고. 그게 아니고선 경매로 넘어간 이 워더링 하이츠를 캐서린이 곧바로 샀을 리가 없으니까.
Okay. Of course you think it's cheating. Nothing else explains how Catherine could have had the funds so ready to purchase Wuthering Heights the moment it was put up for sale. This just sounds like they're filthy rich. Opportunity presents itself. They bought that shit up. It's hard to take Hindley seriously.
네가 도박으로 잃은 이 저택을 캐서린이 다시 샀다고?
Catherine bought it back because you lost the manor.
그래. 걔도 조세핀처럼 언제나 제정신이었던 적이 없었지.
Okay, buddy.
하지만 곧 워더링 하이츠는 내게 돌아올 거다. 매트 그놈이 나와 계약을 했거든. 자신과 데들 레비츠를 함께 워더링 하이츠에 데려가 준다면 이 저택을 돌려받게 해주기로.
And of course, he never bothered to ask why. Why do you want to go into Wuthering Heights? I wonder why. Golden Bough? I don't give a shit. I just want the manor. This guy, man. So I started mixing German words into English and English into German. The learning process. Suddenly you're speaking in Ingerschen. Hallo, ich bin Bushu. Ich komme aus Slauweinen. My little German knowledge. I had no idea what that meant. 14 basic consonants, 10 basic vowels. There's more consonants and vowels, but they're literally made up of the same character. So if you have a passing understanding of basic ones, you can make out the ones you don't know. German. We're talking about German, right? Matthew, Matthias, Matpat. The multiverse of Mats. Ich bin Vanya is what reminded me from mine too. Jurlish. He promised to help me retrieve this manor as long as I let him and his dead rabbits into Wuthering Heights. These guys are giving bunnies a bad name.
잠깐, 어디로 가는 거예요, 힌들리님?
Yeah, ich bin, I am. I am. Ich bin. Ich bin Miku. Yeah, it's literally the same. I am Miku. Ich bin Miku. Whereas in Chinese, it would have been reversed. Miku I am. Master Hinley, wait, where are you going?
내가 니놈들과 사이좋게 동행이나 할 거라고 생각한 건 아니지. 매트, 그놈을 다시 만난 뒤에 내가 할 수 있는 모든 방법을 동원할 거다. 그리고 시건방지게 이전과는 다른 사람이 되었다고 착각하지 마라, 히스클리프. 난 변하지 않았어. 변하지도 못하지.
What's this guy saying? Your base nature.
그걸 똑똑히
Jesus.
기억하라고.
성질머리 하고는
Yeah, Greg.
히스클리프군, 이런 말이 화가 난 자네에게 도움이 될지는 모르겠지만.
Oh, try to comfort him. Some sinners attempted to cheer Heathcliff up, who would normally be seething with anger upon hearing abuse like that, but he's so used to it already. This was different. It wasn't anger.
예전에는 매일 나를 짓밟는데 안달이 나 있는 저놈을 볼 때마다 마치 저놈 말대로 나는 밑바닥 인생에 쓸모없는 인간이 되는 것 같았어. 매일 저놈에게 안 갚음할 방법만 궁리했지. 그런데 이제는
Yeah. Just pathetic.
이 기분은 뭐냐? 뭔질 모르겠네.
변하지 못한 건 저놈이에요. 구질구질하게 과거에만 매여 있잖아요.
Well put, Ishmael. Well put.
그냥 자라지 못한 10살짜리 어린애 같아요.
Yeah.
캐서린이라는 자의 방은 어느 정도의 위치에 있지? 교전 중인 저택을 마음 놓고 지나다니기는 힘들겠군.
Yeah, the residents may be evil here. Otis is right.
여기서 오른쪽으로 꺾으면 될 거예요. 이상하네. 복도가 이렇게 길었나? 어머나, 저기!
Oh shit, it really is a corridor with a capital C.
대들 레비츠들이군.
아까랑은 조금 달라 보이는데. 기분 탓이라고 누가 말해줄 사람?
그러고 보니
It's just you.
거리에서 종종 저런 식으로 돌아다니는 데드레비치들에 대한 소문을 들은 적이 있어요. 혹시라도 저런 붉은 안광과는 마주치지 않는 편이
With
여러모로
red
좋을
eyes.
거라고요.
Okay, I will say though, rabbits with red eyes. I mean, I love all rabbits. I love all bunnies, obviously. I mean, look at me. But they, in the right context, they can look very scary. The red-eyed rabbits. It's just you, Rodia. It's just you. The vowel sound of A, Ao, are basic. Compound vowel, which looks like both the previous stuck together. A, with the O, but semantics. Ah. Yeah, kind of like we have A, O, E, I, U. Well, that's for Chinese. It's A, O, E, U. Ah, well, that's also Japanese, I think. For the vowels. And then languages have like I, Ao without the O. Cool. You gotta learn the foundations. Flashback. Word on the street is that we should steer clear of the dead rabbits with red eyes. Wasn't the one in Monty Python also a rabbit with like red eyes? Strange dead rabbit henchmen. What? Are they infected with the T virus?
너희들 무엇을 아니면 누구를 찾고 있는 거야?
아 참고로 우리 중에 그 린튼이라는 사람은 없어? 워더링 하이츠의 버틀러. 아 그놈들도 아까 저 복도 뒤로 가버렸거든. 그래서 막 우리랑은 볼 일이 없지 않나 싶은데.
You are so bad at this, Gregor. Don't ever change. Gregor's the type of player who like will always try to roll the deception check but never invest in the skill. Dude, they're zombies now.
있어 보이는군. 우리의 말이 들리긴 하는 건가? 원하는 게 있다면 명확하게 응답을 해라.
I like how Otis is always about like, all right, before we fight, let's negotiate. They all look a bit... No, they all look completely out of it, don't they?
조금 아쉽기도 하군요. 이 오티스의 협상수를 관리자님께 보여드릴 기회가 매번 이렇게 흩어지니.
Has there ever been a time when Otis actually got to... We know that Otis always tries to step up and say, all right, well, hold up. Before we fight, let's talk. I can't remember a time when we actually negotiated our way in our favor. I'm trying to remember, but all I can remember is just the emotional roller coaster and the... it's been such a wild ride so far. Ah, yeah, ew, yo, you. Oh, that's a lot. It hasn't worked yet. Okay, yeah, like... I know Otis keeps trying to step in, but it hasn't worked yet. And I appreciate that she still tries. Because that's also kind of... That ends up becoming my role in tabletop RPGs. I'm always ask questions first and try to negotiate. Which is quite difficult to do in a party of murder hobos. So props to Otis.
감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
거긴 킬존이다. 방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
방금의 일격은 매우 좋았습니다. 제가 만약 도시에서 야구 선수가 되어 홈런을 날렸더라면 이런 기분이지 않았을까 싶군요.
그래, 내가 왔다.
Damn it! I don't want to beat up bunnies.
막아봐라.
I always get sad when in a video game you hunt rabbits for food.
한줄 지워주지.
Like, how could you hurt the little guys?
나쁘지 않아요.
이 순간이 다하도록 베어내리라.
Oh no! You're right. I remember also being very sad in Witchspring R. Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry I have to do this, but I need your stuff. That was so diabolical. Really, one of the most traumatic video game memories for me was from The Last of Us. Essentially, there was a bunny, close-up of a bunny, and you're like, oh, wow, such a cute little bunny. Oh my gosh, whack! An arrow pierces through its face.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
칼날이 잘 드네요.
Yeah, then we remember that rabbits kind of fell into that. Yeah, we do have pet rabbits, but rabbits were a mainstay for hunters. For, you know, their fur. For rabbit stew. Because I guess they were fairly easy to hunt.
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가. 하지만
Oh shit, did we disconnect chat?
기약은 엎으려.
Ah, no, we're fine. Weird. My stream monitor lost connection for a bit. Oh, speaking of rabbits, the undead rabbits, I assume.
볼 것도 없이 처형이군.
다들 들었죠?
Mind control slab. You all heard that too, right?
목숨이 끊어질 때마다 들렸던 소리가 있었어요. 가면 너머로.
Beyond their masks.
거울 소리.
Huh?
그건 거울이 깨지는 소리 같았어.
Oh.
잠시만요.
Ishmael approached the dead rabbit henchman's corpse and unmasked him.
뭔가 이상한데요? 다른 자들의 복면도 다 벗겨보는 편이 더 정확하겠군.
Things became even more puzzling once they were all unmasked.
생긴 것만으로 사람을 판단하는 건 나쁜 판단법이겠지만요.
이 자들 뒷골목의 폭력 조직원들이라고 생각되지는 않네만.
Okay.
근육 상태만 봐도 조직 생활을 해온 자들보다는 민간인들 같아 보이는군.
Civilians.
분명 공격은 저들이 먼저 한 거였어요. 저희는 그저
맞은편 또다시 데들 레비츠들이 걸어오는군. 여전히 붉은 안광이다.
이보시오! 정신들 차리시오! 어떻게 된 일인지 말을...
Oh, stars.
어디 상황을 따질 때는 아닌 듯하네요.
Stars. God damn it. We're getting everything. We got the manor. We got the whodunit. Murder. You know, the important person dies and the mystery kickstarts. And now we got zombies. And bloodied corridors. Oh wow, time of our life. Wuthering Heights.
그래. 내가 왔다. 그래. 내가 왔다.
It's Pride and Prejudice with zombies.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
I'm trying to listen to their death animation or death sound effects.
아까 했던 공격까지
그래.
한결 소홀히라도
내가 왔다.
좋네요. 절대죠.
꽤 잘 먹혀 들어가는 공격이었습니다. 제 기술을 소환하는 이야기.
I kind of heard the shattering. Yeah.
치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요.
칼날이 잘
Yeah,
되네요.
there it is.
감사의
아마
인상
그 공격이
괜찮습니다.
약점이었겠죠?
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
Why does that sound familiar? Colonel Mustard in the study with the candlestick. I'm unsure if I understand this reference. Locking in your guess. How much are you willing to bet on that?
준비한 기밀을 이겼다. 그럼 끝이다.
정해진 운명이라네.
Wait, their skills are like ... Hold up. Just don't kill it. Bounce!
좋아. 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
Move! Get out of my breakthrough! Enter! Huh. It's you! Cute.
영감이 떠올랐다.
운명
운명적인 죽음이
Oh, it's from the board game Clue.
미래를 과거와 같이.
Didn't they make a movie out of that board game? Panic type is splitting? Splitting? Huh. Wait, like running away? Not literal splitting, right? Like, we gotta split! Run away.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미지.
Heathcliff was digging through the deceased dead rabbit's pockets. What are you looking for, Heathcliff?
안 보여.
Don't have them. The timepieces that Isang mentioned earlier?
그래. T사에서 태어나고 자란 자들은 무조건 시계를 가지고 있어야 해.
Uh-huh. Right. The Kurokumo clan officer we fought in Yongjin building was looking for a timepiece too.
그건 내가 어떤 사람인지에 대한 신원을 알려주는 도구이니까. 나는 T사를 떠나면서 시계도 같이 버렸지만
그러게. 이자들 시계끈조차 보이지 않아. 시계만 있다면 적어도 어디서부터 온 자들인지까지는 알아낼 수 있을 텐데.
의도적으로 이 사람들의 신분을 지웠거나 여기 출신이 아니라든가.
An astute observation, Rodya.
T사에서 자주 보던 양식이요. 분명 이곳 출신은 맞을 터.
의문점이 한두 개가 아니지만 일단 지나가지.
여기군.
오늘처럼
Oh, splitting headache kind of works.
없었네. 그럼 이제 들어갈까?
말해줘, 넬리. 내가 이곳을 말도 없이 떠나고 나서 캐서린은 어떻게 지냈어? 물론 결국 린튼 놈과 결혼해서 행복하게 살았다는 것 정도는 알겠어. 하지만
말해줄까?
젠장. 듣고 싶은데 듣고 싶지 않아. 분명 지금 내 표정 꼴사납겠지. 캐시가 지금 나를 보면 한마디는 알려줬을 거야.
거울이라도 있으면 보여주고 싶을 표정이긴 해. 내가 전부 치워버려서 지금은 남아있지 않지만.
If I hadn't removed them all.
실없는 농담은 갖다 치워. 애초에 내가 나간 후에 캐서린이 한 번이라도
Removed all the mirrors on the premises.
꺼낸 적이 있어?
없었어.
No. Oh, oof.
그랬겠지. 나 같은 망나니 새끼는.
Or it was too painful to talk about.
글쎄, 스클리프. 내 말은 그런 뜻이 아니었어. 네가 떠난 후 캐서린 아가씨는 아주 천천히 죽어가기 시작했어. 방에 처박혀서 며칠 안 나오고 밥도 먹지 않고 말도 하지 않았지. 그러다가 소리 지르고 울고 혼잣말을 하고 렌튼
Lacrimose.
주인님이 와서 달래줘도 똑같았어.
Actually, what does lacrimose mean, and how is it related to lacrimosa? Lacrimose describes someone who is tearful, prone to weeping, or something that induces sadness and tears. It comes from the Latin word lacrima, tear. Weepy, weeping, dolorous, melancholic, mournful. Okay, what is lacrimosa? Lacrimosa is a Latin word meaning weeping or tearful, derived from lacrima. The word is primarily used in reference to two main concepts: the Catholic Requiem Mass and classical music. Because of its emotional text, Lacrimosa is most famously known as the title of a choral movement found in many settings of the Requiem Mass. Like Mozart. Ah. Cool. Lacrimose.
정말 장의사를 미리 불러야 하는 건가 싶을 정도로 아가씨는
정말이야? 캐서린이 그렇게 고통스러워했다고?
Heathcliff asked incredulously.
보고 있는 모두가 고통스러워질 정도로. 그러다가 어느 날
넬리, 이것 봐. 린튼이 베개 위에 꽃을 놓아두고 갔어. 황금빛이네. 몰랐는데 워더링 하이츠에 이제 봄이 왔구나. 눈도 다 녹았어.
와, 정말 낭만적인데요.
그렇게 보일 수도. 또 엄청난 값을 치렀으려나. 하지만 린튼이 정말 날 위해 꽃에 색을 주고 싶었다면 이 꽃은 보랏빛을 띠는
Violet flower.
그러니까 이건 나를 위한 게 아니야. 린튼 그 스스로를 위한 거지.
아가씨, 괜찮은 거예요?
무슨 말을 하는 거야? 오늘만큼 상태가 좋은 날도 드문 것 같아. 나와 함께 바깥에 산책을 가주지 않을래? 어떤 꽃들이 겨울을 이겨내고 피어났는지 하나하나씩 봐야겠어.
아가씨는 그 후로 정말
Oh,
기운을
that is a bit
찾았어.
jarring. Julie appeared convalescent.
아가씨가 다시 활기를
Okay.
되찾게 되어서 모두가 기뻐했지만
But that could also be
지금 생각해보면
the moment before the fall.
뭔가 이상했던 것 같긴 해. 몇 달을 괴로워하던 사람이 하루아침에 열병을 떨쳐낼
Oh,
수
also
있을까?
that. How could she suddenly recover?
힌들리 씨로부터 이 워더링 하이츠를 사버리고
Oh, that's when she purchased Wuthering Heights from Hindley.
이곳에서 본격적으로 집을 개조하기 시작한 것도
Okay.
모두 그때부터야. 나는 두 분이서 다시 워더링 하이츠로 돌아가서 사시려나 보다 싶었어. 궁금해서 계속 물어봤지만 저택을 어떻게 바꾸는지는 결코 말씀해 주시지 않았거든. 아, 나도 알고 싶다, 히스클리프. 아가씨가 대체 어떤 생각이었는지.
편지를 보낸 적이 있었어. 이곳에 입사하고부터는 못 보냈지만 갱단에 있을 때부터 봉투에 내 이름을 써놓진 않았지만 그냥 잘 지낸다는 것 정도는 알려주고 싶었다고.
글쎄, 편지 같은 건 뜯어보지 않으셨어. 그 고집은 아무도 꺾을 수가 없을 거야. 아무도.
여러분들에게 유리한
Sorry, bunnies.
드렸습니다. 제가 제공한 것은 아니긴 하지만 마음 놓고 보십시오.
적합한 관리법이었어.
무아몽주.
저기, 저 개체부터 처리하면 편할 것
거긴
같아요.
킬존이다!
필연적! 절대적!
꽤 잘 먹혀 들어가는 공격이었습니다. 제 지시를 정확하게. 방금의 일격은 매우 좋았습니다. 제가 만약 도시에서 야구 선수가 되어 홈런을 날렸더라면 이런 기분이지 않았을까 싶군요.
아비규환.
Like the Naraka of Naraka Blade Point?
바로 이때 이 풍수를 쓰는 겁니다.
일어나! 아직 널 한 번에 죽어야 한다고!
낮도 밤도 지나 숨을 타도록 베어낼 뿐.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠? 와, 방금 어떻게 하신 거죠?
그대는 어디까지 가고
놀랐어요.
있어?
이제 갖고 놀기 틀렸다. 그쯤 해도
These toys ain't fun no more.
벗겨야겠군.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 순식게 이루어지네요. 아, 감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
Kingdom Hearts 4? Wait. Was it just announced? We have never played a Kingdom Hearts before.
완료.
나가봐라!
Was there never a Kingdom Hearts 4? Did it stop at 3?
20불면 좋아, 한 줄 지워주지.
한잔해줄게. 나쁘지 않아.
좋아해. 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
I mean, I'm curious about Kingdom Hearts. It is a well-beloved series, but I also understand it's a huge time commitment if you're to play the entire series. Oh, Nintendo Direct! Wow. Well, I'm happy for Kingdom Hearts fans. You're getting Kingdom Hearts 4. I don't remember the last time Kingdom Hearts was... I don't remember the last Kingdom Hearts game making waves.
딸아이도 이 상처를 기억할지.
I'm just reminded now of one of the a game announcement that I was most excited for.
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가?
Resident Evil Code Veronica remake.
아직 기약은 없구려.
It's finally happening.
여전히 난 아무것도.
26 years later. 20 years later. 26 years later. Resident Evil Code Veronica. You'll be missing a lot of lore if you start it. Significant gap between 2 and 3. I know Lina Wella, a streamer we watch, she's going through the whole series, and people have like really given suggestions of like how to consume it as a, you know, to watch this, to play this in this order. It seems like a lot to like piece everything together. Like, people all have their opinions about the quote-unquote best way to experience the Kingdom Hearts series. Just like Star Wars, it's not a simple solution. The Diary. Yeah, so for games that you can no longer play, people say like, oh, okay, then you watch it here or try to do this, try to do that.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미집.
너희 뭐 하고 있는 거야?
The room, now without its master, was completely turned upside down. And in the center of all that mess were butlers, awkwardly standing, frozen mid-movement as though they had all been caught red-handed.
린튼 주인님의 요청으로 방을 청소 중이었습니다.
Cleaning the room.
누가 봐도 뒤지고 있는 중이었잖아.
혹시 데드레비치 놈들이나 워더링 하이츠 버틀러들을 보지 못하셨습니까, 넬리님? 아무래도 힌들리 그놈과 작당해서 린튼 주인님을 해치려는 것 같습니다.
Wait, okay, so we're in Wuthering Heights. The Wuthering Heights butlers are scheming with the villain Hindley to harm Master Linton. Linton, Edgar, these are loyal to Master Linton from another estate.
데드레비치는 아무 이유 없이 누굴 죽이려고 덤벼든 집단이 아니야.
하지만 그 친구들이 다짜고짜 우리를 공격했었는데 말이지.
나도 알아. 분명 형님께서 뭔가 이유가 있었을 거야.
Golden Bow.
캐서린의 방에서 무슨 작당을 꾸미고 있었던 건지나 말해.
방을 청소 중이었다고 말했을 텐데 히스클리프 아니면 데드레비츠 그 저급한 놈들과 역시 한패가 된 건가?
누가 곱게 자란 샌님 린튼 밑에 있는 놈들 아니랄까봐 말귀 못 알아먹는 건 똑같네.
말이 지나치군.
아니, 지나치다 못해 건방지게 선을 넘은 건 이놈들이지. 이 방을 맘대로 해도 된다고 허락할 수 있는 놈은 나야. 그 새끼가 아니라.
Oh. Huh. I played like 1 and 2 as a kid. That's good enough. Yeah, I wish I got to grow up with the series. Something we missed out on.
거긴 킬 준다. 이 순간의 파괴 배운 일이.
예측할 수 없게.
I don't think you missed out on much. Well, it is part of a super long list of games I wish I played. But if only we had all the time in the world. You watched your friend play the series as he didn't own a PlayStation. Are you planning to get into the series yourself, Wushu? Are you gonna be starting Kingdom Hearts 1? I know they're already on like modern platforms in bundles, and they're like remasters or different versions.
제가 만약 도시에서 야구 선수가 되어 홈런을 날렸더라면 이런 기분이지 않았을 거거든요.
Ooh, there's gonna be a lot. Kingdom Hearts 1, 2, 3, 4, and everything in between. I hope you enjoy the journey.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐하면 예술을.
그래.
저것들이 뭔가 기운이 없어요.
왔다.
기회가 온 걸까요?
이제 갖고 놀기. 틀렸다. 그쯤 해줬으니 도장.
Is that the index proxy Don Quixote? Welcome in. Welcome to the fight. It's a very mad house. Very, very mad house. We're the ones doing the cleaning up here, not these butlers. Right, you're right. It was on Epic first, then eventually went to Steam. I have everyone except Honglu.
그려낸 대로.
I hope they give us the full house already. Yeah, maybe I did see a bit of it talking. Maybe just a little bit. I saw just a little bit. Just enough. Rodi Alensha beating Ruliushu Cliff's ass for the 100th time after yet another delay. I am trying to understand this reference. Lucio Heathcliff. Rodi Alensha. That's in Rodia's. These are IDs. I'm just trying to like put a face to it. That's enough, Heathcliff. Oh.
살려는 놔야 해요. 그래야 왜 무엇을 찾고 있었는지 정도는 알 수 있을 테니까.
말해. 납득이 되지 않으면 니놈들의 그 식기로 손가락을 하나씩 잘라줄 거니까. 얼마나 잘 썰릴진 본인들이 더 잘 알겠지.
말해줄래? 너희까지 내 손으로 꿀밤을 먹이고 싶진 않거든. 일기장. 캐서린 주인님의 방에서 일기장을 찾아야만 한다고 하셨습니다.
Okay, diary.
저택이 개조되면서 캐서린님이 일기장을 어딘가에 숨겨놓으셨을 거라고.
그래. 그 일기장을 왜 찾으려고 하시는 걸까? 린튼 도련님이.
방법을 찾아야 한다고 하셨습니다.
Find a way.
너희 계속 그렇게 두루뭉술하게만 말할래? 내가 어떤 방법으로 치프 버틀러 자리를 꿰찼는지 재현해줄까?
I feel like that's all he told them.
정말입니다. 어떤 것과 관련된 방법인진
Yeah, what the hell is the
말씀해주시지
way?
않았습니다. 그 이상은 저희도 모릅니다.
모른다고만 할 거면
Okay, wait. The stages. We were in denial, lashed out in anger, bargaining. We're asking like, oh, what happened to her? Blah blah blah. We were trying to figure out what went on. Asking Nelly, calm down. What are the other stages? Acceptance? Well, it's kind of different now because they threw the curveball that, oh, she may not actually be dead. In what state will we find her? But yeah, Heathcliff was like suddenly acting like the man of the house. That's it. Looks like I'll have to.
됐어, 히스클리프. 모른다는 말은 진심인 것 같아. 너희 이제 물러가. 그리고 더 이상 눈에 띄지 마. 부탁인데.
넬리님, 저희 내부 정보에 의하면
Oh, they're helping out.
도시 질병급 조직에
Dead
해당하던
rabbits.
데드 레비츠는 이미 한참 전에 티사 뒷골목에서 괴멸이 된 상태였습니다.
They came back from the dead. Or they reformed. Urban plague classification. Urban plague classification. Denial. Yeah, we've seen that. Anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. Okay, the depression part. I think it's on pause right now because we have hopes that Catherine may be alive in some way. How dead can they be? It's in their name. What? Urban plague. They were obliterated long ago. But
오랫동안 활동하지 않은 이른바 토벌된 조직이라는 것입니다. 다른 갱단들도 뒷골목에서 데드 레비츠들을 보지 못한 지 한참 되었다고 합니다. 신원을 알 수 없는 자들입니다. 부디 조심하십시오.
힌들리 씨가 대체 누구를 이 집안에 들인 거지? 그리고 일기장이라는 건
a diary, huh? I'm not sure what to expect from it, but
잡기만 한다면 이 상황을 타개할 단서 정도는 되어주겠죠.
일기장 따위의 조그만 물건을 숨길 만한 곳이라면 이 책꽂이와 서랍들 정도겠지만 이미 저들이 최선을 다해서 뒤지고 간 모양이군.
Heathcliff would know.
나 이런 거 본 적 있어. 보통 어딘가에 숨겨진 버튼이 있거나 그리고 이분이 쓴 것보다 훨씬 커다란 돋보기로 이런 데를 유심히 쳐다보면
아, 이건 근시안경이라고.
Myopia.
베개 속은 온갖 새들의 깃털로 가득하지. 아마 1000개쯤 있을걸?
Wait. There are 1,000 feathers of so many birds in this pillow.
다른 부자들은 희귀한 새 깃털을 수집해서 넣어 놓는다곤 하지만 난 싫어. 왜인지 너는 알겠어?
Memories.
날아가는 새들은 죽이지 말아야 하니까.
맞아.
새들은 새장을 벗어나서 하늘을 날도록 태어난 존재니까. 그래서 나는 이 깃털들을 전부 빼낼 거야. 대신 그 빈 속엔 내 비밀을 채우는 거지. 언제든지 내 머리맡에서 펴볼 수 있도록.
Yeah, only Heathcliff would know.
히스클리프 씨, 왜 갑자기 베개를...
캐시라면 분명
일기장이 나왔군. 베개 속에서.
띵띵.
커다란 얼룩이 번져 있네요. 표지부터.
I guess thou could sayest they deserve to fly with their perfect wings. We all deserve to fly.
왜 이런 얼룩들이 배어 있는 거지?
아주 오랫동안 무슨 글을 써야 할지 몰라서 펜을 든 상태로 종이를 계속 누르다 보면 잉크에 생긴 웅덩이가 번지고 번져서 이런 커다란 얼룩들이 남기도 하더라고요.
일반적인 잉크의 성질과는 다르게 보입니다. 한 페이지에 번져 있는 잉크가 다른 페이지에는 어떤
Oh.
영향도 없어 보이고.
It didn't leak through.
무엇보다
Good paper?
의도적으로 글자를 가리기 위한 장치라는 생각도 드는군요.
린튼이라는 자가 길을 쓰고 찾으려는 게 이 일기장이 맞다면 중요한 정보가 담겨 있는 물건은 확실하겠네요.
대부분의 페이지에 다 얼룩이 묻어 있어.
True. Most of the pages were stained, and the contents were rather difficult to read.
읽고 싶은데 조금이라도.
That's when the pages suddenly began to flip rapidly until it came to a stop at a page with actually legible words. It couldn't have been the wind. There weren't any open windows.
히스클리프. 그 애가 아무 말도 없이 나를 떠났어. 밖에는 천둥과 비바람이 치고 있지. 넬리의 말대로 장대비가 한바탕 쏟아지고 나면 그가 내 속을 더 이상 썩이지 않고 집으로 다시 돌아올까?
에? Otto?
그래, 돌아오지 마. 나도 널 더 이상 보고 싶지 않아. 너에게는 이 저택과 나뿐이잖아. 아니면 너의 전부를 기어코 버리겠다는 거니?
어휴. 아주 이거 우리가 계속 봐도 될 만한 내용인가?
히스클리프 씨가 따로 읽어보시는 게...
아니, 좀 묘한 게 나온 것 같은데.
Really?
오랜만에 저택에 손님이 찾아왔어. 새로운 자와 이야기를 해보니까 정신이 맑아졌지 뭐야? 그리고 문득 눈앞에 거울에 비친 내 모습을 봤어. 이제야 내가 무엇을 해야 할지 알 것 같아. 지하실. 우리는 그곳으로 내려가야 해.
우리가 누굴까요?
지하실.
넬리, 분명 내 기억으로는
맞아, 히스클리프. 여러분, 다음 장소는 지하실로 가야 할 것 같아요.
왜 그렇게 추론하는 거지?
이 저택은 오래전 돌아가신 마님의 명령으로 지하실을 막아놓았어요.
Seal the entrance. Ah. You're not supposed to go there.
즉, 저택의 개조와 함께 뚫어버린 공간이라는 거죠.
Okay.
왜 지하실로? 캐시는 어두운 걸 싫어했어. 항상 방에는 랜턴을 여러 개 두고 싶어 할 정도로.
덕분에 매일 장을 보러 갈 때마다 랜턴들을 한가득 사놓아야 했죠.
확실히 수상하긴 하군.
지하실 위치 예상하는 곳이 있어, 넬리 씨?
뭐 집집마다 거기서 거기죠. 부엌부터 한번 가봅시다.
Of course, it's the basement. Who is this mysterious benefactor? How do they convince her to go into the basement? What lies in the basement? The answers forthcoming. God damn it! Do I have a box? Yes.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도
I was worried I'd have to use some lunacy to continue. We had a rather spirited start to the investigation, but our journey to the kitchen was far from straightforward.
이상하네. 1층으로 내려가려면 여기서 오른쪽이었는데.
Right, the manner changed.
아니야. 부엌에 나오려면 이미 한참 전에 나왔어야 했어.
Brace yourself, ad break.
그리고 넬리, 네가 이 집에서 헤맨다는 것 자체가 말이 안 돼.
맞아. 난 눈을 감고도 어디가 어떤 방인지 다 돌아다닐 수 있었어.
익숙하군. 이건 마치
So we're basically in the dungeon already. The corridor.
뒷문의 복도를 보았을 때 느꼈던 기시감이요.
네. 밖에서 보았던 저택의 외관으로 미루어 보아 논리적인 구조는 이미 한참 전에 벗어났습니다.
What's on your mind, Heathcliff?
느낌이 비슷해. 옛날에 수수께끼를 내던 캐시같이.
I'm liking the fact that it is a mystery. It started off with familiar. Well, obviously, like, it started off with great humor on the bus. Rest in peace, Sir Squirrel. Memorable moments leading up to the classic setup of here are the different aggrieved parties. Families complicated, families messy. Let us read the will. Classic setup. And then, someone died. So, I love the whodunit thing. And the mystery itself. The pacing of it so far has been quite pleasing to me. We're in the investigation phase, and it's enough. I'm just. It's coming together, and I am intrigued. So my mind is already racing as it comes with the territory. My mind is racing about, oh wow, it's like we're in the dungeon already. Did the golden bough shift the manor? Why all the blood? The dead rabbits? The pieces in play are compelling enough to me to it's unpredictable. And it's getting exciting. Because again, Kathy was all about riddles, right? So this is kind of very her. And like, okay, she may not be dead, but given what we've experienced in the game so far, in what state would we find her? Was she distorted? What happened, Ah! We got disconnected! Our internet is failing us again? Oh God. It's about the time, huh? Sorry, I don't know when we got disconnected. I don't know what you heard. In summary, I'm invested in the characters involved in this mystery, which is currently building up in a satisfying way, and I don't know what to expect. And I'm excited for the huge revelations that are going to drop in relation to the, of course, Catherine's state of being, who that mystery visitor was. So it's all coming together very neatly. So that is worrisome in terms of our internet. This isn't, again, we've been having problems these past few days with our internet service provider. For whatever reason, around this time, it starts to become unstable. So if we're very close to the end of part 1, that is perfect, because we were planning to end it after part 1 anyway. But let's keep going. Let's keep going. I'm loving the setup. It's classic. I love these kind of whodunit mystery manner kind of setups. You know, like I love Knives Out, for example. It's great. It's great. This feels familiar. Like it's all just one big riddle Kathy used to give me.
내가 가끔 일찍 정답을 맞힐 때도 있었는데 그때마다 심수를 내면서 이리저리 답을 꼬아버렸거든. 지금도 꼭 일부러 심술 내는 것 같아. 지하실을 찾을 수 없도록 계속 헤매게 만들면서.
일기장 좀 줘봐. 지하실에 대해서 더 언급된 거 없는지 보게. 여기 지금 3번째 맴도는 것 같거든. 슬슬 정신 나갈 것 같다고. 저 액자 이제 정들어 버렸어.
일기장엔 뭐가 더 없던데?
잠깐만 볼게, 히스. 네가 놓친 걸 수도 있잖아.
Why do you keep jump scaring us, Don Quixote? It's always Don Quixote. Rodion says she's losing her cool is quite different. Oh, Really? Huh. Okay, wait. I may not have been remembering Rodia correctly then, because I thought that was still in character of her to start to get annoyed.
그렇게 소리 지를 정도는 아니지 않았나요? 돈키호테 씨?
방금 뭐였어?
What the heck was that?
유리창이 깨졌다. 어떠한 전조 증상도 없이.
Out of nowhere.
아이고, 미안, 히스. 놀라서 일기장을 떨어뜨렸네.
됐어. 먼지만 털어내도. 어?
아,
이 페이지 아까는 못 본 것 같은데.
그러게. 얼룩들로 다 덮여 있던 부분 같은데.
Oh, it slowly got revealed. It's slowly getting revealed magically.
지하실. 우리는 그곳으로 내려가야 해.
It's reminding me of Sinclair's basement. I don't like where I have a bad feeling about this.
나는 내 초상화를 지하실의 입구에 걸어놓고 싶어. 가장 내가 아름답고 활기찬 지금 이 순간의 모습으로.
I would like to hang my portrait at the entrance of that basement. Again, it's like it's done. It's like she knew this is all gonna happen. A portrait of my most beautiful, most spirited, yet fleeting present self.
가끔 조세핀이 저택에 안 보이는 날이면
Thanks for the self-care package, Sam.
차지하고 그와 함께 오랫동안 수다를 떨곤 했지.
Sit there for hours with him. With him by my side, Heathcliff, just chatting our day away.
이 날을 기억해?
수수께끼? 그곳이 어디인데? 그래서
수수께끼. 답을 풀 수 있는 건 아마도
Heathcliff.
지하실 입구 수다 떨던 곳.
Heathcliff briefly closed his eyes as if to recall what these could be referring to, then squinted them open. Rest well, Zen. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being here. Good night, good night. We'll see you in the next one. Yeah, this music, it's really reminding me of that, that whodunit Knives Out manner vibes. It's very stereotypically English as well. Like, my word. Good heavens.
식당의 벽난로.
Fireplace and a dining hall.
캐서린은 벽난로 앞에서 이야기하는 걸 좋아했어.
So it's only meant for Heathcliff. She only wants Heathcliff to be able to resolve this.
그 순간들이 잊혀지지 않게 일기장에다 기록해 놓을 정도로.
또 너네들이냐?
Strange, that rabbit's henchman.
어디 계시는 거야?
Matthew.
말이 통하지 않는 상대인 게 분명하다. 더 이상의 대화는 무의미.
아니야, 데드레비치들은.
Heathcliff stopped himself, then scratched his head. He sighed deeply.
진짜 무슨 말을 해도 다 소용없겠지.
What?
모르겠어. 아직도 모든 게 믿어지지 않아. 죽었다고 하는 캐시, 변해버린 데드레비치들, 뒤죽박죽되고 있는 이 망할 워더링 하이츠까지.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지고.
And this whole affair is really like
감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
그쯤 해줬으니.
it's something that Heathcliff just can't solve with his fists, right? It's something that he cannot just brute force it. He has to tap into parts of himself that may have been, idle, or that he may not have needed to tap into for a while. So it really is kind of a return to home, a return to self, a reevaluation of that. And, he can't just use his bat to get to the objective.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
But now I'm wondering if Catherine had any resentment against... If this is Catherine's vengeance. Like, I'm curious what happens. I'm looking forward to the reunion.
뭔가 기운이 없어요. 기회가 안 될까요? 방금 어떻게 하신
Like, it's so personalized,
깜짝 놀랐어요.
so tailored for Heathcliff. It seems like every step of the way has been tailored for us by Catherine. To what end? And how does everyone else fit in? It's a very intriguing mystery box. Mystery manor, I should say. What are the modifications for? What's in the basement?
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요.
거긴 킬존이다.
Heathcliff has been changing. Yes, it's an accumulate. It's the right time in Heathcliff's overall arc since the beginning of the game for him to be challenged in this manner right here, right now. The Heathcliff that we've come to know initially, and the Heathcliff that we've seen interact with the other members of the bus, and how he's changed and how he's developed and grown and how he is still Heathcliff. And now it is the perfect opportunity for him to be tested by this golden bough on this road trip.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
이게 심장이 잠깐 이게 심장이
이제 갖고 놀기.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
The status? Oh, right.
방금의 일격은 매우 좋았습니다.
왜냐면
제가 만약
예술을.
도시에서 야구 선수가 되어 홈런을 날렸더라면 이런 기분이지 않았을까 싶군요.
Next battle. They killed him too quickly. Alright, I'll try to remember to look at Heathcliff's special buff or status.
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가?
Where are we?
아직 계약은 없구려.
This manor.
그렇다면 여전히 난
The fireplace.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로.
There already was a group of people by the fireplace.
린튼 주인님.
Linton.
결국 여기까지.
And why is he coughing? What's going
참
on?
만남 따윈 아닐 테고 네 놈의 목적지도 지하실인 모양이야.
What is the way? A way to survive?
린튼님, 대체 지하실에 무엇을 숨겨놓으신 거예요?
먼저 들어갔으면서 결국 찾아야 할 건 저들이 찾은 모양이군.
They have gotten their hands on it first.
죄송합니다, 린튼 주인님.
Ah, right.
그 일기장을 돌려주게.
It's not
그래야 할 이유가
yours.
있나? 남편이 사랑하는 아내의 유품을 돌려달라는 게 그리
Well.
불합리한 요청이었나?
자꾸 자극하지 마.
Huh.
캐서린이 죽은 이유에 대해서나 말해.
Yeah.
계속 말했지만 시체를 보기 전까지는 네 말은 아무것도 믿지 않아.
Spill.
했다는 이야기부터 모든 걸 말이지.
애처롭군. 이건 어떤가? 그냥 이 저택에 벼락이 닫힐 때까지 가만히 숨어 지내면서 캐서린의 유언대로 황금가지나 챙긴 뒤 영영 떠나는 게 제일
We didn't think
잘해왔던
about that.
거잖아, 히스클리프. 우는 모습을 들키지 않으려고, 매질을 당하지 않으려고, 혹은 개에게 물릴까봐 두려워서 캐서린을 버리고 떠나버리는 것 말이야.
두 눈 뜨고 똑바로 봐, 에드가 도련님. 내가 아직도 그때 힘없는 꼬맹이 같아 보이는지.
글쎄, 내 눈엔 여전히 변한 게 없는 것 같다만, 히스클리프. 여전히 네가 보낸 그 싸구려 편지들은
Oh, he intercepted them.
소각장에 태워질 뿐이지. 쓰레기들과 함께.
Okay.
여러분들 기분이 좋아 보이시네요.
I guess it's reassuring to know that they were. It's confirmed that the letters were intercepted.
절대자.
Ah, the status. The status.
저것들이 뭔가 기운이 없어요. 기회가 온 걸까요?
어때? 훨씬 푹신해 보이지?
Where? Bereavement. Okay. Power up. Turn end. If you are at negative 15 or higher SP, you lose 10 SP. When hit, you lose 2 SP and gain 1 offense. At less than 0 SP, you gain 3 attack power up. Ah. Under Heathcliff. Wait. Okay, it's not this, not bereavement. Yeah, he's pissed. He gets stronger. The character. The character. If you click, you get a panel. Oh, it is that. Okay. Okay, yeah. Bereavement. Totally understandable.
예측할 수 없게.
Now to unleash that anger and solve the mystery.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라. 낫도 방도 치 숨을 다들어 베어내.
방금의 일격은 매우 좋았습니다. 제가 만약 도시에서 야구 선수가 되어 홈런을 날렸더라면 이런 기분이지 않았을까 싶군요.
그대는 어디까지
Sun Shower Heathcliff, who wasn't the best, needed negative sanity. He becomes usable. Oh, okay. Well, narratively, I wouldn't want to push Heathcliff into insanity. Even though he gets stronger, you know? Like, I wanna help him.
거긴 킬존이다. 이제야 친해졌나요?
I don't want to make him feel more despair for the attack buff. But again, it's nice when they weave in the lore with the mechanics. Make it an actual negative stat. Well, blessing and a curse. But to make it an actual mechanic and, you know, to help inform the moment. We used to call that idea as potential man. Oh my goodness. Don't let Wuthering Waves Shisa hear that. Because apparently she was and is potential woman. Trust us, pull for the IV. It'll eventually get mechanics that you can use and it'll be good. It'll have characters it'll synergize with. Trust.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
절박하게 갈망했으며
운명적인 죽음일세. 그대는 친절하지 않아요.
You just get power creep? Ah, yeah.
그럼 끝이다. 아까 했던 공격.
I mean, we're playing House of Spiders. I don't have to imagine why that became a thing.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
몰아치는 것을 처절한 원망.
거창을 새겨주지.
Time for your meal, Tasha? That was a skill name. Oh, right, she feeds her sword. I noticed the animation where she like feeds hearts to her sword until she breaks her armor.
미래를 과거와 같이.
Or breaks free from her armor.
거긴 킬존이다.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
Yeah, it's a cute animation when she feeds the sword. It's so gruesome, like splush, squelchy noises. Have a heart. Have some guts. Have some blood and guts.
이 저택을 어떻게 한 거지?
저택을 직접적으로 건든 건 내가 아니다. 평생 공방이나 공학과는 거리가 멀었던 에드가 가문 도련님이 무슨 지식으로 저택을 개조했다고 생각하나? 난 자금만 투자했을 뿐 개조를 도맡은 집단은 따로 있었네.
Few investments in a separate organization that worked on the construction. Okay.
한때 약지라는 조직에 속한 적이 있었다고. 그렇게 소개하더만.
The Ring.
약지? 그러고 보니 데드 레비트들이 약지에 포섭되었다고 하지
Plucked by
않았어?
the ring.
그놈들을 데려와서 무슨 짓을 벌이고 있는 거야?
모른다. 난 저택이 정확히 어떻게 개조되어 가는지에 대해서 깊이 신경을 쓰진 않았어. 형이 알면 당장이야 날 죽이려 들었겠지만.
Yeah, so it was Catherine's idea, right?
좋았다.
So she probably met someone from the ring.
황금 가지는 어떤 방법으로 입수한 건데요? 보통 사람이 황금 가지를 구하기란
불가능하지. 하지만 우리 에드가 가문은 꽤 모아둔 돈이 많다.
Impossible for a private individual to acquire the golden bows. Was this a hard rule that was established by the workings of this world? Or is he just saying that it's very difficult for any one individual to get these artifacts of power? The Edgar family is a family of vast means. Very hard. Yeah, I was wondering about the choice of wording here. But okay, the spirit of it is that it costs a lot. It is freaking difficult. It's not like a law that any one individual. I just have to be careful because I just have to be sure because in these kinds of worlds with anomalies and whatnot, you know, like rules-based anomalies, districts with their very hard and fast rules, all, you know, contracts upon contracts, you know, we're all under contract in some form. Faust's sword is more Faust than Faust. Is Faust due to feeding her sword herself? What did I just read? Faust's sword is more Faust than action her. Than Faust is Faust due to feeding her sword herself. I'm trying to wrap my head around that. Very hard. Costs a lot. No one really knows about these things until recently, but now people in high places know about them, and it's now their power struggle over it. Attributed a high value item to them like K-Corp. And then there's Dante, who's probably has like 3 in his belt, or 1 shard in our head, and the other bows are somewhere, but they resonate with our shard. Faust feeds most of herself to the soul. Oh! I thought she just fed it the blood of her enemies. I didn't know that she fed herself to the sword. Yeah, they're somewhere in HQ, and they resonate with our shard. This is why she has a mech body. Ah. Okay. Because she's already fed its guts into the sword. Fascinating. I wonder what would make her do that. Impossible for a private individual to wear golden bows. Edgar family of vast means. Okay, you're rich, you're powerful.
첫째 형이 가문을 나가고 나서 대부분의 재산은 내 몫이 되었다. 내가 가진 것 중 유일하게 마음에 드는 것이더군. 황금가지를 구하느라 대부분 써버렸지만.
Because he seems to have a terminal illness and he wanted the golden bow to save himself. Yep. Linton was coughing harshly between every couple of words. It seemed as though he was pushing himself just to finish his sentence. It wasn't that the battles had been grueling. It was merely that he was someone of a frailer constitution.
에드가라는 이름은 뭔가 그 해결사 잡지에서 본 것만
Fixers Monthly.
혹시
너 같은 약골 자식한테 더 뭐라고 해줄 말도 없지. 캐서린은 어떻게 된 거야? 그것만 이야기해.
네가 우리 부부 사이 일에 끼어들 처지가 된다고 생각하나?
딴 식으로 말하지 마. 진짜. 그리고 그딴 단어도 사용하지 말라고. 보란 듯이.
법적으로도 실질적으로도 우린 부부였어.
Okay, bro.
나는 캐서린의 남편이었고, 우린 한 집에 살며 가정을 꾸려 나갔다.
A family. A family?
그래, 남편. 자네는 평생 갖지 못할 호칭이겠지. 안 그래? 그럴만도 하지. 한낱 뒷골목에서 주워온 거렁뱅이에게 어떤 이가 자신의 모든 걸 맡기겠는가?
자극하지 말라고 분명히 말했다. 분명히. 진짜.
Heathcliff fell silent for a moment. What Linton said hurt him so much that he could not even come up with a rebuttal. Linton continued, somewhat emboldened by his silence.
그녀를 먼저 떠난 건 자네였지만 차라리 잘된 일이지. 그게 아니었다면 캐서린이 먼저 너를 떠났을 거야. 틀림없이 질렸을 테니까.
나에게 질렸을 거라고?
일부러 말을 건 거지, 린튼?
Was that a second thunderstrike? NTR plot. Ah, man, these guys, Headley, Linton. They're a lot. They're a lot, and we are not Heathcliff, but I am angry for Heathcliff. But I'm also like, these guys are worthless. Don't listen to them. Don't believe them. They are not worth your time and attention. They never answer our questions. They're absolutely worthless filth. But that's us not being, because we are not Heathcliff. But putting ourselves in Heathcliff's shoes, it is painful to hear. It is the abuse that he grew up with, and it's painful. Yeah, the second flashback. So seven revelations, 7 memories, 7 points of growth or a challenge. What is Catherine up to? Linton, you said that on purpose, didn't you?
뭘 말이야? 방금 일부러 히스클리프에게 시비를 걸었잖아. 그 애가 약을 내서 내게 시비를 걸지 않고서는 견딜 수 없게끔. 아니, 나는 말을 걸지 않았어. 그냥 힘들 일에게만 중얼거린 것뿐이라고. 그리고 솔직히 웃기잖아. 저 머리 꼬라지로 봐. 옷차림은 또 어떻고. 그 아이는 이제 네가 떠나면 매질을 당하게 될 거야. 어떡할 거야? 아니야, 아니라고. 울지 마, 린튼. 네가 그럴 때마다 내가 얼마나 속상한 줄 알아? 린튼은 일부러 히스클리프를 괴롭게 만들어.
Thanks for the care package, shopkeeper. Linton tortures Heathcliff like that on purpose.
오빠가 히스클리프를 욕할 때 뒤에서 들으라는 듯 웃거나 동조하는 듯이 혼잣말을 하지.
Ah, I see.
그러면 히스클리프는 린튼에게 달려들어. 그 아이는 언제나 참을성이 부족하니까. 내가 사랑하는 사람들은 왜 서로를 사랑할 수 없는 걸까? 린튼, 당신은 나를 사랑하지?
당연하지, 캐서린.
그렇다면 어디까지 해줄 수 있어? 당신에게는 무엇이 사랑이야? 그렇다면 나를 사랑한다면 히스클리프를 다시 돌아오게 할 수도 있지 않을까?
방금 그 일기장 내용이 보인 건가?
Linton looked downright pathetic. He was grasping for air with every breath, trying to read the open diary. It was a wretched sight. The rapier in his hand clattered pitifully to the floor. In the book, his name was Edgar Linton. In Limbus, his name is Linton Edgar. They switched the names for some reason, probably just to say this is a different person. This is not the Wuthering Heights you remember. Dun dun dun.
그래, 보다시피.
이전에 내가 계속 넘겼을 땐 아무것도 보이지 않는 얼룩에 불과했지. 왜 내게는 안 보이고 네 놈에게만? 이게 나에 대한 대답인가, 캐서린? 더 이상 내게 막을 자격이 있는지도 모르겠군.
Linton closes his eyes for a moment and backs away from us. He activates a button somewhere within the fireplace, and the fireplace opens, loud with the sound of moving mechanical parts. Before us appears a long staircase leading downstairs. Wow, he's defeated. He's watching us with a hollow, dejected look.
린튼님, 이 계단을 내려가면 지하실이 나오는 건가요? 대체 무엇을 하는?
새로운 손님을 위한 초대를 준비 중이라고만 해두지.
New guest.
내려가게. 앞으로 무엇을 보던 무엇을 겪던 다 캐서린의 뜻일 테니.
Okay, Catherine's will. Yeah, he was all just saying yes to Catherine's plan, investing in. Catherine's like, oh, invest in these people, modify this, do that, give me the money. I have a plan. You love me, right? This is the end of part 1. Part 2 picks off with our motley group delving into the basement of the Wuthering Heights Manor. Thank you for that summary. Thank you for that clean chapter break. And there you can claim the lunacy. Okay, okay. So I need to remember that. So basically, when this pops up, we're done. Part 1, part 2, part 3. All right. Next one is a bit more rough. Oh, in terms of its quote-unquote chapter break. But yeah, like I'm embroiled in I feel engrossed in a novel. You know, I'm waiting for the revelations to come. In a mystery novel, it's fun to piece things together, try to figure out, oh, who done it, I wonder what what it's all about. And it's a nice, it's a refreshing experience from the other Cantos. It's a different experience from the other Cantos we've gone through, which itself also had mysteries. But this one is like really like, you have the manor, you have the different families involved, you have the will, you have the mysterious death of the noble, and classic setup. And I feel like it's a page turner, it's like I want to get to the next part of this, like this mystery novel. And now with each additional revelation, we were it is all there, like Catherine's will. So Linton even dejectedly goes, well, yeah, he knew he never really loved her. She never really loved him anyway. I mean, that is his hang-up. But he was, catering to her plan. And what plan is that? What guest is this? What are we gonna find out in the basement, where typically skeletons are buried, Yeah, the theories are, man, Catherine likes her riddles, and based on her this whole thing is I feel like it is, as the golden bough resonates with a particular sinner, in this case Heathcliff, and what we know about golden boughs feeding off emotion, memories, and altering time and space itself to create expanded domains of alternate realities featuring memories plucked from different sources and people filling in their roles, playing their part. So it's orchestrated. It's house. We're playing, it's like she's playing house. She's put the pieces in place. She's playing with the dolls. She's hid the thing in the basement. And we are basically, through Heathcliff, navigating this elaborate riddle game. And it's kind of like, it feels like Catherine getting back at Heathcliff. It's complicated. I feel like, yes, there was true love between them. You could say that, yeah, they were truly in love. And Linton was never really part of the picture. He was just there to fund the modifications. But I feel like I'm torn between, is this Catherine's vengeance for Heathcliff running away and leaving her so despondent and brokenhearted? Or was she able to heal, move on, understand why Heathcliff did what he did, to live in such a despicable, in such a toxic household? Catherine was not enough to keep him there. So all these complicated feelings of, does she feel like she's at fault? Does she think she did enough? Is this her way of making it up to Heathcliff? Or is it a way of getting back at him for, like, look what you did to me? Is it going to be a mix of all of these things? And I don't know yet. People have played their parts. The brother brought in the rabbits, which are connected to the ring, which I'm guessing the ring is the one that met with Catherine, the ring met with Catherine, which gave Catherine the idea. They offered them something to Catherine. They opened Catherine's eyes to look herself in the mirror and confront herself and what she's really feeling. And in a way, the ring is helping her fulfill, to close this chapter, or to tie up loose ends. The loose end that is Heathcliff. And I'm excited to find out, like, having been separated for so long, everyone's changed. But the core of these individuals, how will they now resonate if their outer shells have been so irrevocably changed by time, circumstances, and fate? This return to the core, the home. In a way, I'm wondering, will their hearts prevail? Is it gonna be a... if it's a story of true love, love is not all sunshine and rainbows. So I'm at the edge of my seat. I'm wondering like, oh, well, Catherine, you want us to solve these. Heathcliff is solving it. You want us to get to a particular point. At the terminus, what's gonna happen? With the ring, the bunnies, the golden bows, 2 golden bows. And at the core of it, Heathcliff, Catherine, the reunion. How's it gonna be like? Thanks for the stretch and the hydrate, Altizia. Yeah, I don't think I don't really have any answers or speculations. I am letting the novel take me on for a ride. I don't have any clear answers. It's not a bad thing. The questions in my head are shaking and stirring in a satisfying way. I feel like my mind is being massaged in a satisfying way. Like ironing out the wrinkles of the story, of our own speculations. It's slowly being massaged into our descent into the depths of Wuthering Heights. This storied place, this home that is not a home, and a heart that may not be the same heart that we learned to love, that Heathcliff learned to love. So yeah, part 2. I couldn't really believe they could write a good mystery, but they managed to do it so quite well. Yeah, and the pacing of it, the reveals, the payoffs, it's satisfying to me. They're still doing it. The great pacing, the great character moments, the twists, the shocks of humor, the shocks of horror. Yeah, overall, I mean, yeah, they're still doing very well with it. Balancing it out with a colorful cast of an ensemble cast who, even if you take this all away, the characters themselves are even just such a treat to be with. Watching them bounce off each other, watching their characters shine, watching them be tested, watching them support each other. It is, on many layers and levels, a very satisfying journey. I'm not worried about, I talked about the reveal, the clue, the whodunit. Eventually we're gonna get that tell-all, I think. Usually we're gonna get the revelations, the truth. But it's really the journey that is enticing to me. And we're on that journey together. So thank you everyone for being with us on this journey. Let me turn on the lights. We're gonna continue part 2 next session. We haven't gotten yet to the emotionally traumatic parts. Okay, wait. It's there, but right now I'm still wrapped up in the conspiracy, the mystery. The core emotional moments between Heathcliff and Catherine, we are heading to that terminus, and it is going to be a spark that will burn this entire house down, metaphorically or literally. I'm looking forward to it. I'm predicting, expecting catharsis on a destructive level in Heathcliff grabbing that bat and demolishing the past. Burning everything down, bashing everything into smithereens, crushing everything before him. I feel like I'm bracing myself for that cathartic moment when everything comes crashing down and Heathcliff can finally have closure and heal. Just like the other sinners. And Catherine is also a major key there. I like how they introduced both Hindley and Linton. They can make you hate both of them so quickly considering their opposite personalities. At first, it was, of course, very heavy-handed. It was expected. Like, oh, this man is poor. We're nobles. We're better than him. Oh my, take that stink out of my face. You know, it's so typical, right? But they were tools in the larger scheme of things. Linton was a tool for Catherine's schemes. The brother, an ass through and through, but still received in a way, a mercy from his own sister to be sent to rehab. So yeah, they really needed to highlight how, you know, what kind of household Heathcliff grew up in, and why he chose to leave. And we see why. Why wasn't Catherine enough to make him stay? So they really had to convince us that that happened. But let's not forget, I almost forgot, before we leave, one major thing that also makes me question like Catherine's true goals for this reunion with Heathcliff, to tie up loose ends for both of them, because they both left each other hanging, right? Or Heathcliff left her hanging. They need to resolve this. They need to tie up loose ends. Let's not forget, Catherine also said something to Heathcliff which made him leave. I forgot about that. Catherine may not be entirely blameless here. So still, why wasn't Catherine enough to make him stay? What did she say to Heathcliff? How did they really part on these terms? Like, in what terms, you know, like what really happened? Dante was about to ask Heathcliff, but we left that hanging. So that is another layer that, ooh, spicy. This drama. What's gonna happen? Let's find someone to raid, chat. Thank you again for being here. To all the new and familiar faces, always lovely to see fellow managers, fellow sleeper agents. Thank you for the raid, M21. Thank you for being here. Nixie's playing Arknight's Enfield. .007 First Light. I missed that game, man. Oh, 007 First Light is getting new DLC. Story DLC. Who else is on? Lobotomy Corporation. But Sochi's already caught up with the story. Theon. Infinity Zero. We rated them last time. Playing Neverness. Bones is always a good target. We rated Ignorain last stream. Nixie's playing Arknight's Enfield. I keep forgetting. Sorry, Lobotomy Corp. Different game. Different game. You're right. Let's... Sochi is playing Lobotomy Corporation. Yes, 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 yes. We can also look for another Limbus company streamer, but I want to avoid spoilers. I look at the titles. I don't want to click in and then a major spoiler. Don Quixote Canto? No, no. Oh my god, even some of these titles, man. Even some of these titles are suggestive. Abort, abort. Okay, who is this person that is just starting? Maybe we can join them on their... at the beginning. Kit Fulvas VT. Let me do a bit of scouting. I love anime. What other games do they stream? Uma Musume, ZZZ, Limbus. Alright. Fellow Proxy. Burning Fox. Trying Limbus for the first time. Oh man. Feels like a lifetime ago when we started Limbus for the first time. Alright, perfect time. Let's say hello. Let's make a new friend. Thank you for the recommendation, Kit Fulvas. Thank you for the recommendation of Kit Fulvas Swoggy Star. Again, thank you all for being here. Thank you for the raid. Jack Squarepeg, M21. Really appreciate you guys. If you wish to become a part of the Tabletop Cinema community, you may see our Discord, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram are all there, where we make any major announcements. Here is our raid message for subscribers, for followers. Let's go make a new Fox friendo. They just started Limbus Company. They're playing for the first time. And I know we were once there. Thank you, everyone. And as always, welcome to the table. Have a great day. Have the great rest of your day. And I'll see you all on the next chapter. Bye-bye.
Thank you.